Let us pray. Almighty God, we willingly acknowledge you as the supreme being, most gracious and most merciful. Look down and beseech you on us who are members of this Senate, and deign to assist us in the duties that we have to perform on behalf of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. Open our eyes to see the truth, and help us to accept it with all its implications into our lives. Direct us, O Lord, in our deliberations, so that setting aside private interests, unwholesome prejudices, and personal affections, we may treat all matters set before us with honesty, courage, and conviction. Through all we say and do in this Senate, may we give glory and honor to your holy name, inspire confidence in our fellow citizens, and make a positive contribution to the peace and prosperity of our nation. Amen.
By the President.
Honourable Senators, I have granted leave of absence to Senator the Honourable Randall Mitchell, who is out of the country. Honourable Senators, I have received the following correspondence from Her Excellency the President, Paula May Weeks, ORTT. The Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, by Her Excellency Paula May Weeks, ORTT, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed, President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. To Mr. Ndale Young, whereas Senator the Honourable Randall Mitchell is incapable of performing his duties as a senator by reason of his absence from Trinidad and Tobago. Now, therefore, I, Paula May Weeks, President as aforesaid, in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 44(1)(a) and Section 44(4)(a) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, acting in accordance with the advice of the Prime Minister, do hereby appoint you, Ndale Young, to be a member of the Senate temporarily, with effect from the 16th of December 2022, and continuing during the absence from Trinidad and Tobago of Senator the Honourable Randall Mitchell. Given under my hand, and the seal of the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago at the Office of the President's Enhanced, this 15th day of December 2022. Honourable Senators, a senator is required to take the oath.
I, Ndale Young, having been appointed a Member of Parliament, do solemnly affirm that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, upon which I am about to enter.
Honourable Senators, former Senator Dr. Ramesh Muthu passed away on Friday, December the 9th, 2022. I now invite members to offer their tributes. Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries.
Thank you very much, Madam President. As a Burgess and former mayor of the beautiful city of San Fernando, I am deeply saddened to come before this honorable house today to pay tribute to Dr. Ramesh Muthu. Dr. Muthu was a true embodiment of a man committed to serving his country and particularly in San Fernando. He was born on March 9, 1936, and will be remembered as a loving father, devoted husband, hard-working colleague, renowned medical doctor. He was also the founder one of the founding members of the SurgiMed Medical Center in San Fernando. Dr. Muthu began his academic pursuits not too far away from where we sit here today. He hails from St. Mary's College. He then went on to attend the Quinton Hogg Grammar School in London. Thereafter, his studies took him to Ireland. It is here at the Royal College of Surgeons he completed his studies in medicine. Upon his return to Trinidad and Tobago, he began working at the San Fernando General Hospital. His devotion to serving people led him beyond the scope of his professional career to join the Democratic Labour Party in 1969, after which he was nominated to serve as a government senator in the Second Independent Parliament. He served diligently and participated in many bills and debates and motions in this august house, which his maiden contribution came in May 21st, 1970, on the Constitution Amendment Bill. Years later, I recall his involvement with the Borough Action Team, fondly known as BAT, a group aimed at providing the quality of life for San Fernandians. During this period, he offered himself for the Marabella South Vistabella seat in the local government elections against my father, the late Rakib Hussain. In campaigning, there was an incident which I was involved in. While I was campaigning, driving an escort, I had somebody in the backseat talking on the mic, and I saw some smoke coming out from my bonnet. And when I came out, I pulled the bonnet and I disconnected the wires and I got burned. Dr. Muthu was campaigning in a house next door, and he came out and tended to my hand, and I will never ever forget that. He was a man of compassion and a true patriot. Such was his care and concern for people, and in particular, persons from San Fernando area. There's a lasting memory that will always keep in my mind. Later in his political career, he joined the National Alliance for Reconstruction in 1986 and was elected vice chairman and appointed to serve as a senator in 1987. Shortly after, in 1988, Dr. Muthu resigned as a senator and became the mayor of the city of San Fernando. His belief that San Fernando provided much of what kept the national economy going, and saw him preserved to make a strong enough case to the central government for San Fernando to be elevated from its borough status to city status on November 18, 1988. And as I said, he became the first mayor of the city of San Fernando in that year. This is why he is hailed as a visionary who oversaw the transformation of San Fernando from borough status to city status. Dr. Mutu was also a representative responsible for the city motto at the San Fernando City Corporation, which was Santas Fortis, as he was a firm believer that a healthy physical, spiritual, and emotional sound environment was necessary for persons to thrive. He served for one term as mayor and then returned to his practice at the Surgimed Medical Center. In 1998, he was given the Individual of the Year award by the Trinidad Express. He later was recognized by the country for his work in medical field, receiving the Shakonia Gold Medal for Medicine Health in 2018. On behalf of the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and on my own behalf and my family behalf, I would like to extend sincerest condolences to the family, friends, and loved ones of his esteemed servant, Dr. Ramesh Putu, who passed away on December 9th. May Almighty God grant his family strength and comfort during this time of difficulty. Madam President, I thank you.
Senator Mark.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to pay tribute to an outstanding son of the soil, the late Dr. Ramesh Mutu, former senator. Dr. Mutu was a national figure, making sterling contributions to both political, or both the politics, I should say, Madam President, and medicine, and was firmly rooted in San Fernando, like so many other outstanding citizens. Dr. Mutu, however, was born in Tunapuna, another great town creating such national figures and treasures such as C.L.R. James, Larry Constantine, and Lloyd Bess. On his return from the UK, after completing his medical studies, he was stationed at the San Fernando Hospital, where he settled with his wife, Indrani, and later their 4 children. His children have all distinguished themselves, with Shani Mutu notably becoming a world-renowned author living in Canada. In the field of politics, he was an opposition senator with the Democratic Labour Party in the second independent parliament in 1967. After the demise of that party, he later joined Aloy Likwai, Nazir Muzarali, Percy Prasad, John Allen, and Imtiaz Hassan Ali to form the Borough Action Team known as BAT. This was one of the groups that catalyzed the formation of the National Alliance for Reconstruction, which finally ousted the PNM in 1986 from the corridors of power. Dr. Mutu took part in the revolutionary changes of, at the time, becoming, Madam President, chairman, vice chairman, I should say, of the NAR, and he was appointed a government senator in 1987. He later resigned to become mayor of San Fernando and was part of the radical reorganization and transformation of the county council system of local government. And of course, its transformation to regional corporations. San Fernando, Madam President, at that time was a borough and known as the industrial capital of the country. Dr. Mutu led the process of making San Fernando and transforming San Fernando into this country's second city on November the 18th, 1988. Dr. Mutu created the city motto, as was indicated in Latin, Sanitas Fortis, which means a healthy environment. We will strengthen, or we will find strength, I should say. He received the Shakonia Medal Gold on September 24th, 2018, Madam President. He will be remembered for bringing life back to San Fernando. Outside of politics, Dr. Mutu left his mark as well, most notably by establishing a medical center known as Sir Med in San Fernando. And that was a very important and critical institution. Dr. Mutu was, by all accounts, and from my own understanding, an absolutely beautiful human being. He was charismatic, he was intelligent, flamboyant, and able to bring these qualities to both his politics and medical practice. I joined my colleague from the Senate, the Honorable Minister of Local Government, to pay tribute and remembrance for posterity our colleague who has passed. We wish, on behalf of the United National Congress, to record our collective condolences to his family, his relatives, and his friends. May his legacy live on. May his memory be never forgotten. And may his soul rest in peace.
Senator Deyalsingh.
Thank you, Madam President. Today I stand here both saddened and proud to have known the late Dr. Ramesh Mutu, a medical colleague who sat here twice before, both as an opposition member in the Senate in 1967 and in 1971 with the Democratic Labour Party. And a government senator in 1987 with the NAR. So he's well known here, he served here, and he served well. But I vividly remember him, the first time I met him, it was sometime in 1986. I had come back as an intern, and my wife and I I was here as an intern. My wife and I went to Soom's Great Wall for a medical meeting. And as I entered the venue, I heard great laughter around the table. And who could be there? Dr. Mutu was there, the center of attention, entertaining his audience with joke after joke, a very flamboyant character. He had a glass of wine in front of him and a cigarette in hand. In those days, you could have smoked in restaurants. So he had a pleasant aura about him. And I got a 2-minute lecture about what the duty of a doctor should be, and also what is the civic duty as a citizen. And years later, when I became the president of the medical board, he called me and reminded me of our first meeting and instructed me to give the same words of wisdom to the younger ones. I felt honored to know that, this brief meeting years ago, he still remembered me because I was just an intern there, now entering. And he told me that little words of wisdom amounts all his jokes. But he remembered and he called me and he reached out for me. And I think he was a person who would have loved. It shows that he cared about trying to instill in the next generation of doctors his ethics. Then he started back his slew of jokes. So besides being a natural entertainer, and persons may not know, he also played bongos with a Caribbean band while he was a student in the UK. So he was an entertainer, a natural speaker. He was an intellect filled with knowledge, both local and events abroad, and probably his stint in the UK would have developed this. And he actually shared a flat with Professor Courtney Bartholomew. So they would have had medical discussions. One of his good friends was Dr. Poon King. So again, medical-wise, they would talk medicine, politics, and his flair of language, his cousin was V.S. Naipaul. So he is a friend of the late Dr. Evan Perra, who is also a doctor and went into politics. He surrounded himself with a clique of persons who would have taught about the country, what the country needed, medical-wise, and also to develop the country. He was schooled in my alma mater, St. Mary's College. So this is where he got his Latin phrase later on as the motto of San Fernando, because we were, I think, were the last school who did Latin in school. He later completed his school in the UK, as was mentioned before, and he entered medical school in Dublin in 1955. He was a kind-hearted soul, giving free care to many of his patients. And this probably rubbed off from his social worker mother, who helped many persons in the community. But he was also a visionary, wanted to transform San Fernando to the best city in the region. And as mayor in 1989, he was instrumental in elevating the status from a borough to a city, as was mentioned before. And the motto of it, Sanitas Fortis, it means in a healthy environment, we will find strength. And this is the trust he has. As a doctor, he knew the ill effects of certain things in the environment, and he went after that to fix that. So as a doctor, he knew the health hazard. He had stopped the combustion of waste at the M. Bakade dump, reducing pollution to the persons around. He was also instrumental, and it helped the flora and fauna and even the health of the residents. He also ended the quarrying of San Fernando Hill. This hill was being destroyed, and I remember anytime I go south and I see the hill, I remember it was through his efforts to stop that. And I think probably we may somehow decide sometime in the future to name this hill after him, if it's feasible. He pushed for the development of the hill as a recreational park and a conservation area of natural beauty. He was also a natural sportsman. He played for the West Indian student cricket team in the UK. He played annual lawyer doctors cricket match, and he gave the lawyers a hard time with his spin bowling. He was a college billiards champion. And for 44 years, he played golf in all the major courses in Trinidad and Tobago and Mount Owen and Tobago. But he was a family man. He was a family man who got married in year one of medical student, as a medical student. So he went to study medicine, but in Dublin, he went across to London one day and he saw his wife, Indra, and there it was. He got married in 1956 and started his family in Dublin, where 3 of his children were born. And he returned in 1961 to settle in San Fernando. But at our first meeting, when he saw my wife, well, not my wife then, my girlfriend and I, Shireen, he said, how come you're not married? And you all met in medical school, you're not married yet. So he was pushing that for us too. So even then, he was giving us some guidance. Look, get married, settle down, be a good doctor, serve your community. He was the epitome of what a doctor should be. He was in general practice for 60 years and attending to 3 generations. I remember meeting a patient once, and she told me she went to see him, she carried her father, and she carried her son. So all 3 going to see the same doctor. They had faith in him. So I joked with her, did you get a package deal? She said, Doc, sometimes when I just go and speak to him, I feel good. I realized that the privilege of being a doctor is the love you get from the patients. This is the true blessings that many other professions wouldn't have. And he had that love. As mentioned, he worked in San Fernando Hospital, but he was a bit disillusioned with the administration, etc. He left to go in his office in Marabella, and then to the High Street, San Fernando. Then he was instrumental in setting up the medical center, as mentioned before, and moved to an office in Keith Street until 2021 he served as a doctor, early 2021. I remember also once meeting a 70-year-old patient from St. James who would take a taxi from St. James, Port of Spain, take the bus to San Fernando, take another taxi to his office. 70-year-old. His relatives came to me and said, listen, Doc, this man is just going to see this doctor. He's not getting any medicine. What is the use? And we're worried that he will get lost. He's demented. So they came to me to speak to him, to tell him, go to another GP in the area. But when I spoke to the guy, he told me, he said, Doc, Dr. Mutu is the only one who treats not just my illness, but my soul. And we speak, we all talk, we give each other encouragement. And when he said each other, he mentioned that sometimes the doctor would speak to him. It was a symbiotic relationship, nourishing the souls of the doctor, Mutu, and also the patient. I told the patients, no, you have to, the patient's relative, continue that relationship. It will help both. He was he had a civic duty, and we remember his advent into politics, as was mentioned, started when he was the chair of the Bel Air Local Residents Association, assisting in solving many community issues. He was a fighter for social inequities. This led him to the political trust he has that we mentioned. And as mayor, we mentioned that he served to lift the mayor, the Port of Spain to city status. He also orchestrated the facelift and Harris Promenade. And also, he actually had a dream that the San Fernando Wharf would develop as a space for people to view the Gulf of Paria. And I'm sure he's proud of the efforts of the current MP there, Mr. Faris Alwari, who is now trying to orchestrate that. But it has to be within environmental guidelines, because if he was still active, any environmental breaches he would have mentioned. In 1918, he was awarded the Express Individual of the Year Award, and in 2018, we received the Shakonia Good. So he was recognized, and this is something I am happy that he got that recognition in 2018. I have not seen many persons with the dedication, character, and service of Ramesh. And I attribute, the welfare, he has attributed, he has contributed to the welfare of thousands in his capacity as an excellent doctor, also through his politics, and certainly as the mayor of San Fernando. He was the standard bearer in the medical field, and he makes doctors proud to have him as an exemplar. He made the people of San Fernando proud, revitalizing a once dying city. And most importantly, he made his patients feel they have a friend and not just a doctor. The nation owes him a debt of gratitude for his sterling contribution. I am proud to have been touched by him. Yesterday, I spoke to his daughter, my friend Indrani, and expressed my sympathies in my personal capacity. Today, on behalf of the independent bench, I would like to extend our sincerest condolences to his family, friends, and his patients. Thank you.
Honorable Senators, I adopt the accolades of those speakers preceding me who have paid deserved tribute to the late Dr. Ramesh Mutu, former senator, former mayor of San Fernando, and former political activist. I trust that I will be forgiven if my own tribute is a little more personal than usual. But honorable Senators, this is because Dr. Mutu was more than a former senator to me, as I have known him and his children for all of my life. One of his daughters was my school and classmate at both primary and secondary schools in San Fernando, and then my roommate at university. And our families have always been close. It's an interesting feature of those times that even though Dr. Mutu and my father, both former mayors of San Fernando, were of very different political persuasions, they nevertheless enjoyed a close friendship unmarred by animosity. We would do well, in the words of another of our nation's great sons, to bring back those old-time days. Ramesh Muthu, as we have heard, was a renowned medical practitioner in San Fernando. Everyone knew him. His popularity was such that he was one of the most sought-after masters of ceremonies in the history of San Fernando. In fact, he was the master of ceremonies for almost every wedding I grew up attending. He was such a confident and witty speaker that he'd be called upon to deliver impromptu speeches at almost all events that he attended. And he'd graciously deliver the speeches or remarks, replete with humor and with an easy charm. As busy and as demanding as his medical practice was, Dr. Muthu nevertheless answered the call to become involved in politics, both at the national and at the regional levels. We have heard about his service in the Senate and as the mayor of San Fernando, and indeed as a political activist in general. One of the remarkable things about Dr. Muthu was that notwithstanding all of these powerful public roles, the essential core of his personality never changed. The belief that power changes a person met its quietus in Dr. Muthu. For all of his gravitas, he was an exceptionally easygoing person who remained at his core that light and buoyant personality who was constantly sought after by so many to speak at and bring humor and joy to their events. That ability to relate to people at the level of the heart was one of his most endearing traits. I believe that that trait is the key to the making of a successful public servant. Dr. Muthu was a good and successful public servant, and we are grateful for his service to this country. May his soul rest in peace. Honorable Senators, I will ask you now that we observe a minute of silence. Thank you, Honorable Senators. Honorable Senators, the Clerk of the Senate will convey to the family of Dr. Ramesh Muthu all the sentiments that have been expressed here today.
Bills brought from the House of Representatives on the supplemental order paper, the Scrap Metal Bill 2022, in the name of the Attorney General.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order 62(1)B, I beg to move that the next stage of the bill be taken later in the proceedings.
Honorable Senators, the question is that the next stage of the bill be taken later in the proceedings. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The next stage of the bill will be taken later in the proceedings.
Questions on notice, questions for oral answer.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I'm pleased to indicate that the government is prepared to answer all of the questions on the order paper for oral answer. There are 3 questions, questions 19 to 21, and we are prepared to respond to all 3. Thank you.
Senator Mark. Senator Mark, could we put questions 19 and 21? Could you ask them in that order?
Wise minds think alike.
And welcome back, Senator Mark.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much, Madam President. Question number 19 to the Minister of National Security.
Thank you very much, Madam President. The Trinidad and Tobago Police Service is guided by the Police Service Regulations, Chapter 1501, Part 9, under the rubric Custody and Care of Prisoners. And as well, the police service is guided by the judge's rules in Standing Order 32 statements, as it relates to all persons who are in custody, and more particularly, persons who are suspects in the killing of a police officer.
Senator Mark.
All right, Madam President, can I go on to the next question?
Yes.
All right, I think the next question is question number 21 to
yes.
the Minister of National Security.
Minister of National Security.
Thank you yet again, Madam President. The procurement process for a CCTV network was referred to the Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs for advice. No further investigation was found to be necessary.
Senator Mark.
Madam President, can I ask the Honorable Minister whether the Attorney General has provided the necessary advice as was requested?
Minister.
As the question indicated, advice was procured from the Attorney General. Madam Speaker.
Senator Mark.
Madam President, can we ask through you to the Minister whether the government, subsequent to that advice, has given the contract for the provision of CCTV cameras to another entity or body or corporation based on the advice proffered by the Attorney General?
Senator Mark, that question is not allowed.
Can I ask through you whether the Honorable Minister can provide the Senate with the essence of the advice proffered by the Attorney General on this matter, which was described by the former CEO of TSTT as being irretrievably compromised, that is, the procurement process. Can I ask the Honorable Minister if he can share with us elements or the essence?
Minister.
The essence was, Madam President, that the Honorable Attorney General found that no further investigation was necessary.
Senator Mark.
Madam President, can the Honorable Minister explain to this Honorable Senate why did the SSA, responsible through national security for the procurement process, whimsically, capriciously, and arbitrarily change the closing date for submission, resulting in applications from Digicel and TSTT being open and exposed to government?
Senator Mark, that question does not arise. Next question, Senator Mark.
Yes. I think it's question number 20, Madam President?
Yes.
To the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs.
Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, and welcome back to you as well.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, the itinerary of the official visit of the Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago to Washington, D.C. in April 2022 was as follows. Tuesday, April 26, 2022, 12:30 p.m., Prime Minister held a meeting with the Honorable Christopher J. Dodd, former U.S. Senator, Special Advisor on the Summit of the Americas. On Wednesday, April 27th, 2022, at 10:30 a.m., the Prime Minister had a meeting with the chairman of the House Committee on Homeland Security, Congressman Benny G. Thompson. At 12:30 on that date, Wednesday, April 27th, 2022, Prime Minister held a meeting with the Honorable William F. Haggerty IV, ranking member of the Senate Foreign Relations Subcommittee on State Department and USAID Management, International Operations, and Bilateral International Development. At 3:30 on that date, the Prime Minister held a meeting with the Honorable Chris Van Hollen, member of the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations, and at 4:30 on that date, the Prime Minister held a meeting with the chairman of the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations, the Honorable Robert Menendez, and the chairman of the Senate Subcommittee on Western Hemisphere, Transnational Crime, Civilian Security, Democracy, Human Rights, and Global Women's Issues, the Honorable Timothy M. Kane. At 7:30 on that evening, Wednesday, 27th April, the Prime Minister attended an engagement and participated in an evening engagement hosted by Dr. Wayne A.I. Frederick, president of Howard University. On Thursday, April 28th, 2022, at 10 a.m., the Prime Minister participated in held a meeting with Special Envoy for Climate, the Honorable John Kerry. At 11 a.m. on that date, the Prime Minister held a meeting with the chairman of the House Committee on Foreign Affairs, Congressman Gregory Meeks. Also participating were Congressman Jim Vargas, Vice Chair, and Congressman Mark Green, ranking Republican member of the Subcommittee on Western Hemisphere, Civilian Security, Migration, and International Economic Policy. On 1:30 p.m. of that same date, the Prime Minister held a meeting with the Assistant Secretary for International Affairs of the U.S. Department of Energy, Mr. Andrew Light. And at 3:30 on that date, the Prime Minister held a meeting with Majority Whip and third-ranking Democrat in the the U.S. House of Representatives, Congressman James Clyburn. House Speaker, the Honorable Nancy Pelosi, joined for a portion of that particular meeting. And on Friday, 29th of April 2022, at 11 a.m., the Prime Minister held a meeting with Under-Secretary of the Treasury, Brian Nelson, and Acting Assistant Secretary for International Affairs, Michael Kaplan. At 3:15 p.m. on that date, the Friday, Prime Minister held a meeting with Mr. Juan Gonzalez, Senior Advisor and Special Assistant to the U.S. President and Senior Director for the Western Hemisphere at the National Security Council of the United States of America. And at 4:30 on that date, the Prime Minister attended the virtual U.S. Caribbean Leaders Meeting hosted by the Honorable Kamala D. Harris, Vice President of the United States of America. Madam President, therein lies the answer to the question posed.
Senator Ma.
Yeah, Madam President, having regard to the meeting with the individual on energy issues and matters, can the Minister share with us what were the outcomes of that particular engagement?
Senator Mark, that question does not arise.
Can the Minister share with us concretely what were the benefits deriving from all these meetings with these U.S. officials for and on behalf of the people of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago?
Senator Mark, that question does not arise.
Can I ask the Honourable Minister whether he can confirm or deny whether an unscheduled meeting with the Federal Bureau of Investigation took place involving the Prime Minister?
Senator Mark, that question does not arise. You have one more question.
Madam President, thank you so very much.
That's it?
Yes.
Okay.
Public business. Government Business Bill, second reading.
Attorney General.
Yeah. Okay. Wouldn't you? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? You making fun of family.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Create Measures to Regulate the Business of Dealing in Scrap Metals and for Other Related Matters be now read a second time. Madam President, the scrap metal business in Trinidad and Tobago, and indeed worldwide, is big business. In 2020, the global trade of scrap metal was valued at approximately US $128 billion. The largest generators of scrap metal include the United States of America, Japan, and the United Kingdom. The largest importers of the commodity are China, Turkey, and India. The growth of this industry globally has also been reflected domestically. According to data from the Central Statistical Office, scrap metal exports rose sharply from approximately $82 million in 2009 to an estimated $285 million in 2021, an increase of 248%. Significantly, this industry provides viable business opportunities for a number of small and micro enterprises in Trinidad and Tobago. It promotes the country's socioeconomic objectives, including job creation, export promotion, income generation, foreign exchange earnings, as well as the added benefit of a cleaner environment by the removal of derelict items and hazardous waste. This exponential increase in exports has also, Madam President, unfortunately involved a concurrent increase in the larceny of various metals that support the country's critical infrastructure on a scale which has threatened our very national security capacity. The Telecommunications Services of Trinidad and Tobago, the Trinidad and Tobago Electricity Commission, and the Water and Sewerage Authority are among the utilities severely affected by persons who have stolen millions of dollars worth of cable and iron pipes. Excuse me. During August 2022, it was reported that the police recovered over $1 million in iron and steel poles belonging to the Ministry of Works, which were found at a scrap iron yard in central Trinidad. At the end of July 2022, persons stripped out the TSTT's underground fiber optic and copper installation in San Fernando, interrupting communication services into tens of thousands of customers. Persons also unlawfully entered WASA's California booster station and stole electrical cables. The estimated cost of damage was $400,000. Thank you. The estimated cost of damage was $400,000. The Ministry of Public Utilities reported that TSTT spent $15 million in restoration works and TNTech spent $3 million as a result of this larceny of cable and iron. The private sector, the Downtown Owners and Merchants Association, in June 2022, called on the police to take action as copper thieves were caught targeting businesses in Port of Spain, our capital city, hacking away copper lines attached to air conditioning units on rooftops. Significant also in the scourge of illegality associated with this industry is the proliferation of illegal scrapyards, money laundering, and concealment of illegal firearms. Madam President, the history of attempting to regulate this industry dates back to 2013, And what we are engaged in today is simply an updated, robust culmination of more than 10 years of study for the attempted regulation of this important industry. In 2013, there was an approved scrap metal policy for Trinidad and Tobago. Consequently, the Old Metal and Marine Stores Amendment Bill 2013 was prepared and further revisited in 2015 after consultation with the Ministry of Trade and Industry. Given the rapid changes to the industry and the new developments emerging during the last decade, however, the Ministry of Trade and Industry undertook a further review of the 2013 policy. The further consultations involved consultations with key industry stakeholders, including, among others, the Trinidad and Tobago Scrap Iron Dealers Association, the Environmental Management Authority, the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, Ministry of National Security, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, and the Ministry of Health. Their comments and feedback were incorporated into a revised scrap metal policy for the period 2022 to 2027. Madam President, honorable members of this august chamber will recall that on the 12th of August of this year, as a result of the rampant illegality in the industry, which had threatened our national security infrastructure, by Legal Notice 164 of 2022, issued by Her Excellency the President under the Customs Act, this government was constrained to shut down the scrap metal industry until the 28th of February 2023. By Legal Notice 183, passed on the 8th of September 2022, limited exports were permitted, subject to specified conditions being complied with by exporters who, at the 12th of August, had already obtained export permits. 1, full disclosure by exporters of all supporting documents in respect of the goods cleared for export. 2, the provisions of names and addresses of the dealers from whom the scrap metal was purchased. And 3, permitting inspection of the contents of the containers which had been cleared for export. Madam President, without divulging more detail than is prudent today, given the possibility of prosecutions which are likely to follow, I am able to advise this honorable chamber that consequent on that Legal Notice 183, which permitted customs and excise to gain entry into containers in accordance with those prescribed conditions, significant amounts of copper have been recovered from containers which, at August 12, had already been cleared for export, and that process is ongoing as we gather here today. Madam President, immediately following on the issue of the first Legal Notice 164 on the 12th of August 2022, as Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs, I passed a brief to the Law Reform Commission for the urgent development of a policy paper and a draft scrap metal bill 2022 for the urgent reform of the industry to enable me to take that policy and that bill to Cabinet. The professionalism, competence, and urgency with which the Law Reform Commission, the Legislative Drafting Department, and other legal professionals within the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs undertook this challenge and must be acknowledged today. By their hard work, they enabled me today to bring this policy paper and draft bill to the Cabinet for its approval by the 25th of November 2022, and finally on the 8th of December 2022, well ahead of the 28th of February 2023 deadline, which this government had originally committed to. I salute them. I salute the reality with which I am proud to associate myself of being part of a team of this ministry, of a very committed professional body of hardworking public servants who are committed to the future of a safe, thriving Trinidad and Tobago. The policy prepared by the Commission identified the several challenges presented by an antiquated law with no enforcement capacity. This policy, as approved by Cabinet, examined the operation of existing laws governing the industry in Trinidad and Tobago, noting that at present, the industry is principally regulated by the Old Metal and Marine Stores Act, and with guidance provided in the Import and Export Regulations 1941 and the Trade Ordinance 1958 for the purpose of granting export licenses. The policy developed by the Law Commission and approved by Cabinet is clear. Modern legislation is necessary in order adequately to address the multiplicity of issues with which this industry is grappling at present. The aim, Madam President, is to create a legislative regime that reflects the industry as a well-regulated modern economy and which legislation strengthens current crime-fighting initiatives in relation to the criminal activities plaguing the industry. The policy accordingly accepts the need to repeal the current act and for the introduction of new legislation to regulate the industry. The bill which is before this chamber today, Madam President, is the culmination of a significant process of consultation which had its origin, as I've said, under the auspices of the Ministry of Trade and Industry. In August 2022, the Office of the Attorney General and Legal Affairs established a scrap metal industry regulation ad hoc committee comprising key stakeholders, including, and I use the word including deliberately because I don't list everyone, the Law Reform Commission, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service Commission, the Customs and Excise Division, the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force, and the Ministry of Trade and Industry. That committee was mandated to consult further and to address the issues plaguing the industry and to make proposals for reform. Since August 2022, stakeholder consultation was conducted in 3 ways. I emphasize that throughout, the Law Reform Commission, which was tasked with preparing the policy and drafting this bill, was provided with responses of the stakeholder consultations and did take into account the views and recommendations of the stakeholder as it proceeded to finalize its policy and the bill. The first consultation was involved a very thorough pertinent feedback from ad hoc committee members for their recommendations to modernize the industry. The second consultation was engaged through a questionnaire which was sent out in October 2022 to the Scrap Iron Dealers Association and other key stakeholders. 245 responses were received, all very pertinent. I repeat that number. 245 responses were received from stakeholders in this industry. Thirdly, in November 2022, along with the Minister of National Security and the Minister of Trade and Industry, I met with collectors and dealers to discuss the way forward. At this meeting, we informed the stakeholders present of the work of the Law Reform Commission of the draft scrap metal bill, which had been prepared months ahead of schedule, invited discussion with stakeholders present, and followed up with an email summary of what the bill proposed, with a further invitation to send in comments for the consideration of the Cabinet when it met to review and approve the bill. Very useful stakeholder input was received. The Commission, Madam President, also undertook a comparative analysis of the laws of regional jurisdictions such as Guyana, Jamaica, Barbados, and internationally the United Kingdom, as it pertains to provisions relating to the industry. Provisions such as the licensing regimes, types of licenses, information to be provided upon application for a license, the provision for a register of licenses, the powers of entry and inspection, as well as offenses and penalties. Madam President, the laws of Barbados, Jamaica, and the United Kingdom are comprehensive and detail particular information that an applicant must provide in his application. This bill adopts much from and reflects many of those provisions. The jurisdictions also examined and provide for a register which has the benefit of creating the forum where the appropriate information on all licenses issued can be recorded, updated, and checked. In line with the provisions of the United Kingdom and Jamaica, this bill provides for the establishment of registers. With respect to the powers of entry and inspection, the respective jurisdictions provide various law enforcement officers with specific powers of entry and inspection, including inspection of vehicles and sites that engage in the scrap metal business. The government of Trinidad and Tobago is cognizant of the fact that any regulatory regime is only as good as the enforcement regime that supports it. Hence, the approved policy recommends a power of entry and inspection. Indeed, One of the things that in consultation with the Ministry of Trade and Industry, I understand is ongoing, is that the Ministry of Trade and Industry will be undertaking a process of training a cadre of scrap metal inspectors so that they can competently enforce the bill when it is passed into law. As concerns offences, the approved policy highlighted the need for higher penalties to encourage compliance with the law and also to act as a deterrent. Madam President, I now turn to examine the bill itself. In brief, the bill speaks to modernizing the law governing the scrap metal industry by repealing the Old Metal and Marine Stores Act and introducing new measures to regulate the business of dealing in scrap metal. Therefore, the bill seeks to provide the line minister, that is the Minister of Trade and Industry, with power to issue, refuse, revoke, renew, suspend, or vary two types of license: a scrap metal collector's license and a scrap dealer's license. To establish registers of licenses granted, to appoint, as I've said, scrap metal inspectors to perform certain functions under the new legislation, and to exercise a regulatory making power. That regulatory making power will be exercised over the next couple months while a comprehensive suite of regulations is built out in further consultation with stakeholders in the industry. The bill also makes provision to regulate how, with whom, and when a licensee may conduct business, such as no business with a child or outside certain hours. And finally, creates numerous offenses to be enforced by way of administrative fines or with hefty penalties, both at summary and indictable levels. I wish to indicate, Madam President, that there were a number of amendments to the bill in the other place, and I will make mention of those amendments as I examine the bill. I will, however, wish to emphasize in addressing those amendments, to emphasize the point to this chamber that the purpose of the amendments is, as a work in progress, to undertake, to proclaim certain provisions of the Act, particularly having regard to sections 25 and 39 of the Act, of the bill, which were amended in the other place, so as to bring that law, once passed by this House, into effect before the end of the year. The purpose being to enable persons who currently hold licenses under the existing Old Metal and Marine Act to be able to resume business in the shortest possible time. And the purpose of getting that industry back on its feet, I have asked members, and I will be asking members, to support the amendments in the bill in the short term to enable us to deem those licenses currently issued and in existence now, which expire at the 31st of December 2022, to be able to be regulated by this new law. Madam President, turning specifically to the bill, Part 1 of the bill contains the preliminary provisions, such as the long title, commencement, and interpretation of words and phrases. I draw particular attention to the definitions of authorized officer, deal in scrap metal, and to note that no copper will be allowed to be traded in or dealt in as part of the scrap metal industry until further notice. The intention of the government is to regulate the industry, to keep the industry under careful review, and at a later point in time, not earlier than 1 year from today, to look to see whether it is possible to allow copper back in as part of the scrap metal business. But for the time being, with the support of this chamber, copper will not be part of the definition of non-ferrous metals, which will be part of the business of scrap dealing. Madam President, in Clause 2, the definition of an authorized officer was amended in the other place to include a constable appointed under the Supplemental Police Act. The government appreciates that it will take the Ministry of Trade and Industry some time before they can appoint and train the scrap metal inspectors. Hence, this amendment seeks to provide additional personnel already existing in law to the ministry, while it puts in place the procedure to appoint those trained scrap metal inspectors and to make for comprehensive regulations. Part 2 of the bill focuses on the new licensing regime. Clause 3 would provide that a person requires a license to conduct the business of dealing in scrap metal, and Clause 4 provides the qualifying criteria to apply for a license, such as age, nationality, and specified criminal convictions. Clause 5 seeks to confer on the line minister the power to grant, refuse, renew, vary, suspend, or revoke a scrap metal collector's license or a scrap metal dealer's license. A license may be issued subject to specified conditions, requirements, or restrictions, but will not be issued retrospectively, nor in relation to a dwelling house. It is to be noted that as a condition of his license, a licensee must consent to the entry of authorized officers on his scrap metal site during working hours to allow the officers to perform their duties, such as inspection of the site, scrap metal records, scrap metal stored there, and generally to ensure compliance with the Act. I wish to indicate, Madam President, that a similar change was made in respect of both clauses 4 and 5 to clarify that the authorized officers would be exercising powers under the entire Act when passed by this House and not just specific sections. Clause 6 will address the issue of applying for a license. This will be set out in greater detail in the regulations, including the application form, the fees, and the form of the license itself. 2 points are to be noted. The licenses are to be valid for 1 year, and secondly, a person applying for a scrap metal dealer's license must name another person as the site manager of the scrap metal site stated in the application. By Clause 7, Madam President, the Minister will have the power to refuse an application for a license in specified circumstances, such as the applicant is a person under 18 years of age, an undischarged bankrupt, or the application contains false or misleading information. In the other place, a further ground was added, that is, the applicant is not a fit and proper person as prescribed. Clause 18 will seek to confer on the Minister, Madam President, a power to renew a license, and this will be done essentially if the applicant has operated within the terms of the Act or the terms and conditions of his license, or other matters which will be set out in the regulations. An application for renewal must be made 3 months before the license expires to the relevant minister in the prescribed form and pay the prescribed fee. Clauses 9 and 10 seek to give to the minister power to revoke or vary a license, respectively, both in specified and prescribed circumstances. Note that a variation cannot transfer a license from one person to another. An application for a variation is made to the minister in the prescribed form upon payment of the prescribed fee and must set out the change required. An obvious case would be where a dealer has appointed a new site manager. Clauses 11, 12, and 13 allow for the application of the principles of natural justice. That is to say, a person will have the right to be heard before the minister decides to suspend, refuse to grant, not review, renew, or revoke a license. And if the minister does not grant, nor renew, or revokes a license, the minister must notify the person of his or her decision with reasons being given for that decision. Clause 11, Madam President, was amended in the other place to expand the power to undertake an inspection prior to suspension from scrap metal inspectors to all authorized officers. This amendment is practical. It is intended to allow the line ministry to establish the procedures to appoint and train scrap metal inspectors in the period from now, hopefully, to not later than the 14th of April, 2023, which is the deemed operationality that Clause 39 is asking this House to give effect to. Madam President, Clause 14 is a prohibition against the transfer or assignment of a license, which will also not pass to a new owner who buys a scrap metal site from a licensed dealer. Part 3 of the bill sets out the provisions to regulate how a person conduct the business of dealing in scrap metal. Clauses 15 and 16 provide that a scrap metal collector's license is required to transport scrap metal. The license must be prominently displayed in the motor vehicle being used to conduct the business. The collector must obtain personal information from the person he purchases or receives scrap metal, and he must get a signed and dated statement from that person that he is the owner of the scrap metal or has the authority to sell it. Clause 15, Madam President, was amended in the other place to clarify that a person transporting scrap metal is required to get a collector's license only if he is dealing in scrap metal, and dealing is defined so that a person taking an old metal household item to a dealer is not a collector and will not require a license. Clause 17, on the other hand, seeks to provide the rules applicable to a scrap metal dealer in the conduct of his business, such as possession of a valid scrap metal dealer's license, satisfying certain prescribed conditions, prominently displaying a copy of his license and a business sign with his name, etc., at his or her scrap metal site. Madam President, Clause 18 seeks to set out some conditions applicable to both a customer, a collector, and a dealer, such as buying or receiving scrap metal only during the hours of 7 a.m. in the morning to 6 p.m. in the evening, sorting or loading scrap metal at a scrap metal site only during the hours 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. No scrap metal business with or employment of a child. No scrap metal business with a person who appears to be under the influence of any intoxicating liquor or drug. Loading of a freight container only at a licensed scrap metal site. Clause 19, Madam President, seeks to impose the duty on a scrap metal dealer who buys or receives scrap metal to keep it at his scrap metal site without selling or altering it for 15 days. And the purpose of that being to allow anyone who suspects that their materials have been stolen and getting a report of that to give notification to the relevant person so that the scrap metal site can be visited and the fact of the stealing investigated. Clause 20 also seeks to impose another duty on a scrap metal dealer who wishes to operate a new business address. He must apply for a new license for the new scrap metal site. Clause 21 will impose a duty on both scrap metal collectors and dealers to keep proper records of their scrap metal business at the time of each transaction, and the record must be in written or electronic form. By Clause 22, the record must be kept for at least 6 years. Part 4 of the bill addresses the issue of exporting scrap metal. It is to be noted that this bill makes no specific provision for an export license for scrap metal. That is, instead, by clauses 23 and 24, a person wishing to export scrap metal will be required to get an export license under the Trade Ordinance 1958 from the minister, because scrap metal, except copper, will be added to the export negative list. The export negative list, Madam President, provides a list of goods requiring a license for export from the minister. The exporter must give at least 7 days written notice to the minister and the Commissioner of Police so that relevant officers can be present to inspect the loading of the scrap metal and certify that it is fit for export. One only has to refer to my earlier remarks at the fact that containers which had been cleared for export at the 12th of August are currently being unloaded and copper is being removed from those containers. In the other place, the need to give the notice in a prescribed form was removed so a person can prepare an ordinary written notice, say by a letter or perhaps even by an email. Part 5 of the bill deals with inspections. By Clause 25, Madam President, provision is being made for inspection of premises by authorized officers who may enter and inspect the scrap metal site, scrap metal on the site, records of vehicles or containers on the site. Entry must be made at a reasonable time when the site is open for business. In light of the prior consent given by licensees to permit the entry of authorized officers to their scrap metal sites, Clause 25 was amended in the other place to make it clear that authorized officers may enter scrap metal sites at any reasonable time in order to perform their duties under the Act. They may use reasonable force if necessary to perform their duties. A police officer, however, would need a warrant to enter a dwelling house if he reasonably believes that an offense under the Act was or is being committed at that dwelling house. By Clause 26, a police officer may stop and search any person whom he suspects is in possession of stolen scrap metal, and if necessary, arrest the person and seize the scrap metal for inspection and investigation. Part 6, Madam President, of the bill deals with scrap metal inspectors. They are to be designated as such by the Minister under Clause 27, and Clause 28 sets out their functions. Clause 27 was amended in the other place to allow the Minister to be able to designate any person for the time being as a scrap metal inspector and not just public officers. The purpose being to expand the pool of persons from whom the Ministry may consider an appointment of such officers. Part 7 of the bill provides for the creation by the Minister of Scrap Metal Collectors Register, a scrap metal dealers register, those being both public registers and a private register. The registers may be in written or electronic form. The public may inspect and get a copy of an extract from any of the public registers. The Minister may disclose data in relation to the private register in very specific, limited circumstances. The Minister will have management of those registers and must ensure that the information therein is correct and updated. Where there is any change in any information in relation to the scrap metal business of a collector or dealer, that scrap metal collector or dealer must inform the Minister, who is required to make the necessary change to the register. Those matters are set out in clauses 29 through to 31. Madam President, Part 8 of the bill seeks to provide for the use of administrative fines in lieu of criminal sanctions. By Clause 33, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Trade will have the discretion to offer a person by notice the chance to pay an administrative fine within 21 days. The offense and the fine will be set out in the regulations. Part 9 of the bill at Clause 34 sets out a number of general offenses which offenses will be punishable summarily or on indictment, such as knowingly giving false or misleading information on an application for a license, operating as a scrap metal inspector or dealer without a license, operating as a scrap metal dealer at a scrap metal site not listed in the license, failing to display the license, displaying a false or invalid license, failing to keep proper records, knowingly falsifying information on the export documentation for the export of scrap metal. Part 10 of the bill seeks to deal with numerous miscellaneous provisions under clauses 35 to 42, such as a general power for the Minister to vary time under the Act, a right of appeal to challenge any decision of the Minister under the Act, a power to the court to suspend or revoke a license upon conviction, a transitional provision to address current licenses, a power to the Minister to make regulations, repeal of the Old Metal and Marine Stores Act, and a consequential amendment to the Proceeds of Crime Act. The consequential amendment to the Proceeds of Crime Act being introduced, recognizing that significant money laundering and other crimes covered under the Proceeds of Crime Act can take place within this industry. In the other place, Madam President, Clause 39 was deleted and a new clause was inserted. Clause 39 will allow licenses under the current Act to be deemed to be scrap metal dealers' licenses until the 14th of April 2023 or such later date as the Minister may by order determine. And that, as I have said before, and I emphasize, is being done in order to permit persons who currently have licenses to begin to resume their operations and to earn a livelihood in the shortest possible time. In order to benefit from this provision, the license holder will be required to make a declaration that he consents to the entry of authorized officers onto his scrap metal site. The form of the declaration is set out in the second schedule, which was amended to be included in the other place to make it easy for license holders to comply with this condition. When I say was amended, it was amended by insertion. It did not exist in the original draft of the bill which came to the other place. The date of the 14th of April 2023 was selected because it is the same date already set out in Legal Notice 2015 of 2022, which extended the periods of time specified in Section 4A1 of the current Act. The Minister will also be empowered to impose terms and conditions on these transitional scrap dealers' licenses and to specify the scrap metal sites to which they apply. Madam President, the deeming of existing licenses to scrap metal dealers' licenses will make existing license holders and the scrap metal dealers under the Act regulated and capable of being regulated by certain prescribed provisions which will be partially proclaimed once this bill is passed into law. Hence, the government will be able to bring certain enforcement and other provisions of the Act which regulate the scrap metal dealers into force in order to enable those dealers to resume business. For example, authorized officers would be able to begin entering and inspecting scrap metal sites now, charging scrap metal dealers for offenses under the Act, and monitoring the loading of containers for the export of scrap metal. Because whilst we recognize the need of persons, the small business community in particular, to resume operations, we also have to ensure that we do not allow the reopening of the door for the rampant criminal and illegality which obtained prior to August 12, 2022. This amendment will also ensure that current licensed scrap dealers will be able to operate once this new Section 39 comes into place. Madam President, in the other place, Clause 42 was added to the bill, as I've already said, to effect a consequential amendment to the Proceeds of Crime Act to address certain concerns that were raised in relation to the FIU, such as the supervisory authority, who will have the authority to supervise the scrap metal industry. It is proposed that scrap metal be included as a listed business in the first schedule of the Proceeds of Crime Act, and offenses committed under the Scrap Metal Act 2022 be included as offenses in the categories of offenses listed in the second schedule. In conclusion, Madam President, the current Act, the Old Metal and Marine Stores Act, Chapter 84, Number 7, having come into force on the 26th of August, 1904, is outdated, inadequate, and treats inappropriately and insufficiently with this very bustling, thriving industry in the 21st century. Consequently, the bill seeks to provide this new modern regulatory framework to manage the scrap metal industry today. The government is confident that the bill will address the many challenges, including the criminal issues facing the industry. Madam President, I beg to move.
Honourable Senators, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled An Act to Create Measures to Regulate the Business of Dealing in Scrap Metals and for Other Related Matters be now read a second time. Senator John.
Thank you so much, Madam President, for the opportunity to join the debate. Madam President, I just want to bring to your attention that we received the amended bill a little late this morning. So I don't know, in the event that I'm debating from the bill we had prior, please, because we're not able to get the amendments. I don't know if that will make a fundamental difference to what I have to say this morning. But the scrap metal bill is brought against the background where it is claimed that the local scrap metal business is worth approximately $260 million today, as opposed to $69 million in 2009. Correspondingly or coincidentally, the data presented from the police reveal that in 2020, there were 58 reports of scrap iron theft and 30 arrests. The following year, 2021, there were 87 reports and 52 arrests. And between January and August of this year, there were 162 reports and 136 arrests. Madam President, in August of this year, I suppose as a result, the government announced a ban on the scrap metal industry until next year. The government speakers, Madam President, in the other place, did not inform the country why it was necessary to completely close down a $260 million industry as a remedy for what they described as the action of a few criminal elements. The trade has reduced unemployment to some extent because, as we are aware, this government policies has resulted in the loss of over 150,000 jobs. Madam President, the president of the TNT Scrap Metal Dealers Association claimed that Petrotrin accounted for 75% of the steel collected for the scrap yard and advances its closure corresponded with the recent escalation in metal theft. Because the scrap metal trade has become the major source of livelihood for countless people, the number being quoted by the president of the Trinidad and Tobago Scrap Metal Association is 25,000 people. And notwithstanding the global value, which was mentioned by the Attorney General of US 128 billion, many in that sector, they are poor. 90% of the 25,000 are poor, according to the president of the Scrap Metal Association. And they opt for scrap metal scavenging because it requires very little skill, expertise, or even academic qualification. For some of them, the trade is a lucrative one, but for the majority, it is just a means of survival. A means to an end. These recyclers collect the scrap metals without any protective clothing. They go to the neighborhoods who have not heard the cry from the pickups, buying scrap metal, old battery buying. So they gather their stuff from all over, you know, the dumps, fitting shop, ports, harbors, homes, broken down wheelbarrows, copper cables, etc., old fridge and stove. And of course, some have engaged in the theft and vandalism of public infrastructure, which we on the opposition side, we don't condone at all. Madam President, as Senator Mark argued in this place, too many people are on the breadline, too many families are suffering. You need to take some urgent measures, therefore, to restore that industry. And although the Attorney General has said they are trying to get the bill proclaimed by the end of this year, you see, there is a bill that comes before that is being repealed, the Old Metal and Marine Stores Act, Madam President. And basically, some of the material clauses with respect to scrap metal dealers, it said at clause 3, it shall not be lawful of this bill, sorry, Madam President, of 26 August 1904, and at clause 3, dealers to be licensed. It shall not be lawful for any person to carry on the business of a dealer in all metal or marine stores unless he has previously obtained a license under this act. So this law is in effect. So what I think will be helpful is how many people of the 25,000 are currently licensed to operate in this sector, because it means, therefore, there has been a breakdown in the oversight. So even if the Attorney General is saying if this bill is proclaimed, or when it is proclaimed at the end of the year, people are going to go back to work, how many of the 25,000 will be going back to work? And I think that is very material, because many of them are most likely have not been abiding by the dictates of this existing law. So, Madam President, I said 25,000 people will be impacted. How they will live, how they will take care of their families, because since the last 4 months that this industry has been closed, you know, they are probably hanging on by the skin of their teeth. And the government over this period, what has come before the Parliament now at this end of the 4 months period is a regime of licensing and other arrangements, which according to them is intended to disincentivize theft and vandalism of public infrastructure. Madam President, I note the strategic objective of this bill as follows. 1, reduce the theft of metal. 2, increase the number of offenders brought to justice in relation to the metal theft and non-compliance with the appropriate legislation. 3, Madam President, to disrupt organized crime networks involved in metal theft activity. 4, implement a structured pattern of scrap metal dealer visits and oversight. 5, improve compliance with the Scrap Metal Act when passed, proclaimed. 6, development of an enhanced intelligence picture of metal theft activity across the country, because that too will form part of whatever measures will be put in place in terms of being prohibitive to people who has intention to break the law. So, Madam President, in that regard, as the Attorney General said, we deal with the preliminaries, and part 2 of the bill treats with the licensing regime as associated with the bill. Madam President, at clause 3 of the bill, collectors and dealers to be licensed. And 3.1 says no person shall carry on the business of a scrap metal collector unless he has previously obtained a scrap metal collector's license under this act. And at 3.2, subclause 2, no person shall carry on the business of a scrap metal dealer. Madam President, this is in light of the fact that what now obtains, it's I think at some sort of committee issuing these licenses. All of this revolves around this 25,000 people. It all revolves around a minister who has the power or who will be empowered to issue, refuse, revoke, renew, suspend, or vary the 2 types of licensing. It will be interesting how this can be done efficiently to ensure that these people are put back to work. Madam President, under the eligibility for a license, a person or entity who is 18 years of age or older. Madam President, many times in this business, what you find is that it's a family business. The Minister of Trade talks about the small and medium enterprises. This is a micro, small, maybe medium type of enterprise. What are we doing when we are saying, because we are basically putting people out of business, when we are saying a person or entity who is 18 years of age. In the old Marine, Metal and Marine Act, they spoke at clause 6.4, they spoke about persons being 14 years old. Clause 6.4, no person shall employ any servant or apprentice or other person under the age of 16 years to purchase or receive such metal or stores. In, I think, the Kenya Act of edition of what we have here, they have 14 years. Why are we going to 18 years of age? I mean, what happens here is this business is a community business. You have a man and his children, the wife, everybody's involved in this business. Or a young man who is in the community may have just left school, he can't get a job, he's probably not skilled. So I think putting 18 years and us sticking to that is extremely punitive. Why not 16 years? Kenya has 14 years. You know, we have to legislate for our people. You know, we can't make this thing so punitive. What about 18 years old that is so magical that we can't allow even the 16 years from the old bill to still obtain? Madam President, in clause 4, subsection 2, a person who has been convicted of an indictable offense under the Dangerous Drugs Act or the Proceeds of Crime Act shall not be eligible for a license. I saw in the, I think the Newsday of yesterday, the president is saying that, you know, many people come to them and they help many people. You know, they said, I'm looking to see what he said about that. He said another measure he found especially harsh prohibited someone who had been convicted of certain crimes from applying for a license. The business employs thousands of people who have run into problems with the law. We take them and they work with us and they buy vans and start collecting. I mean, isn't it when someone has paid, you know, whatever they have to pay to the society when they are incarcerated, that their lives is restored? Why are we being so punitive that we are saying that this person cannot now earn a living, although they would have done their time? Madam President, in looking at the Scrap Metal Dealers Act, the UK version, 2013, and a lot, if you look at our own, a lot of us, what we have here would have been modeled on that. At clause 3, subsection 8, Madam President, treating with the same issue, eligibility for a license. If the applicant or any site manager has been convicted of a relevant offense, the authority may include the license, one or both of the following conditions: that the dealer must not receive scrap metal except between the hours of 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. on any day. So what they have said is, you have had a problem, but we are not going to shut you out of the society that you can't earn a living. What are you supposed to do now? But they have put a rider, and they say may, not shall, right? And they put a provision of when they can collect scrap iron. Madam President, I think we can use that. We'll be well advised to use that as a model that people can be reintegrated into society. Madam President, it goes on at clause 4, subsection 4, where subject to Section 5, an application for a license shall be accompanied by a declaration in the prescribed form that if the license is that if the license is granted, the licensee shall consent to the entry of authorized officer on any scrap metal site specified in the license during working hours or such other times as the scrap metal site is open, etc. So what is being said here is that we are going to dangle this in front of you, and if you don't allow people to violate your rights, your enshrined rights, because you have that right under the Constitution, and I think Chapter 4, the right of property, that some stranger must just come and get into your house to say he's coming to inspect. Madam President, I cannot see how that is right at all. And because it goes on to Clause 5, subsection 7, where it shall be a condition of a license that the licensee's consent to entry of authorized officers on any scrap metal site specified in the license during working hours. So again, they are telling you it's a condition, no license for you who are poor and distressed and cannot find a job anywhere because this government has provided none, no opportunities, that you have to tell some stranger to come into your house and come into your business place. It goes on to 25, Clause 25, where a police officer may, if necessary, use that now, again, they can, sorry, am I at the right place? 25, all right, 25. Sorry, Madam President. Right, sorry. An authorized officer may, at any reasonable time, so that's for the inspection of premises, when the scrap metal site is open, again, you have to allow them to enter your house. So, Madam President, on the UK side, I think at Clause 16, you know, these people have made their laws for people, you know. They want to get the outcome, but at least it is reasonable law and it is good law. And they are saying, yes, people have the right to enter, and basically a constable or the officer of a local authority may enter and inspect a licensed site at any reasonable time on notice, etc. And we have basically word for word here. But we have to give someone the opportunity or the authority to just come and enter our place of business without the necessary authority as far as I'm concerned, because what this law is doing is to give them that authority, and we are giving up our rights, our enshrined rights. Madam President, the minister's authority to grant, revoke, etc. license at Clause 5, the minister shall have the power to grant, refuse, renew, vary, suspend, or revoke your license. And again, this is a one-year license. And it goes on at another section that 9 months after, you have to go and apply for this new license. In other jurisdictions, Madam President, it has 3 years. Why can't we give 3 years? What every year this minister has to be going over these to revoke, to grant, to renew, to refuse, to suspend 25,000 license or the potential for 25,000 license. At 5.2, Madam President, a license under subsection 1 may be granted, renewed, varied, or suspended by the minister, subject to any conditions, requirements, or restrictions as the minister considers necessary. So I suppose these conditions will be detailed in the regulations, because I don't believe that this minister will have these overwhelming powers and they are going to be arbitrary. Already, I think the regulations are being laid by negative resolution. So this, again, is another issue where you have a minister with all of these powers to just sit down and decide who is getting a license and who will not get a license. And again, these are people who are already on the brink. Madam President, at Clause 5, Subclause 5, a license shall not be granted in respect of a dwelling house. I mean, I don't know that the Honourable Minister really did consultations, because he would have known that many of these businesses are placed at the front of the dwelling house. As a matter of fact, this same Newsday article of yesterday, Mr. Ferguson, their president, said that another issue is that many dealers in the, I quote, industry have houses behind their scrapyards, and some of them are squatting. So when the government is telling them they have to get town and country and EMA plan approval, it means they have to close their yards. Madam President, these are serious issues. We can't write laws that are so punitive to really bring people who are already on the brink closer to the brink. This is really not understanding the business of the scrapyard. Many of them have their businesses right there. They live behind. They don't live in any fancy area. I mean, I heard in the other place somebody said, well, you wouldn't want somebody to place a scrapyard next to your house. This is a community issue. People live in this community, a lot of rural communities, a lot of them squat. You know, they are there, they show up first. And we are telling people, you can't run this business now in front of your house and it's behind. Do we know how many of these businesses have dwelling houses? People live there. Because the consolidation, of course, it's not rich people. I mean, we bandy about 128 billion US and 260 million TT, as if that is going into one man's pocket. It are not rich people inside of this. The president of the Scrap Dealers Association said 90%, that is 22,500, are poor. And he should know he's in the business. So the majority are very poor people who are really just getting by. And I hope the government would really look at that and try to find a way to make some additional amendments. Because here is the president of the Scrap Dealers Association speaking out, even after he would have followed carefully the debate in the other place. Madam President, at 6.1, a person or entity who A, deals or proposes to deal in scrap metal or scrap metal collector, or B, owns and operates or proposes to own and operate scrap metal site, shall apply to the minister for the appropriate license to do so. So I've seen that the fees, if you run counter to the law, they are extremely high and very, very punitive. I'm hoping that that is not so, that it will not be, the government will not use the fee as a deterrent, as a barrier to people getting into this business. Madam President, right, I spoke about the 3 months and this thing that 9 months into your license, you have to go again to the minister to start the process all over again. Madam President, at clause 12, representation in the case of refusal, non-renewal, or revocation of the license. So if in 12.1 it has, if the minister proposes to, A, refuse to grant a license under section 7, B, refuse to renew a license under section 8, or C, revoke a license under section 9, it has where you have right of appeal. So at, I think, subclause 7, this you have, if the applicant or licensee informs the minister that he wishes to make oral representations, the minister shall give him the opportunity of appearing before and being heard by a person appointed by the minister. Madam President, this is himself to himself. I mean, the minister is appointing somebody to listen to you. It's better the minister put themselves then to listen, because how is this seen as without bias? This, I don't think this is acceptable at all, that this person appointed by the minister will be able to give an unbiased view, an unbiased decision when it comes to someone, or because already the minister would have refused the license. How can this person believe and be confident that they are getting a fair hearing in this kind of situation? Madam President, when I heard the minister, the Attorney General spoke about the restriction on transportation, because that was an issue in my mind in terms of the person who would have come about and picked up an old fridge and an old stove. And people really depend on that. And they move it, I think, free of charge. I'm trying to... Madam President, at clause 18.1, no person shall, A, purchase or receive scrap metal except between the hours of 7 o'clock in the morning and 6 o'clock in the evening. I think, well, that is also in the old Act. But I don't know how that is going to stop someone from stealing scrap metal. I don't know that this makes sense, that you are going to stop someone from conducting the business. There are people who like to start at 5 in the morning or 4 in the morning when you're working for yourself. You're really hustling, you know, and basically I think it is extremely punitive. Why we want to do that? Who is going to oversee all of this? Already we have an act in place where it would have grown into 25,000 unregulated, unmanaged, a mess, you know, where we have come to the point we have to close it all down. 25,000 people on the breadline suffering. And we don't have a care in the world. We are talking about somebody has to, this person have to open their gates at 7 in the morning to 6 in the evening and just go inside and lie down and wait until 7 the next morning to come out again. People don't work like this. People hustle. Particularly when your life is on the line. You have a mortgage to pay. You have my wife to look after. You have children to feed. You know, you really want every hour. You want to work 24 hours a day. At least that's the way I know it. I'm from Charlottesville, and that is the way I know it. My grandfather used to come from the garden and go out in the sea. That's how I know it. And that to this day, that's how I work in a different way.
Senator John, just 1 second. I just want to remind all members that whoever wants to speak on this bill will get that opportunity. So hold back and let us listen to Senator John, please.
Thank you, Madam President. I don't know if it's when I said Charlottesville. It's the most beautiful place on earth, you know. But I'm telling you, we have strong work ethic there. You understand? My grandfather, as I told you, will go in the bush in the morning, you know, and in the evenings, he look at the sky and he goes out to the sea, comes in 6 in the morning, sleeps a little bit, and he's off to the bush again. So we know about that. So I don't understand this 7 o'clock in the morning, and this is not good enough for someone who really hustling. They really need every waking hour, and I'm hoping that the Honorable Line Minister for this bill, who understands business, knows the kind of hustle that it takes to keep your business going. And this is a business with potential at 260 million. And I suppose it is an earner of precious foreign exchange. Madam President, under the Part 4, export of scrap metal, if I'm to go down to clause 24, notice to export scrap metal. A person who exports scrap metal shall give at least 7 days written notice in the prescribed form. You know, and I mean, I'm going far ahead. The amount of they have to do, write down this and write down that, I don't know how people are going to survive. Maybe that is the government's intention, that people will just drop out of this sector completely. I don't understand that. So now they have to give 7 days notice in a prescribed form to the Minister and the Commissioner of Police of the intention to load the scrap metal for export. Does that mean the Commissioner of Police will now have to assign a police officer who is so busy because, I mean, I don't have to say here the kind of crime situation we have in the country. So you have to send a police officer who has to probably have a driver and all the other apparatus around that to come and look at these people load scrap iron. And we have 25,000 people. I mean, how many are involved in the export of metal? I am not sure. But certainly, this is taking away from the issues that we have now. So again, this is treating people as if they are not matured, they are really lawless. And I think the government would have said, it is just a few. If it's a few, we must know who these few are, who misbehaving. You know, some little fella along the way ain't going and steal no bell and no sluice gate and this kind. I don't think they have the mechanism to pull that up. But I might be wrong. So, but notwithstanding that, Madam President, we have a murderous country, it appears, and we really need every hand on deck as it is right now. Madam President, inspection of premises. That is clause 25. Now, clause 25, an authorized officer may at any reasonable time, when a scrap metal site is open for business, on notice to the site manager, enter and inspect. So, all right, I think we are clear, and I've seen this in all of the other pieces of legislation I have looked at. However, Madam President, I want to draw your attention to 25 subclause 5. Where a police officer may, if necessary, use reasonable force in the exercise of the powers under a warrant under subsection 3. We have this same clause in the UK's Act at clause 16. Clause 16, subclause 4. And it has constable or an officer of a local authority is not entitled to use force. So they have put it in law that they cannot use force. Madam President, because why do we think we have to legalize the police using force? Only, I mean, was it yesterday or today, we have in the papers, Guardian front page, brutal arrest, where just some people walking along. I'm not saying that we don't have problems in the country, Madam President. We do. But why will we want to enshrine in law that the police must use force at somebody's business place? The police will do, I mean, a lot of our police are professional and they'll do what they have to do. I believe once I see the police, I stop, if you understand. I say, hello, I'm very nice. They'll tell you that. Very, very respectful. I think everybody's like that. Nobody wants to come into any confrontation with the police. So why we have to say they can use force? Because just yesterday, we are seeing last night, it was on the news, where some gentleman, I don't know if he was going about his business, with a little baby, they say he called a child, but a baby in his hand. And I don't know, I guess the police around their normal business could stop anybody who looks suspicious. And Madam President, I mean, in this country, if you're black and poor, and if you're in Belmont, they'll stop you, right? Which they did, you know, they did, which they did, right? And basically the matter escalated to the point where the child, I read in the papers, was, I don't know if they were damaged, but this baby was hit on the neck. And what were the people charged for? Disorderly behavior, resisting arrest, and obscene language. So one could take out that they had no guns, they had no drugs, and they probably had their license and insurance. Madam President, the point I'm making is the people in this sector are poor and black and maybe brown, right? That is our reality. Right, we don't have to empower the police to go with force now. I think this is a little bit much and a little overreach, and basically, Madam President, if the government could look at that again, we have enough violence in the country without enshrining it in law. At Part 6, scrap metal inspectors, the Minister 727.1, the Minister may by order designate public officers to be scrap metal inspectors. Well, that's a whole other story in terms of who is going to manage this system of rules, of forms, of oversight, of, you know, who collecting, who dealing. It's quite a lot. And when it is that this minister will find, what time they will have to put in these scrap metal inspectors and all the regime of oversight that will be necessary to police these 25 or manage these 25,000 people who are now operating in this system. Again, the Attorney General would have spoken about being ready to move at the end of this year with who is already licensed. And I really will want the government to tell us how many of these people have valid license at this time. I think that is very important, because they may get the law proclaimed on the 31st of December this year, but when all is said and done, it might have 10 people operating or 100 people operating out of the 25,000. I think that is a very important thing, because it means that you will have about 24,000 people not having any work, any opportunity to work, nowhere to earn a living, and it means that we'll be solve one problem, and then crime will further escalate. Right? So, Madam President, I think that is something one has to really look at. Who are these people, and whether they can give provisional license. And in coming back to the dwelling house, if the government is adamant that they don't want people in their dwelling house, probably not knowing how many people doing this business out of their dwelling house, are they going to give a provisional license and give them some time within which to move their businesses? I mean, I see the president asking for what you call it, state lands. I wouldn't go all there. I'm simply asking, what will be the mechanism? Because at the end of the day, if it is these people are helping themselves, these are people who you don't have to give CPEP to, or hamper to, People, when they are working for them, people are proud. People don't want government to give them any handout. This way, men feel they have to give them any handout. People don't want handout. They don't care. They are proud. They go. They will. For somebody to get up in the morning and say, I am going to rub it in garbage dump. there with all with all the proper clothing and so on. It's somebody who really on the edge and they're just determined, I must look after myself and my family. Because when you talk about the 25,000 people, does that mean that's their children, wife, and what have you? Or this is the 25,000 primary people who are involved in this trade? Because if you multiply that by wife and children, we are talking about hundreds of thousands of people. All right, so, Madam President, I think my colleagues, I'm not finished, but I think my colleagues will do the rest on this bill because, Madam President, if criminals are able to monetize stolen metal, it incentivizes theft as an easy way to make money and society pays the disproportionate cost. As such, the intention or the aim of these combined measures is to attack the nerve center of criminal syndicates according to the government. Madam President, metal theft, whether it is the sluice gate or the church bell, it affects everyone. And the impact on our communities is immense, from loss of power to the home and loss of internet connectivity to desecrated churches. All our lives are affected by this problem. That is why the opposition is not against measures which are designed to reform the industry to support legitimate dealers and tighten the net around those who flout the laws. In conjunction with this legislation, the law has to be supported by stronger law enforcement activity and real oversight. So in giving this minister all these wide and sweeping powers, it looked good and the minister might feel proud and so on. But then how practical is it to operationalize this bill when there should be a sense of urgency? We have 25,000 people affected, with the president of the Scrap Metal Association saying 90% of them are very poor. And I think we can't debate this bill without thinking about that. Madam President, the Attorney General has indicated in the other place that because I don't think we have seen anything about the payment system, but I think he indicated there will be some kind of hybrid system. I just want to draw his attention that the British Metals Recycling Association has, in the support of their own bill, they said a cash ban alone will not reduce the metal theft. And in this jurisdiction, a lot of these recyclers are unbanked. They have no relationship with the bank because we know the punitive measures. They want to know your mother name, your mother. I mean, it's a mess. It is just a mess. So if we are putting that in place, we have to make it easy for the folks to go and be able to get this, account with the bank. So in a statement following implementation of the bill in 2013, that is the UK bill, Madam President. What's the name of the UK bill? It's the Scrap Metal Dealers Act 2013 of the UK. The British Metal Recycling Association said banning cash alone will have a devastating effect on legitimate small traders, whilst having little effect on the rate of metal theft. So someone has been there, they have done that, so they are telling you, taking cash out doesn't stop anything. Because when a man is desperate, he will do what he thinks he has to do to survive and for his family to survive. So unless there's a robust regulatory framework to back it up, the Scrap Metal Dealers Act aimed to improve regulation and enforcement to rid the industry of illegal and unscrupulous dealers really will not be doing what it is meant to do at this point in time. Madam President, another good thing they did is that, that's the UK, is that they had a review of the Act. And the review would have told them, and they did that review in 2016, etc. Now, so many times we do a bill, whether it's a bail bill or what have you, and we don't review it. I think what they did is to actually put in a clause called the review of the Act. And they set out on time to review it, to see how it is working, what is working and what is not working. And they have a whole report.
Senator John, you have 5 more minutes.
5 more minutes. I thank you so much, Madam President, for that. So they went on and they reviewed the bill, and there are various clauses in the bill that they would have told you, well, this work, but they never said it is not a good act, a good law. They said, yes, it is necessary. We need the law. But basically, there were areas that they spoke about, and they had people independently responding and would have told them how to make the act work better and what they could leave alone. Madam President, even in Kenya, because this is not, Trinidad is not alone in this challenge. All across the world, you have it. And in Kenya, for instance, there was a full prohibition in 2010, and that was formulated into law in 2014. But however, they said this was insufficient to stop metal theft. And this year again, Kenya again imposed a full prohibition on scrap metal. I think that is happening right now in South Africa also, because while there are illegal metal recyclers who benefit from and are complicit in the pillaging of public infrastructure and should be criminally prosecuted, it is patently unfair to paint everyone in the industry with the same brush. The fact is that there is a significant proportion of those in the industry who abide by the law and conduct legitimate business dealings. They come around. Buying scrap iron, old battery buying, those are legitimate. They come around, they take whatever, and I don't know if there's a little trade. And in this regard, we urge the government to get their act together quickly with this industry. This extended closure has negatively affected Trinidad and Tobago families. These are very vulnerable people who are on the brink. Madam President, we really are not very optimistic, never mind how the Attorney General songs, about the end of the year, because we have come here and we have debated bills that the government said were very urgent, very important. Procurement legislation comes to mind. What we call, famously called the pepper spray bill. Women are still dying like flies and they can't even get a fighting chance. So we are not optimistic, but of course, we wish them well that this bill could get into operation for the sake of the people. Because I can tell them, given what is going on in the country, if they don't do it, it will be left to the UNC to do it very shortly. I thank you, Madam President.
Senator Richards. Senator Richards.
Thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity to join this debate on the Scrap Metal Bill 2022. The objectives, which include, in my own words, to regulate the sector, the industry, to facilitate employment opportunities, because it is primarily under the Ministry of Trade and Industry, so one would expect because of that, it is positioned that way to develop a sector, to deal with criminality, including money laundering, theft, vandalism, to manage the scrap metal products. Also, one of the issues I want to raise is, and I think it's quite absent in this bill, to manage the environmental effects, which I will go into for a while, because there are some significant environmental effects that are associated with the scrap metal industry globally, and also to manage the export of scrap iron products. And, we're using the word scrap iron, but I think it's important to understand the issue has come about because the pieces of metal being stolen and vandalized are not scrap iron. Ironically, it is metals and items that are legitimately owned by sectors, telecom, utilities, private sector, that are being stolen and vandalized at great cost. And people are claiming it as scrap iron and transferring it as scrap iron, but it is not necessarily scrap iron. It's not scrap iron at all. In the explanatory note, the bill proposes to provide a modern regulatory framework to manage the scrap iron industry in light of the archaic nature of the Old Metal and Marine Stores Act, Chapter 8407, which, as following the debate in the other place, it's actually a 100-year transition from one piece of legislation to a proposed new piece of legislation. And one could imagine, if you're making a century jump in legislation, there are some aspects of it that are going to have to be drastic and radical, because it has not been evolved over the years to deal with an evolving paradigm. The bill also seeks to provide the relevant minister with powers to issue, refuse, revoke, review two types of licenses, establish a register of licenses granted inspectors to perform certain functions under the new legislation, and it creates numerous offenses to be enforced with hefty penalties, both at the summary and indictable level. So I want to just go through some of the issues raised by the previous speaker, Senator John. Some I agree with and some I strongly disagree with. Let me start with the ones I agree with. And the issue Senator John raised about the issue of cash and understanding the sector as it presently stands in terms of the transfer of cash to legitimate scrap iron as proposed in the legislation, and understanding the persons who operate in the sector and what their constraints may be. We don't want, because what has happened in some of the other jurisdictions, and I'll go through some international context in a short while, is many jurisdictions face the same problem on a much larger scale because of the size of the countries. And they moved with dispatch to regulate because of the impact it was having in those jurisdictions, as we are facing in Trinidad and Tobago. But in doing so, as Senator John indicated, the review that was carried out in 2 years, 3 years after those bills were passed in 2014, 2010, 2013 in various jurisdictions, it found that it actually pushed the sector more underground and created more problems because there was a lack of understanding of the persons in the sector and how they operate and the level they operate at in a developing industry, because part of the regulation of it is to evolve an industry because it is a lucrative industry. So I agree with that from Senator John. I agree with the idea, not only in this bit of legislation, but in others. We generally go with a sunset clause, but a review clause where it's mandatory that we come and look at it after a particular time frame, I think is also a very productive suggestion, because we're not going to get it right first, as with many pieces of legislation. But I think having something like a review clause can be productive. I also agree with her suggestion that we don't need to further codify the use of reasonable force. The police know what they're doing, or we have to presume that. The police will go into a situation, and they are already trained, we presume, into what level of force is required under what circumstances. So to further codify that, to me, is unnecessary and may also, unfortunately, encourage some officers to have free license to go the extra distance, and that will create more problems. We're already seeing the videos on social media where there are questions about legitimate use of so-called, in parentheses or in quotations, reasonable force. So I don't think we need to put that in this legislation. Police are trained, police understand their regulations, and there's no need to add in this, unless you have a particular concern that you want to articulate in this sector, that these persons in this sector are more violent than usual, which I don't think anyone can prove at this stage. So I really disagree that you have to include reasonable force as an additional piece in this legislation. So those are my points of convergence with Senator John. The points I disagree on, I strongly disagree with anyone 16 years being allowed to work in this industry. Strongly disagree. We have to protect young people, and a 16-year-old is a minor. And though there may be minors from families in dire economic circumstances, we have to protect the 16-year-old. The more productive suggestion is to train that 16-year-old to be a contributor in another way, or if he or she decides after they reach 18, which is the legal age of adulthood, they can join the industry if they so feel under the provisions in the Act. But I don't think we should be legislating that 16-year-olds be a part of this. Even Senator John identified, in many cases, these are under dangerous circumstances, it's scrap iron, and we're not sure that it'll be safe for a 16-year-old to be a part of this. I also disagree with the fact that we should be legislating to encourage or continue squatters in any particular sector. That is retrograde, and it's going to create more problems down the road. Madam President, the AG indicated this is a $128 billion global value industry. In the other place, which I followed closely, he indicated, the Honorable AG, that is, there were 130 or so dealers in Trinidad and Tobago, 10 or so exporters, and depending on who you listen to, and I really don't think we have the kind of credible information that we want to have where the size of the sector is here and the number of persons employed, but the general figure falls between 20,000 and 25,000 persons employed in various scrap iron yards. So with that, we also need to understand there are employment and labor issues associated with this. And around the world, there is also exploitation because of the unregulated sector that we're seeking to regulate here. So regulation is important because it provides a layer of protection for persons who are vulnerable in this particular labor market. So I think it's critically important. Mr. Vice President, around the world, and this problem is hardly unique to Trinidad and Tobago, the sector identified £220 million in annual theft, where the UK Act in 2013 was aimed to reduce the losses in the telecom sector by £90.5 million. That's just the telecom sector in the UK. If we do not deal with it now, it will have devastating effects on our telecom utilities and private sector enterprises. Before the 2013 Act in the UK, England and Wales, it was an all-time high with crimes commonly directed at non-ferrous metals, including copper, which is not contemplated in this act, lead, aluminium. In 2010, 2011, there were between, listen to this, in the UK and Wales, 80,000 to 100,000 police recorded metal offences. That's in 1 year in the UK. So you see the size of the problem globally. There are also issues related to the environmental impact of scrap metal on the industry, because in an article which is titled Environmental Impacts of Scrap Metal Industries, Examination of Vertical Seepage of Scrap Metal Effluents, Heavy Metals, into the Aquifers by Chukwu and Anofeli 2014 in the Journal of Science and Technology Research. And the results, the discussion and results indicated, Mr. Vice President, that water quality around scrap iron yards, which are unregulated, showed a concentration of heavy metals obtained from water sources close to the scrap metal dumps and operations, including including effluents that are carcinogenic and cause cancer. And this particular bill, although I saw references to the EMA, doesn't specifically speak to EMA officers inspecting licensed scrap iron yards, which I think we need to include either in this or moving forward, because it pollutes waterways, it pollutes agricultural land, and it is having devastating effects in an unregulated environment. So I think this is something we need to contemplate in this iteration of the bill. And research has shown that these heavy metals from scrap metal dump sites or licensed sites have greatly influenced this plant species distribution in those areas, and the aquatic ecosystems have been polluted by these heavy metals, and there could be a percolation of heavy metals into soil depths. Water can be washed off by erosion downstream into rivers, and so affect humankind, man, plants, animals, and affect us down the road. There's also an article which is titled Social Economic Impact of Scrap Metal Businesses in Dar es Salaam, the case of the Kinondoni municipality in Tanzania, where the impact of the scrap metal business on infrastructure on the Tanzanian telecom company, TTCL, between January and September 2005, that company lost US $358 million. So it is not exclusive to us. And I have quite a bit of information in the US context in an article by the Theft of Scrap Iron by Brandon Cool, April 2010, where the Tucson Weekly reported a 1 year 150% increase in metal theft. The UK's Guardian, 5-fold increase. Associated Press, losing $50 million a year to customers. Reuters, Russian police detained a 45-year-old city employee stealing a bridge, a whole bridge east of Moscow. We lost a church bell. We lost a sluice gate. They would lose a whole bridge. I don't think we get there yet. The Dallas Morning News reported a 227% increase, right? The Associated Press reported multiple police raids on 6 scrap yards owned by Omnisource, the largest scrap iron dealer in Indianapolis, after a year-long investigation by 51 Metropolitan Police officers. So the issue is not exclusive to Trinidad and Tobago, and jurisdictions have had to deal with it because, and some in the other place have suggested it's because of economic issues, yes, but the larger issue I'm coming to now in a short while Mr. Vice President, the harms caused by scrap metal theft in the US include replacing components, repairing equipment, reimbursing customers for lost service, covering lost revenues to utility, damage to education sector, damage to health sector, replacing structures and infrastructure for transportation cost. Among the factors contributing to metal theft around the world, according to the International Industrialization and Metals Market, in early 2002, copper price hit record lows, falling to 65 cents a pound on the London Metal Exchange. This changed as Asian countries began to rapidly industrialize, with China receiving the most attention because of its 20% global copper consumption and Olympic preparation at that time. Scrap metals became the second largest American export to China behind electronics. By mid-2006, copper was worth $4 a pound. Demand in Europe and the US increased in 2003, driven by new construction and impending wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. So there's a global context and understanding of where and why we started to see the exponential rise in the theft of copper and metals around the world. The rise in theft driven by offenders' recognition that there weren't regulatory frameworks in place. They were getting away with it. It was under the radar and nobody was monitoring it effectively, right? And the metal market conditions made unsecured metal susceptible to increased theft, causing a boom in scrap metal exports that were not regulated or scanned at ports. Vulnerable locations, construction sites, playgrounds, taverns, infrastructure, city infrastructure, salvage metal dealers, and home. Plumbing fixtures, copper, wires, air conditioners, vehicle parts. Vehicles in some jurisdictions started to become quite lucrative. We have seen an increase, according to the Commissioner of Police, in vehicle thefts in Trinidad and Tobago. Manhole covers, sewer gates, Trinidad and Tobago. So we're not exclusive here. Going straight into the bill, Mr. Vice President, there are some, I looked at Malawi, United Kingdom, Australia, and one other place, and China, actually, right? One of the issues that we need to look at is in the bill itself, in Clause 2 in this Act, and what the word to buy means. And in the normal sense of the word to buy is clearly understood by all of us. What has been happening around the world, through you to the Honorable Attorney General, is that because the industry was allowed to flourish around the world in an unregulated market, it became part of the network of terrorism, of money laundering, and so the word to buy in this context meant the transfer of large sums, or large amounts, of scrap metal in exchange for guns, in exchange for ammunition. They started trading in Bitcoin to hide the transfers and the transactions. So we have to contemplate that maybe coming to Trinidad and Tobago or happening here already and fueling some of the other crimes we're seeing in our country. I think we need to be very specific about what the trade and barter arrangement is in the context of the scrap metal industry in Trinidad and Tobago, because they're not only bartering with money or cash or transfers in banks. They're bartering with illegal weapons, they're bartering with Bitcoin, and they are also making promissory notes to transnational drug and gun cartels to enrich their enterprise, their criminal enterprises. So we need to be very specific about what the transfer of this goods and service means in the context of Trinidad and Tobago, because there are a lot of things we take for granted. Should we specifically specify what this barter or trade is in the context of our commercial laws in Trinidad and Tobago, right? While in our laws, dealer means second-hand scrap dealer or scrap dealer, in the Malawi situation, they went a bit further. They actually added a manufacturing business that sells scrap iron created not only as a byproduct of the process it uses or the original intention, but because it has a surplus of material not caught by the definition. So some industries may actually create surplus metal that may not be classified as scrap metal initially because it was made for a particular purpose, but it is surplus, and it enters the scrap metal industry. So is it caught by our definition? So we have to contemplate those things because those things happen in other jurisdictions where the dealer said, well, it's not, it is scrap because it wasn't originally intentioned for this, but the dealer sold it or transferred it to me because he didn't want it anymore. So it might seem like niggling on details, but these are the nuances the evolution of this sector has proposed in other jurisdictions and caused problems in the courts because it wasn't really envisioned or captured by the definitions in the original iterations of their bills. Right? I'm going quickly here and going over. We don't contemplate copper here, but in other jurisdictions, because of the evolution of metals and chemistry and metallurgy, they have had to put specific reference, as we've done, I think, in other bills, to evolving metals that become commonplace in the use in industries, in particular in silicons, because one of the issues in the world faces these days is a shortage of silicons because of the Ukraine-Russia war. And the scarcity of that has meant that the metal thieves have now gone after computers, etc. And does our bill contemplate that evolution? And people stealing computers from schools, etc., to get the chips and the metal out of them, which are scarce and in high demand around the world. So we have a pretty exhaustive list here, but it doesn't, to me, contemplate the evolution into the world of computers and chips, etc. One of the issues that Senator John brought up, which really I'm ambivalent about, because I'm not a lawyer, is and maybe Honorable Attorney General, through you, Mr. Vice President, can guide me as to where the precedent is in putting a prerequisite of a waiver of my property rights as a prerequisite to a license. And does that exist in any other piece of legislation? I don't know, maybe it does, but it seems to me passing strange that to get a license, I have to waiver the right to privacy, the right to property. And I don't know that that exists anywhere else. And is there another route to that? Because it may actually raise some constitutional issues. And I don't know why it rubs me the wrong way, but it does, and I'm going to put it on the record. Right? Moving forward, there's a part of the the legislation in Malawi, let me not invent a word here, called second-hand goods, which is defined in their legislation. It means goods which have been bought or delivered and are possessed for sale after use by a previous owner, and includes goods received by any person from their previous owner, documentation, of course, supplied in partial or full consideration of any contract. How does that reconcile with our provisions here? Because, for example, I am having an exchange of transaction with Senator Vieira, to use an example, and he decides, well, I have some spare metal from a previous purchase and I want to pass it on to him. What is required of me in passing that on to him so that I don't flout the law? Or he accepts it without a particular documentation so that he doesn't flout the law. So it's now second-hand. Is it considered scrap? Has he broken the law by accepting it as a gift from me in a previous transaction that has nothing to do with metal in the context of me giving it to him? Oh, hold that now, boy. Have we considered that? Because I could see people using it as a loophole. That was given to me. I passed through a neighborhood and I get a bottle of sorrel and he gave me some metal. So it might seem silly to the point of minutia, but I know a creative way in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Vice President, through you also, we contemplate 2 licenses in this, and the legislation in Malawi, I think it is, because I color-coded it here, contemplates a mobile collector's license, which authorizes the holder to operate in the area of the issuing authority by permitting them to collect any scrap metal as appropriate. It includes commercial as well as domestic scrap metal, but it does not permit the collector to collect any other form from any other local authority. So There's a mobile component. I don't know if we contemplate licensing particular vehicles for this, but this is something that I thought was interesting in terms of what they included in their legislation. Moving down quickly. I agree with the issue in clause 16, which identifies the purchase or receive of scrap metal except between the hours of 7 in the morning and 6 in the evening. I do not think this should be 24 hours. I do not think it also places another layer of responsibility on the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. And I think having a 24-hour option to transact these kinds of businesses is not practical in terms of us understanding the limitations of surveillance and operationalizing effectively the intentions and the clauses of the bill. So I agree that it should be a limited time frame. I don't know if we also want to consider adding public holiday to that, but I don't know what the rationale would be, because I know some may suggest that we should go that way also. Mr. Vice President, moving quickly along. Right. In the Malawi legislation also, and in the UK legislation, there was a specific reference to dealers and operators who have licenses should not possess smelting pots. Now, I know our legislation says you cannot alter the item for 15 days, which is, to me, contemplates practically our limitations. In the UK, it's 7 days. We have less police resources, obviously, so I think that's practical. But they also added that they should not possess smelting pots, and for obvious reasons. Because smelting pots, by nature, alter the nature of metal. And it's a preemptive strike so that the metal is not transformed in a way where it's unidentifiable in any way, form, or fashion. So that you see a globule of metal and it's smelted into that from whatever it was before, if it was stolen, and you have no way after it's smelted to identify what that was or where it may have come from. So while the law states you should not alter it, having a smelter or a smelting pot, though small, may facilitate that. And that's why they put that in their law, so that the level of transformation is limited, and it gives law enforcement a more significant chance of identifying items that may have been stolen. Because when you put it in a smelting pot, ain't no way you could find out what that was before or identify it. So I think that is a possible option for inclusion in our legislation moving forward. So, and I indicated I didn't want to take up my whole time. In summary, Mr. Vice President, and in conclusion, I should say, I agree with the premise of it, of the legislation. I think it's long overdue. I think we are coming behind the curve, given what has happened around the world and what we can learn from around the world. We have already seen significant damage to infrastructures, telecom, utilities. We complain about passing through flooding on South Key every day, damage to our vehicles, traffic pileups, but it's because the sluice gate was stolen. So we have to put a stop to it. But I think with a few amendments, we can go that much closer to the kind of act that really covers our circumstances in Trinidad and Tobago by learning from international practice and what they've gone through from as early as 2009, 2010, in some cases 2002, 2003. And we can have the kind of law that fulfills the mandate of the law, which includes, as I said when I started, to regulate the sector and industry. It's under the Ministry of Trade and Industry, which means it should be facilitating the growth of the industry in a regulated way and provide stable and dignified work. We shouldn't just presume 5 years from now, 10 years from now, that the persons who are operating are going to stay in the state that Senator John described. Yes, they are primarily persons on the lower economic scale. Yes, they are persons who are maybe less educated. I have no empirical evidence to support it, but that's the suggestion from the president of the association. But the sector should also be facilitating, or the ministry and the law, an evolution of the industry and an evolution of the persons practicing in it. We shouldn't just say, well, 10 years from now after this is passed, the persons who are going into it are the same persons or who have been in it for 10 years or 15 years are at the same stage. It should really be facilitating the growth of the sector so that it's one of the shining examples and could possibly lead to forex generation in Trinidad and Tobago if regulated and evolved properly. So we shouldn't just accept it at that. It's secondly aimed at dealing with criminality. I identified some of the gaps that we need to look at. Managing the environmental effects, which to me is very critical and absent as I see it, because I think the EMA has a significant role to play in, on an annual basis, inspecting these licensed yards, so that we do not contribute to environmental degradation and the poisoning of the aquifers and the water streams and the plant and eventually animals and humans. It also should be dealing with, and the bill is also, and I don't want to go into it, but I'll just mention it. I don't see it dealing with the responsibility of the exporters enough. Now, I know there are the laws in the trade laws to deal with that, but we've seen the shortcoming of those laws in the illegal importation of illegal arms in Trinidad and Tobago. So if we think that putting this in place, and the Honorable AG identified that there was there's an investigation ongoing into elements of seized material currently. But to me, that's just an indication of a drop in the bucket. Because what also happens around the world is if it's not scanned properly, the exportation and importation of arms and ammunition is really hidden in the mirage, in the plethora of metal products in containers. And the only reason we were able to identify the number of copper thefts attempting to be exported is because the state, the government, put a halt in everything and was able to deal with it. Think of how much passed through and came in before that. So I think customs and excise, which has a big question mark for me, given what I've seen of the illegal guns coming into the country, and the exporters aspect needs to be tightened significantly. I know the inspectors will identify with the police to go down and make sure everything is above board at the ports of exportation, but that has not worked for us in Trinidad and Tobago. We've seen cocaine exported to jurisdictions passing through the same ports in Trinidad and Tobago unchecked. So I don't know what's going to make the difference in this case if we have another layer of responsibility added to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, even though if they're trained, because right now they're trained to identify illegal guns, it's still coming in. They're trained to identify cocaine and marijuana, it's still going out in some level. So what's going to make a difference where this is concerned? Are we going to put more scanners? Are we going to train in a different way? Our success rate is not very high in terms of our ports or legal ports of entry. So, and of course, last but by no means least, the enforcement aspect. We start off hot and sweaty in Trinidad and Tobago. Yes, we come, we debate, we pass law, and then what happens? 1 month passes, 2 months pass. The operationalization as identified by the AG is April 2023. But what happens after that? What resources are given to the TTPS or whoever else to ensure that the operationalization is effective and efficient? Who monitors that to make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to do? And those are things we have to practically examine, because it has not been our experience that passing laws means we achieve the objectives that the laws are proposed to achieve. And it's because we have a poor enforcement record in Trinidad and Tobago. And if we do not fix that and look at it productively, we will end up twice worse 5-10 years from now. So I really think we need to look at that and ensure that there is a monitoring mechanism and a data collection mechanism so that we're working with data and not speculation as to how effective these measures as proposed in this bill are and the law when it eventually, I guess, is passed in this honorable chamber. And with those few words, Madam President, I thank you.
Senator Mark.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, the bill before this Honorable House contains over 40 clauses and 10 parts, and we are advised that the whole purpose of this piece of legislation is to not only regulate this sector, which has become a mushrooming industry, but it is also aimed at modernizing that entire process and the industry. Of course, Madam President, it would have been extremely important, having regard to the disadvantage that members of this Honorable House and Senate experience in literally juggling, hustling to pull different parts together. I didn't object this morning. I didn't call for division because I know we would have been defeated. But Madam President, it is extremely disconcerting for a government to abuse the process in a way that it has done with this bill. It is unacceptable. It is indefensible. It is inexcusable. It is only because of our commitment to the public interest and our experience that we are being able this morning and this evening into the afternoon, I should say, to intervene and make a contribution worthy of some consideration. But we have been placed at a tremendous disadvantage. And Madam President, is in that context, I would have liked to ask the Attorney General why he couldn't make available to honorable senators the policy document that was approved by the Cabinet, giving rise to this piece of legislation. A policy is important. There's nothing secret about a policy, because every piece of legislation is grounded in policy. So that could have been shared with us. But we didn't get that privilege or opportunity, Madam President. What we were told, glibly, by the Attorney General, is that there was consultation. And the bureaucracy that was established to drive this process, he outlined all the agencies. 100% government, 100% executive. And then he went on to tell us, Madam President, that questionnaires were issued. And what, Madam President? 245 responses provided by stakeholders. Not on one occasion did the Attorney General tell us, who are these stakeholders? Who are these stakeholders that responded, and that not only responded, Madam President, but was able to convince the Attorney General to adopt wholesale several recommendations from these stakeholders? I challenge the Attorney General and this government to provide to the Senate, before the end of this debate and during this debate, those 245 questionnaires and stakeholders. Who were they? I don't know if they were imaginary. But if they are not imaginary and you have nothing to hide, produce them. Madam President, I wanted to make these opening remarks before I get into the meat of this piece of legislation. You know, this legislation reminds me of a funeral service. We are administering through this legislation in its current form the final rights to the scrap metal, scrap iron industry, and all those small players that we have been told, Madam President, that make up this industry. Let us make it very clear from the outset, Madam President. We recognize there's a problem in the industry. There is criminality in the industry. Even the president of the association representing the scrap iron dealers recognize that. And we all recognize that because we all suffer and experience the challenges, the difficulties, the dislocations that we had because of this development. So we're not mincing words. There's no equivocation when it comes to this question. But the reality that we have to face, Madam President, is whether this legislation in its current form achieves the objective of ensuring, Madam President, that the ordinary small man who is involved in this industry does not disappear. And this is why I said, Madam President, when we examine some of the provision, which I'll shortly do, you will see where, Madam President, in its current form, this legislation will eliminate the small man who is involved in this industry. And I make no apologies if there's criminal conduct and there are criminal elements, go after them. Let law enforcement deal with them. Arrest them, charge them, prosecute them. But if I am an honest scrap metal collector or dealer, and I'm doing this for 20, 30 years, Madam President, to earn a daily living for myself and my family, why must I be punished for the few and the minority that is bringing hell to the country by thieving cable, thieving copper? Why must the majority, Madam President, pay for it? And this is our concern with this piece of legislation. It is going to ensure, Madam President, the death of the small people in this industry. And what the government will be doing, either directly or indirectly, is promoting big commercial business to take control of this industry, given the nature and the form that we have these clauses before us today. Madam President, we only have to look at clause 5, subsection 5. And what does that tell you, Madam President? It tells us that if I am in the business of collecting and dealing, and probably even exporting scrap metal, and that is being conducted on my premises, my home, my residence. You know, instead of the government try to find a middle ground to phase out this process, Madam President, over a period of, let's say, 5 years or 3 years, and give the small man who is involved, and I don't know the facts. I am repeating after the president of the Scrap Iron Association, where he told the country that 90%, Madam President, of the people who are involved in the scrap iron or the scrap metal industry, they have their enterprise on their residential property, where their dwellings are located. But if you go to clause 5, subsection 5 of the legislation, it is made pellucidly clear that no license shall be granted to anyone who has his operation on a residential property. Why is that being put forward in the legislation? Once assented to, it will give effect to a measure that can do harm to those persons, Madam President.
Senator Mark, I think the Leader of Government Business is asking if you'll give way. He wants to give you a response.
Oh, well, no, he will have his opportunity because the scrap iron dealers would like to hear him. But at this time, I have the floor. So I am challenging the government. I am not afraid of you or the PNM. I want to see your box.
Thank you.
Madam President, may I say I did not give way. So let him take a seat. Madam President, may I continue with your leave, please? Madam President, may I say that the government must come clean on this matter. We have been advised that a high public official, a high government official, through family connections, have made an application for a major recycling plant whose basis for existence and operation will be scrap metal. And we want to know whether the government is aware of this individual. I know the name of the individual. I know the parties involved in it. But this is not my business today, Madam President. And as you know, you always try to advise me. Those who are not here to defend themselves, don't try to raise their names. But I know the names of the people involved. And I want to challenge the government to tell us if this bill is designed to promote the interests of a financier who will eventually take control of the scrap metal industry. And that is why they have put clause 5, subsection 5, to make it illegal not to obtain a license and not to operate in this country if your scrap dealership or your scrap arrangement or operation is within your residential property. That is a deliberate strategy on the part of this government in order to facilitate this high government official or public official. And we will announce his name publicly, not here on the public hustings. So, Madam President, my heart bleeds for the small, ordinary, vulnerable, marginalized individual who will be out of a job thanks to the insensitivity, recklessness, irresponsibility of this government. They have not taken the time, Madam President, to really connect with reality, to properly consult with the players in the industry. Madam President, you know, when you look at this bill, it is a copy, cut and paste bill coming out of Jamaica, coming out of the UK. There is no reality check. And you know, Madam President, you would say after some 60 years of independence and understanding how we operate as a nation and as a society, a government that has been in existence as a party for over 60 years, most of the time they spend in government. And Madam President, they couldn't take the time, their time, to put this thing together properly. This is a burial service. This is a funeral announcement that is taking place in this house. And I must be part of it. We must be part of it. Madam President, look, we want to work with the government. We are going to put forward a number of recommendations for government's consideration. But they claim this bill is a simple majority. And with that, Madam President, they don't need our support. They will pass it. But there are consequences for actions taken by anybody, including this government. So, Madam President, I ask the government to pay particular attention to the provision in the legislation, which, to my mind, Madam President, is highly dangerous. Madam President, let me invite you to another provision of the legislation. I want you to go to 21, clause 21. Go to subsection 5, I think. Look at A and B of that. Madam President, if we, and I say we, or let me say myself, I have some old iron home. I want to get rid of it. This law takes effect. Madam President, would you believe that if I would like to get rid of the old pieces of iron in my yard, and a scrap metal collector passes by, and I want to sell him, let's say, well, it's a price now, so I ain't giving it away free. You have to pay for it, so you have to pay me. But what the government is proposing, Madam President, in the legislation before us, is that if I intend to do that under clause 21, 4, A and B, here what the gentleman who I am selling my old iron to, I must provide. I don't know if he must come with a form, Madam President, a prescribed form, so that he can provide the information to the relevant authorities upon the transaction being consummated. Senator Vieira, I've looked at the Jamaican legislation, Madam President. I've looked at the legislation out of Manitoba. I've looked at the UK legislation. I looked at the Barbados legislation. I looked at the Jamaican legislation. I looked at what is happening in South Africa, Madam President. And I have seen nothing of what I have seen in this legislation. It is as if the government is surreptitiously on a data collection drive. And they're using this scrap metal law to gather data that is the work of the CSO. Madam President, would you believe in this clause 21, 4, A and B, but I deal with B in particular. And Madam President, tell me what that has to do with I selling scrap to a collector. I have to give this collector, who I don't know, I have to tell him my race. Well, I don't know if I'm mixed, I'm African. I don't know who is I am a mix because my father was, a different type of individual, more like my brother Vieira, Senator Vieira, that is. So I'm mixed. So what do I put? What do I tell this gentleman? I'm a mixed here? What am I? But Madam President, the question is more serious than that. Why is a government asking me or any citizen to sell my battery or scrap iron? What is your race? Why would a government want that? Madam President, I look at all these pieces of legislation I mentioned earlier, and all they ask for is your name, your address, and the description of your article that you are selling. But this government, out of the blue, is asking me to provide, Madam President, not only my race, but my eye color. Madam President, my eye color. So this gentleman had to look into Madam President, you know, if it's a male, you know the problem. I don't want no male come and look at my eyes. If you are coming as a female to look at my eyes, I have no problem. I will encourage you. Come, look at my eyes. I might be able to mesmerize you. I get a better sale for my material or my article. But you're asking a man to come and look at me and my eyes? Madam President, not at all. So, Madam President, the man must be able to come up to me and say, look, your eyes brown or green or yellow, whatever. And then they say, your hair color, Madam President, people are pink and green and yellow. Look at that color here. Some people like me are losing half a mind. You understand? What you going to put? So you want hair color too? Attorney General, I'm glad you are back. Why do you want to know a person's race? Why do you want to know a person's eye color? Why do you want to know, for instance, my hair color? Madam President, look at these things that you're asking for. Right? Your business address, your ID, your passport, your driver's permit. Madam President, this is almost like if you are engaging in racial profiling. Why is the government seeking this? The Honorable Attorney General, through your good self, Madam President, indicated they studied Jamaica legislation, they studied Barbados legislation, Guyana legislation in the UK, in the United States. I dare the Attorney General to tell us, where did you find these characteristics? Which piece of legislation? I looked at all, and I haven't seen it. So where did you invent this thing from? And why are you asking people for these things? Madam President, I'm recommending through you to the Honorable and Distinguished Attorney General to delete that. And all we need to put, Attorney General, is the name of the person who is buying, the address of the person who is buying, the article that he is selling. And that is what is in Jamaican legislation, the Barbados legislation, and those other pieces like in Manitoba, even the United Kingdom, they don't ask for these things. Where did the Attorney General and the government get this thing from? Madam President, I ask the Attorney General to reconsider this position taken by the government. It is unacceptable. Madam President, may I just go on to another point, which is in the amendment. And that has to do with what is called an authorized officer. Now, in the initial legislation, Madam President, an authorized officer would have included a police officer. The government has removed a police officer, and they have qualified what they mean. And that is in the amendment where they say after the word police officer, insert the words a constable appointed under the Supplemental Police Act. So the policeman and the commissioner of police who is in charge in Barbados, it is the commissioner of police who gives licenses in Barbados if you want to be a scrap metal collector or a dealer. The police commissioner. And the people who visit your site, Madam President, they are above the rank of corporal. No constable can come and visit your site. This is a civilized society, Barbados. And they have legislation that is of a dignified nature because they value people's constitutional rights and human freedoms. But in our legislation, under 27(1), Madam President, we are told by the Honorable Attorney General that a minister may designate by order any person, may I repeat, not a public officer, not a police inspector, not a public health inspector, Madam President, but a minister by order may designate, Madam President, any person to go and inspect your business. Madam President, I would like the Attorney General to tell us in which piece of legislation in our republic you have an expression of any person. I don't know if Senator Vieira, who is a distinguished lawyer, might want to advise us on this matter. Would you want any person to come and visit your premises, or any person to visit the premises of any ordinary person? That is a recipe for harassment, intimidation, victimization. And the minister in the legislation, Madam President, looms large. 87 times in the legislation, the minister appears large and in charge. Madam President, no accountability, no checks and balances. Madam President, I want to protect the minister. I want to shield the minister. There's one who is now a frequent visitor to the court because he has given himself too much power. So power corrupts. And as Lord Acton said, absolute power corrupts absolutely. And when you infringe the rights of people under our Constitution, 4 and 5, Madam President, I have the right to take it to court. And the people have taken the government minister to court. And they have won on every count. So I want to protect the Minister of Trade and Industry. Too much power. Why not a committee, Madam President? Why not a licensing committee made up of independent people? So that when I apply for a license, I do not apply to a politician who can be told by a prime minister, any prime minister, you see that fellow who applying for a license? Because you're the one giving it to the minister? Deal with him. No license for him. And for the minister to keep his job, or her job, she has to comply. That is dangerous, Madam President. Madam President, we need checks and balances. And there's too much ministerial power under this legislation. 87 times in the legislation, I have counted the word minister. And it's only power to revoke, power to issue, power to suspend, power to revoke, power to vary. But there's a God. And Madam President, if you're not happy, the minister will appoint some officer in the ministry to hear your case, from himself to herself, from himself to himself. Is that justice? And the Attorney General of this country brings this kind of shoddy legislation to our Parliament? Madam President, look, we want to assist. We know this industry is in trouble. But let us get it right. This is bad law. Madam President, look, I know my time is speeding and rushing ahead of me, and I know that you will guide me. Madam President, I go to 39, which is a new clause. Madam President, the last Attorney General was bad enough. But you know, I thought that a new breeze would have been blowing with the arrival on the compound of a new Attorney General. But I see the same approach being taken, Madam President, where the government is mortally afraid to bring a bill that requires a constitutional majority. And what they do, they cut corners to compromise the people's rights. Madam President, the people are not here to represent themselves, the 1.4 million or the 1 million who vote in an election or who are entitled to vote. That is why they have elected MPs. And we are here on their account. Some are there because of presidential appointment. But whatever role they have to play, they are supposed to represent the 1.3 million. You know what this government is proposing in clause 39? They are proposing, Madam President, that you pack up your representatives. Forget them. I come into you directly. So the government is discriminating, segregating, and distinguishing. So they say, Madam President, if you want to obtain a license to be a scrap metal collector or a scrap metal dealer, you have to come to me at high noon because I am the God of the country. The Almighty God has appointed the PNM to look after his subjects on earth. So you come to me and you say, listen, you want a license to operate a scrap metal site as a dealer? Or you want to go around collecting old battery and iron? Here what's going on if you want to do that. You must sign a warrant of debt. Sign a debt warrant. And what is a debt warrant, Madam President? You give your consent to the all-embracing God called the PNM, manifested through a Minister of Trade and Industry, and give up all your rights. You must give me the right, give the minister the right to authorize a constable who is an estate police, who is not a real police, to come into my place, not with any reasonable force, because they remove reasonable in the amendment, and they say use brute force to enter. Come in my place. And you know what? Don't argue with me, you know. Look at here, Madam President. Declaration. You have signed. You have given your consent. That is a constitutional offensive provision in the legislation. And that is equivalent to constitutional blackmail in Trinidad and Tobago. How can you ask me as a citizen to negotiate my constitutional rights that are entrenched under sections 4 and 5 of our Constitution? That is madness, Madam President. And that is what the Attorney General is seeking to have us pass today. Instead of putting a constitutional majority, which requires a 3/5, so that we can negotiate and discuss the bill and to strengthen it, the Attorney General, acting on behalf of the government, cut corners and say the onus is on you. Madam President, you know what this reminds me of? Madam President, you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of a situation where a bandit invades my private spaces, call my castle, my home. He puts a gun to my head He said, give up all your precious metal, all your precious stone, all your jewels, all your money. And then after I do all that, Madam President.
Senator Mark, you have 5 more minutes.
Yes, thanks, ma'am. Madam President, when I do all that, the bandits say, listen, you are not a reporter to the police. So how do I ensure you don't report it to the police? Here, I have a form. Declaration form. You consent to give me all your money. You consent to give me all your jewelry. You consent to give me all my precious metal. This is a bandit type piece of legislation. And you want us to come here because you make a commitment, 3 months you're coming back, and you come back in 3 months. And you know, Madam President, this bill is going nowhere fast. It will be challenged in the courts. It will be struck down as unconstitutional and illegal. There's something called the data protection law. They bypass that. You are sending people to me to get commercial secrets. You are sending people to me to get my hair color and my race. And where is my protection in terms of information? If they go and share that with a bandit, where's my protection? The government has done nothing to protect me and you. But they come here and say simple majority. Madam President, it cannot be fair. And I want to tell you, Madam President, the regulations. I thought the government would have brought regulations immediately so that this thing could give effect to the legislation. But no regulations. You're passing legislation that cannot be implemented properly because you don't have the regulations. When the regulations come in, we don't know. So, Madam President, this is a recipe for disaster. And if anybody in this country had any doubts as to the real allegiance of this government and whose interests it promotes and its policy benefits, this bill is telling you this is a big man government. They're protecting and promoting big man interests and at the expense of the small people. This is designed to bury the ordinary people who are involved in this industry. And if I'm told, Madam President, that there are 25,000 people in this industry, by this measure, the government is going to get rid of 25,000 people, and the high official who has applied for a license for a recycling plant to get metal as scrap to operate that plant will now replace the 25,000 people. That is PNM style government. So, Madam President, I want to close. I am totally in support of regulating the industry. I am totally on behalf of the government in waiting, which will replace this one. We are in support of regulating and modernizing. But we cannot, in all conscience, understand why these draconian measures in the legislation. So we call on the government to rethink, to revise, to review. Let us work together to make the legislation better. Let us produce good law so that at the end of the day, the ordinary people who are now in charge of the industry will continue to benefit from the industry. Those criminal elements, let law enforcement take care of them, arrest them, charge them, prosecute them, jail them. But let the ordinary people who are involved in this industry, the women who have to sell scrap, to send their children to school, to buy food for their children, to put a roof over their head, to pay for their rent. Madam President, let them continue to strive and survive and grow and prosper. But let us do it with compassion, with love, with an understanding of what these people are going through, and not to bring measures that have not been properly thought out. Is a copy, a cut and paste arrangement. And this, to my mind, Madam President, is unacceptable. And therefore the government needs to rethink its position. We have put forward suggestions at committee stage, Madam President. I will just make recommendations. I am not putting any amendments. We will just put forward recommendations for government's consideration.
Senator
We could reject it or not.
Senator Vieira. Senator Vieira.
Last weekend, I had to put up some hanging baskets outside my porch. And that required me to buy some metal chain. So I bought 4 lengths at 12 feet each, costing $55 a foot. Sounds reasonable, but when I reached the cashier, I realized to my shock that the cost was $2,658 plus VAT for 4 lengths of chain. I had little appreciation that steel chain could cost so much. So the question that arises is, why does metal cost so much? And how else, besides hurting the pocket, might these prices be affecting us? It turns out that metal prices, be it steel, iron, aluminum, brass, or copper, have skyrocketed for several reasons. There's a worldwide shortage of timber, has increased demand. Tariffs were imposed by the Trump administration. Freight rates for bulk materials have increased since COVID. And the Russian invasion of Ukraine has made metal scarce. But whatever the reason, the trade in metals is highly profitable and so lucrative that even the underworld has muscled in on the action. As the Honorable Attorney General has said, scrap business is big business. This bill seeks to curtail the criminal elements plaguing the scrap metal sector, starting with the scourge of copper theft from telephone cables, all the way down to dealing with money laundering. And as you have heard, Trinidad and Tobago is not unique in this regard. In Jamaica, thieves cashing in on the lucrative international trade in scrap metals removed more than $1 billion worth of metals from businesses, private residences, and state property, causing the Jamaican government to impose a temporary ban on the scrap metal industry. In Jamaica, what wasn't stolen was mangled, including water pipes, bridges, road signs, gates, and even handles from exhumed coffins, which were vandalized to sell to rogue dealers for export. In Canada, legislation was passed in several provinces, making it more difficult for criminals to sell stolen metal for scrap. There, the theft of scrap metal was equally wide-ranging and merciless as here and as in Jamaica, with thieves taking metal traffic control lights, signals, signs, street lighting poles, wiring and fixtures, metal guardrails, handrails, funeral vases, memorial plaques and monuments, bicycles, whatever they could get their hands on. Law enforcement in the United States recognizes metal theft as a billion-dollar crime, negatively impacting citizens and businesses directly in many different ways, ranging from electricity outages and power cuts when copper is stolen from transformers, tragic vehicular accidents when stretches of road become unlit because wiring was stolen from streetlights, rendering them inoperable. In churches where organs and bells have been taken, and the targeting of tradesmen, such as electricians and plumbers, by thieves looking to pilfer copper wire and other materials regularly used by them. In South Africa, it was so bad that a total ban was imposed for several months to protect the country's infrastructure. For example, in November 2021 alone, more than 200 kilometers of steel rail was stolen across the country, effectively collapsing the country's rail network. The ubiquitous theft of copper has caused numerous blackouts. The cost to the country was estimated at 47 billion rand annually. As one official lamented, criminals are stealing South Africa one piece at a time. So just like South Africa, Jamaica, Canada, the United States, and the rest of the world, we are now constrained to stem the illicit trade in scrap metals, which imposes costs far beyond the value of the materials stolen. Anyone, anywhere is a potential target. Big money for some, hardship, pain, and pressure for everybody else. So this legislation should not be viewed one-dimensionally, but must be considered in the wider context where organized crime has its tentacles in the illicit trade of scrap metals and where metal as a commodity is growing scarcer by the day. I don't see how anyone can have a problem with jettisoning the archaic and ineffective Old Metals and Marine Stores Act, which took effect in 1904, in favor of a regime which can effectively regulate the industry, protect our infrastructure, and safeguard the property of citizens and businesses. Now, I understand and sympathize with the concerns of the Trinidad and Tobago Scrap Iron Dealers Association, the landfill workers, and those who legitimately work with scrap metals. I recognize that it's just a few. Not everyone working with scrap metals is a rogue and a vagabond. But given the seriousness and the magnitude of the theft and vandalism problem, it would be a dereliction of duty if the government failed to take robust action to discourage the illicit trade in scrap metals. The challenge, of course, is figuring out what is the best course of action. In principle, I support the need for legislation, but I have concerns about the nature of the proposed licensing regime, and it seems to me that the legislation does not go far enough. In terms of the proposed licensing regime, I think for obvious reasons, and some less obvious ones which I will elaborate upon, it may be naive and ill-advised for the minister to act as regulator. I also believe that from a policy perspective, the problem with the proposed legislation is that it lacks dimensionality. Now, we have heard a lot about how the policy was given to the Law Commission to develop and that it was initially put out by the Ministry of Trade and Industry. So I'm going to focus on policy. When focusing only on what you don't want, it is easy to lose sight of what you do or should want. This bill is one-dimensional in that it approaches the issue of scrap metals solely as problems to be fixed rather than as possibilities to be cultivated. while I agree on the need to combat theft and vandalism, the proposed measures to restrict trade in scrap metal should not blind us to the opportunities for diversifying the economy and creating job opportunities through metals conservation, scrap metal recycling, and circular strategies to protect critical metal supplies. On Tuesday, the Minister of Public Utilities, Mr. Marvin Gonzalez, in responding to concerns about the plastic crisis and the need for the beverage container bill to be put on a front burner, spoke about having a national recycling policy, one that would accommodate all streams of waste, presumably in a green and sustainable manner. Well, scrap metals should be a key component of that policy. And in my respectful view, the proposed licensing regime requires more than just the keeping of records, inspection and storage, or the provision of general offenses. We need to appreciate that scrap metal, be it copper, steel, aluminium, brass, or iron, can be a valuable and finite resource. And given the escalating commodity prices on the world market for scrap metals, and given that scrap metals can be recycled time and again without their properties getting degraded, we should consider the recycling of scrap metals just as we hope to recycle glass, paper, and plastic. In fact, discouraging the illicit trade in scrap metal might be better served by implementing financial and other incentives geared towards scrap metal recycling. As Senator Richards pointed out, there is a danger when you come with all these offenses that when the sector is pushed underground, new challenges and new problems are created. So I would like to see the recovery and processing of recyclable metal materials from end-of-life products and structures so that they can be reintroduced as raw material for the production of new goods, as opposed to the licensing provisions and the general offenses contemplated under this bill, is something we should be considering. Why should countries in Asia get the benefit of our scrap metal when we can use it as a resource and put it to good use via a circular economy? The key point of a circular economy being to ensure the conservation of waste and to transition workers. And we've heard there are about 25,000 workers. Whatever we do with this, we have to find a way to transition those persons. So accordingly, I respectfully call on the government to consider circular strategies in treating with the problems posed by the illicit trade in scrap metals. Perhaps strategies based on the combination of the 4 R's: rethink, reduce, repair, and recycle. In an article I found on the internet, published on the 10th of November 2021 by Metabolic, entitled Circular Strategies Protect Critical Metal Supplies and Our Renewable Energy Transition, the author Pieter van Exter explains how rethink requires us to redesign systems, to adopt new approaches and innovative methods. Reduce requires us to move from a culture of wanton disposal to one of responsible waste management, using new technologies where available. Repair includes refurbishment and repurposing, aimed towards extending the life of products and parts, reusing materials where possible. Recycle requires us to recover raw materials at the end of a product's life cycle. So why should other countries get the benefit of our scrap metal when we can build satellite industries around the scrap metal sector, providing gainful employment for those who work on landfills or otherwise legitimately collect such material. When we can provide opportunities, not just for those who collect, but in respect of smelting and refining, in respect of solidifying, which is the transformation of molten metal into different forms, such as coils, metal sheets, wires, bars, and so on. And in respect of opportunities for manufacturers downstream. These satellite industries could be a useful adjunct to a revived iron and steel company of Trinidad and Tobago. We, as a country, we have had a smelter plant. We have the available energy. We have the financial capital. We have the human resources. And by way of additional benefits, we would be keeping hazardous waste out of the landfills. We would be creating jobs, and these satellite industries and workers individually and collectively could be generating millions of dollars in tax revenue annually. With the right setup in place, the benefits of metal recycling for collectors, sellers, manufacturers would obviate the export of scrap metal. With the right setup in place, metals conservation, scrap metal recycling, and circular strategies can prove to be a very powerful economic engine. With the right setup in place, we would be a step closer towards fulfilling Goal 18 of the Sustainable Development Goals to which this country subscribes. Goal 18, you would recall, requires us to strengthen laws and policies for sustainable energy and waste management. At the same time, offering opportunities to diversify the economy, provide jobs, and generate money. Metal recycling can be an important cog in the green economy, but the myriad opportunities available will be stillborn if left to a ministry department, where the focus will be on licensing, where even if there was an appetite for innovative development at the ministry, the actors there are hamstrung by red tape and bureaucracy. Now, let's look at the EMA. The EMA has a very important role in all of this, but the EMA's remit will not allow for proactive attempts to diversify the economy, to build capacity, or to stimulate wealth development. Let's look at solid waste. They have a lot to offer, but they too are constrained as a state enterprise operating within the jurisdiction of the Companies Act. So if we are to stimulate the green economy, in particular through the use of renewable technologies and circular economy strategies, not just for scrap metal, but plastics, discarded fabrics, electronics, tires, glass, we will need an all-society approach, and we will need a national strategy with related regulatory frameworks, appropriate oversight, and allocated budgets. If we hope to move from the linear take, make, consume, and dispose economy to a business model based on reusing resources and materials, rather than allowing them to be shipped overseas or to go to waste, then the licensing regime proposed under this legislation is at best pedestrian. And that's without getting into the potential problems under administrative law, where ministers and government departments improperly exercise their powers and duties, or they fail to understand the limit, the scope, or effect of the powers under which they act. Suffice to say, while I commend government for trying to confront the challenges posed by the illicit trade in scrap metal, if there is to be any hope of us achieving better policies for better lives where that sector is concerned, we should have, in my respectful view, we should have a specialized and dedicated commission or authority which not only regulates the collection, storage, sale, and export of waste metal, but which is also able to midwife the transition to a renewable net zero economy, using the 4 circular strategies of rethink, reduce, repair, and recycle. An administrative body, perhaps along the lines of the Gambling Control Commission, able to tackle multi-dimensional problems while simultaneously giving growth to new industries and jobs. The members of the board of that proposed commission or authority would have to be multi-dimensional in terms of work experience and skill sets. So it would certainly experience in law, crime prevention, trade, economics, social work, environmental protection, waste management, and you should also have a representative for the Trinidad and Tobago Scrap Iron Dealers Association. So for the reasons and in the circumstances I have given, I am unenthusiastic about this legislation. Certainly as cast, as it is implicitly geared towards the export of scrap metals and it is at odds with the ideals of a circular economy. In the event, I respectfully call on government to revisit the underlying policies that inform this legislation in favor of policies which are more forward-looking and holistic. Madam President, I thank you.
Senator Lutchmedial.
Thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity to contribute today to this debate which seeks to regulate the business of dealing in scrap metals and other related matters. Madam President, I want to start off by saying that we on this side, the opposition side, fully support the regulation, the responsible regulation of the scrap iron industry, and in doing so, getting this industry back up and running in the shortest possible time, because of course we understand the impact on the lives and livelihoods of those who have participated in this industry prior to the closure in August of 2022. And of course, we all are familiar with the circumstances that led to that particular decision being taken. Madam President, the unfortunate reality is that whilst this industry presents many opportunities for new business and for, and I had a note here as well, which I think Senator Vieira addressed quite in depth about for new methods of ensuring that we are compliant with international environmental standards. The fact is that a criminal element infiltrated this business and this industry, making it not just a nuisance, but also in some ways a threat to our security. And so what we do want to see coming out of this debate and coming out of this legislation, and what we would have liked to see, is really a policy that would address the issue of criminality, yes, but on the other hand, promote the growth and sustainability of this industry, because we understand, and from the statistics quoted by the Attorney General himself, that there's a lot of potential in this industry. One of the key features of this industry is that it presents employment opportunities for persons who may otherwise be unemployable. I spoke about this when on Tuesday I brought the motion to deal with the Beverage Containers Act. Persons who collect waste, whether it is in the form of plastic bottles or scrap iron or whatever it is, they are people who, but for their ability to participate in one of these types of activities may be dependent on a government handout and may be dependent on the social safety nets which exist and maybe straining the social safety nets. And we don't want that. The alternative to participating in one of these industries for persons who are otherwise unemployable may be the life of criminality. And of course, so the two, when people are desperate and they are forced out of industries and they cannot participate in industries which present viable employment such as this, is that they may be lured into a life of criminality and other forms of criminality. I'm not talking about the kind that existed that plagued this particular industry, which is the theft of primarily, I think, copper, but also, as we heard, national security and government installations and infrastructure and so on. So we had a problem, and we have a problem, whether it is in the collection of scrap iron or any other aspect of our laws, we have a problem with law enforcement, and we cannot get away from that. And it's unfortunate that the inability of law enforcement to police our society and to enforce the laws that have been in existence since time immemorial in relation to larceny and theft and damage to government property and so on led to essentially the shutting down of this industry. It really is unfortunate. And I've heard others mention before and question whether in passing this law we are going to see an improvement in law enforcement. And without that, we have to say that we're not going to see a change, because you could regulate and license and have all these processes in place to have a minister issue and revoke and suspend licenses and inspect and all of that. But if you do not have proper implementation and enforcement, and we suffer from an implementation deficit right now when it comes to our laws. So you can pass good law, and I'm not saying this is good law, because I do have a number of things that I want to point out that I think makes it not good law. But even if you have a good law, and it's there, and there are aspects of it that's workable, if we don't have proper implementation and resourcing for the implementation of that law, we are going to end back up in the same place. Like many other people in this country, I have had the very unfortunate experience of waking up in the morning and noticing that lines are hanging in front of my home. Like a responsible citizen, I pull my own CCTV camera footage and I call the police. And I am told by the police, and this is August 2022, that they cannot get anybody from TSTT to come and identify the wires. And for that reason, they will not take a report. They will not investigate the matter with my very good, I must say, quality CCTV footage, willing to hand it over. I saw today in the newspaper a complaint from one of the chambers of commerce about people not being willing to hand over CCTV. And in the area that I live in, I know that everybody, when this issue of scrap iron collection and the criminal elements cutting the wires and so on had become so rampant, it was just like everybody was experiencing it. We used to almost predict which street would be targeted on which night, because they were very systematic about which street they went to. Everybody was willing to give CCTV footage to the police, and they were simply not acting on it. And again, I think maybe it's not their fault entirely, but they couldn't get the cooperation of other state or state-controlled entities. And will a law fix that? Perhaps not. So that's just some opening comments that I wanted to make about this, because we don't want to end back up in a place where we believe we could restart what has the potential to be a viable industry, and we run into the same problems again because we are not able to enforce the laws. Madam President, some of my colleagues and members of the independent bench would have also raised other issues which I just want to touch upon and give some suggestions. I will start with Clause 5. And it deals with, of course, the wide-ranging powers vested in the minister with the granting of licenses. In administrative law, decision-making power vested in a single minister is, of course, something that can result in a lot of litigation and a lot of challenges. It also does not inspire confidence, I believe, in those in the wider public, but specifically in those who are participants in the industry, if they feel that, and I do not mean, I am by no means casting any aspersions on anyone, but if a politician is vested with that sort of power, regardless of who that person is in this administration or another, persons, their confidence in the fairness of the system is affected. And so in coming up with a policy and a licensing regime, I think it would have been better for the government to consider, for example, in the said Ministry of Trade, you have, for example, a trade licensing unit that deals with the issuing of the quota system for the foreign used car dealers. That is also an industry that took off and was somewhat unregulated and had to be regulated. And it is also an industry where you can have, criminal activity taking place in the form of, cars being brought into the country in parts and reassembled and the avoidance of taxes and all of that. We all know the issues that plague that industry. But they did not vest the power simply to grant and revoke licenses and so on in the minister solely. They set up the trade licensing unit, they make recommendations. I believe in other ministries like in energy where you are issuing quarry licenses, you have a committee which has representatives from Water Resource Agency and so on. So our laws have these features. You don't have to reinvent the wheel and you don't have to look very far. You don't have to even look outside of this jurisdiction to find examples where persons who wish to participate in an industry, even in industries where you have the possibility of the criminal element infiltrating, like quarrying, like the foreign used car industry, etc., that power to grant license, revoke licenses, suspend licenses is not solely vested in the minister. So I would like to suggest that when in considering, and if the government seriously takes into consideration the suggestions being made today by various speakers, that they reconsider their policy position. I would say that they should seriously reconsider their position with respect to the granting of licenses to make the system more transparent, to make it fairer, to avoid unnecessary litigation, for example, and also to, inspire confidence in persons who may wish to enter this industry and get involved in this industry. And you want that persons, remember, this is not a new industry. It's something that was in existence, was forced to shut down, and now we are trying to restart it under a new regulatory regime. And you do not want the persons who were participating in the industry before to feel that there is now a political element that is being inserted here that may be pushing people out of the industry. You simply, it is just not good governance to create that perception. Under the old law, you had, and it is, people do not understand, they think it is a waste of time and it's an old time way of thinking of things, but by county, you had a system, you have a system of granting licenses. So in each county in Trinidad and Tobago, you have licensing committees that grant licenses to persons to operate under the old Metal and Marine Stores Act, jewelers' licenses, liquor licenses, and so on. And the reason for that is because there's familiarity. There's familiarity with the people who sit on the licensing committee with the surrounding areas. So the person sitting in St. George or Victoria or St. Patrick County as a licensing body, the three persons who comprise those licensing bodies, they are far more familiar with the circumstances. I will give you by way of example. People are concerned, and it came up in the other place. Mr. Vice President, that nobody wants a scrap iron yard operating next to their home or in a residential area and so on. Well, when you go before the licensing committee in your county, for example, they are familiar with the area and they will know that this is an area that, although it may have houses and so on, it is primarily commercial. There are places in Trinidad and Tobago that would have started off as being primarily residential, but the entire main road is now comprised of commercial activities, no longer residential. A lot of people still live, as someone else said, on premises, adjacent to, behind, and so on, commercial premises, other types of commercial premises. We have singled out this type of activity and said that cannot happen. And I think other speakers have already addressed that. It will cause, I think, a lot of hardship. The logic and reasoning behind it is perhaps because this type of operation is deemed to be hazardous in a residential area and so on. But you have areas in Trinidad and Tobago that are simply mixed commercial residential. And whether that's right or wrong, or you want to change it, singling out a single type of activity and saying it cannot be done when everybody operates in a rum shop or a hardware or something else, in the vicinity of their home, it may be seen as unduly prejudicial to persons participating in this industry. So getting back to the issue of the decentralized granting of licenses, familiarity with the area brings a lot to bear on that. And so, again, I would say in reconsidering the role of the minister and the vesting of all of that power in the minister as a single person, not even with an advisory unit or so on as what exists now with the trade licensing unit and all of that, perhaps consideration ought to be given that maybe even if the minister is the one to officially grant the license, that it be based on recommendations coming out of our licensing committee that is decentralized and familiar with the areas in which these persons propose to operate the scrapyards. Let me move on to the issue of reasons. If the minister proposes to refuse a license or refuse to renew the license or to revoke the license, of course, they've included the requirement that someone be given the right to be heard. I think we could have done better with the drafting of this particular section as to who will be the person that would, take these representations and so on. Simply saying somebody appointed by the minister is far too vague. Again, who will it be? Will it be the person in the office next to the minister? Will it be somebody from any ministry? Will it be an independent third party, somebody from another ministry? Who else really? And again, we don't have to look very far outside of our own laws to find situations where you have persons having a right of appeal to some other body, but the body is properly defined within the law. I understand the haste with which the government tried to move to bring this piece of legislation, but that is not an excuse for shoddy work and for a piece of legislation that doesn't, and I mean no insult to the persons who have worked on the bill, but we cannot overlook these very important features, because that process of an appeal and making, or not an appeal, but to hear the representations and so on, it is part and parcel of your right to natural justice. And if you are going to define the process by which a person is being given their right to natural justice under this law, you have to be very careful in how you define those rights, how you create that process, and to ensure that it really gives effect to what you mean to give effect to in this piece of law. Otherwise, you're just creating more problems than solutions. With respect to the notice of the decision where the refusal is made, I would like to suggest that a timeline be given for that refusal and for the provision of reasons. In our law, specifically when you deal with administrative law and judicial review, you have very distinct timelines for the applicant, for the citizen. The citizen is shut out of court after 3 months if you do not come with your judicial review application, or if you do not, for example, have a good reason for your delay. Under the Judicial Review Act as well, you are entitled to apply to any public authority for statement of reasons under Section 16. And it is either 28 or 30 days that you have from the date that you get that decision or that decision is made. Well, of course, you have to interpret the law as the day you become aware of it. But you have 28 days in which you must apply for that statement of reasons. Otherwise, that's it. You are shut out of it. So why do we have laws that impose timelines and timeframes on the citizen, but not on the state? I believe that in all cases where any public authority has to give reasons to a citizen who is aggrieved by a decision, that should be done in a timely manner. And so I would suggest that if a minister communicates a decision or makes a decision to refuse the grant of a license or to not renew it or to revoke it, within 14 days, the statement of reasons ought to be provided to the applicants, because this will facilitate judicial review proceedings if the person wishes to go down that route. And again, the purpose of legislation is to not just regulate and impose restrictions and obligations and sanctions on the citizen, but to make the entire system work as it ought to, and to give a citizen and to give effect and create a system that gives effect to the exercise of all of their rights that they may have under this law and all other laws. So I would suggest that Section 13 be amended to include a time frame for the giving of reasons by the minister. Mr. Vice President, I think Senator Mark touched on the issue dealing with the collection of data. Now, not only does the scrap metal dealer have to keep accurate and legible records and so on, but the scrap metal collector, which I presume is the person who drives around purchasing old battery and iron and whatever from people, they have to collect this data. And it is, much to our amusement, Senator Mark went through a list of things that you're required to collect. The only other place that I've seen all of these things, well, I'm sorry for the person who have to take records about my hair color and then it changes every 3 months. But the only other time you have to make these types of records is when you go to a police station. It is only in the police station there's a specific form that they fill out and they keep in their records, where they ask you they also ask you your height and weight, even if it's a road traffic accident. I found that out the other day. Your height, your weight, your eye color, your hair color, distinguishing marks like tattoos and so on. You have to tell them all of that, and even for a road traffic accident. But it's because the police collect information about citizens. So if you go now and you ask any police officer to run my name through the system, you will see 1 or 2 road traffic accident reports, and you will get that information about me. And it's a good way for the police to collect information. But to make the citizen who just want to sell some old chain that you didn't use when you hang up your basket, or to your old battery when you change it because, I don't know, whatever reason you end up with the old one at your home, to give this information to a scrap iron collector is really exposing the person, the citizen, to a lot of, it's a lot of exposure. In this day and age where you have things like identity theft, and you have to provide identification, and you have to give them, all your telephone number, business address, business telephone number, copy of your identification, passport or DP or national ID and so on. I feel concerned sometimes about the amount of information I have to provide to the bank, because, you don't know who has access to your information even within a bank. And you are talking about somebody, and I do not mean to be disparaging about people who conduct this type of business, not at all. But we recognize that there may be persons who are, a bit questionable, who may try to engage in this type of activity, who may slip through the cracks from time to time, and this person going to be walking around with a copy of my ID, my driver's permit, my passport, my hair color, eye color, my tattoo, all the descriptions. I don't know where my information will end up. And Senator Mark spoke a little bit about it. We've been hearing for quite a while now about this Data Protection Act being reviewed, but the Data Protection Act only applies to the government agencies and having to keep my data safe. So we as a country recognize, although we haven't implemented it as yet, we recognize that even within government ministries and agencies, you want that type of personal information to be kept private and personal. But you are coming through a law to impose upon me, the citizen who just want to get rid of 2 pieces of old iron from my yard, that I must give this type of information to another random citizen who has a license to collect scrap iron. And I find that to be worrying. I cannot see myself and many other people that I know ever wanting to hand over that type of information to some random man driving around saying, buying scrap iron, old battery buying. And so I think that particular provision and whatever is the thinking behind, I know the thinking behind it. The thinking behind it is to help law enforcement to trace and so on and whatnot. But it has to have a better way of getting that done. There must be a better way than you could really put citizens at risk. Because what are the consequences for a scrap iron collector who allows that information to get into the hands of the, I will never forget, and I'm standing and I'm thinking about it, I will never forget one of the worst sexual offense cases that I had to do as a young 25-year-old lawyer. And it was a person who was, more than 15 years ago. And it was a person who had to install burglar proofing at a new home, but the people had already moved into the home. And that very night, 2 of his cousins and some other, fellas in the area or so on, knowing that there was no burglar proofing in that home, went into that home, raped, robbed, did the worst possible things. When you are dealing with another member of the public and you are exposing yourself to someone and they have access to your private information, you have to be careful. And so a law that asks a citizen to give out their private information and personal information like this to some other random citizen where there's no consequence for a leak, for want of a better word, of that information, I think it is dangerous and I think it needs to be reconsidered. When you're coming up with policy, you have to balance and you have to think about all the consequences that may flow from what you are asking. So yes, it's good for the scrap iron collector to have information that if the police want to investigate and so on, they could ask for your records. But think about the alternatives and think about all the other possibilities that exist when you ask for that to happen. So in terms of Section 22, where there is a requirement to keep records for not less than 6 years, I think that section could be used and beefed up a little bit in terms of imposing on the scrap iron collectors who are collecting this information. You don't just have to keep it, but you must secure it and perhaps put in there a consequence for sharing that information with an unauthorized person or something to that effect. These things exist, as I said, in our law where you have unauthorized disclosure of personal information to someone. So if the law is that a licensee must collect the information, impose on that licensee a requirement not to share that information with unauthorized people, otherwise they must face stiff penalties or consequences, including the loss of the license. The other issue that I think requires some consideration is the appointment of these scrap metal inspectors. Again, these are persons who we are, under this law, we are being asked to authorize the entry of these persons into premises. Now, when Senator Richards asked the question about agreeing to entry into premises and whether or not that is there's a constitutional issue and that he's not aware of it anywhere else, I was happy that he said, it kind of rubs him the wrong way. That's good. It means he has due respect for the constitutional rights of citizens of this country. And that is something that we have seen that this government simply seems not to have. Because this is the 3rd time since I have been here in less than 3 years that persons are being asked if they wish to participate in a particular industry and get a license, they must sign away their constitutional rights to privacy and to the protection of the law and their property rights and allow entry into their premises. The first was with the gambling and betting legislation. The second time was with the cannabis control bill, and now we are seeing this again. And Mr. Vice President, I want to strongly register, as I did on both those occasions, my objection to simple majority legislation being brought that requires a person who is desirous of participating, of earning a living and participating in a particular industry from signing away their constitutional rights. You see, there's a problem with, as I said before, with law enforcement. Law enforcement has the power, if they have reasonable grounds to suspect something is wrong, to get a search warrant. But we have a problem with law enforcement in this country. And so to get around the problem of law enforcement, the government has created this mechanism that will simply tell a person, if you want to participate here, you must give us this power. And what are we going to do with this power? We appointed inspectors. Who is the inspector? Where are we getting them from? We're just going to advertise in the papers for inspector and pick them up, and the ministry going to train them, and then these are people who could enter your premises at any time that it is open for business. That really is an affront to our democracy and our way of life. It is simply not on. And I cannot understand why, rather than letting the police do their work. Go and get a warrant if it is you believe there is something that needs to be investigated. If you believe that there's criminal activity, if there's stolen property on a premises, you can get a warrant. They just get a warrant left, right, and center for all kinds of other things. But you have industries where you believe, like everything else, that you could have criminal activity taking place. You think you do have criminal activity in the financial services sector? You think you do have criminal activity everywhere else? Why you don't tell them that if you want a banking license, that you must allow people to walk in anytime and inspect? No, you don't do that to the banks and the securities industry. All of those laws that we have there, you have notice and you have all sorts of policy and procedure to respect their rights. So why not give the same respect to the small man who will be operating a little scrap iron yard? This provision, Mr. Vice President, rides roughshod over the rights of the people of this country, and I cannot for any reason understand why it is necessary to have these things in place when we have a police force, a police service that has all the powers of entry and inspection with a warrant. Since the days of the 1700s under, Entick and Carrington, we have recognized that entry by a state official onto premises without due authorization by law is a trespass. And it is wrong for the government to try to legislate around those rules by saying that the person who wished to earn a living, that is, we must stop thinking of these things in these high terminology of licensees and so on. This is just people trying to make a living. These are people trying to put food on the table and a roof over their head. And you are going to tell them that they must sacrifice their rights in order to be able to do that. It is wrong, it is immoral, and it is illegal. Now, the final matter that I wish to speak of is something that caught me by a real surprise, and that is Section 33 of this bill, Clause 33, that deals with administrative fines and penalties. I don't know who, when, where, or how they came up with the idea that a permanent secretary of a ministry should be able to determine whether someone can dispense with liability to conviction and pay an administrative fine instead. That, to me, is a form of madness that has found its way into this bill. And again, anybody familiar with the laws of Trinidad and Tobago and you own a red book or you have access to the internet could go and look at all of the laws that we have regulating various industries where you have a system for the payment of administrative fines and penalties. And nowhere in the law of Trinidad and Tobago, and I suspect nowhere in the Caribbean or the Commonwealth, will you find them naming a permanent secretary as a person who has to make this sort of determination. A permanent secretary, for one, is someone who they have various types of expertise. I know permanent secretaries who are lawyers. I know permanent secretaries who are economists. I know permanent secretaries who are engineers. I know permanent secretaries who are accountants. All sorts of, I know permanent secretaries who have a background in human resource management. And you are telling me, and any PS could be moved to any ministry at any point in time. So we don't know who's going to be the PS in Ministry of Trade and Industry today, tomorrow, next week, next year, next month, 10 years from now. But you are saying that a permanent secretary must make that determination. So in case some research was sacrificed in the interest of expedition, I will tell you, in the same Gambling, Gaming and Betting Control Act of 2021 brought by this government, it is established under Section 86 of that bill that notwithstanding provisions of the Act, the Commission may, and listen to this, the Commission may, with the consent of the Director of Public Prosecutions, issue to any person who there is reasonable cause to believe has committed an offense referred to in Schedule 6, a notice offering the person the opportunity to dispense with any liability, etc., etc. So the Commission themselves, appointed and so on, and sitting as a body, I believe a body corporate, cannot even make the decision without consulting with the Director of Public Prosecutions, of course recognizing that in gambling and betting you have sometimes very serious criminal offenses that could be taking place, just as you may have with this particular industry. In terms of the financial services sector, the Securities Act says that the Commission may give the notice, may give a person the opportunity to make oral or written representations, and they may give them the option to pay an administrative fine not in excess of $500,000. Of course, that's a big money industry, so it's a high penalty, but they put a cap on the amount of the penalty that you could offer. And the Commission, if you look at the Securities Act, it's very specific who sits on the Commission, because this is a quasi-judicial function. And the Trinidad and Tobago Securities and Exchange Commission itself sits as a quasi-judicial body. They determine whether or not this determination that you're asking a PS to make here about whether or not they have reasonable cause to believe that a person has committed a prescribed summary offense. That is a judicial determination. That is the equivalent of I mean, it's only, you just have to cross the threshold of reasonable belief, reasonable cause to believe, but still, you are going to ask a PS to make that determination when every other industry that I could have found, at least, or that I'm familiar with on the very short notice that we had to deal with this bill, sets up a body, the Commission of the TTSEC. You must have a lawyer with over 10 years experience sitting on that body. The other persons who sit on the commission, they have very specific requirements for them, what areas they must be qualified in and so on. But in this law, we pick up a PS and say, hey, PS, you decide now. You decide. You want to send this person to jail? You want to prosecute them and let them have a criminal conviction? You want them to pay a little fine? You decide, PS. It's madness. The Financial Institutions Act goes even further. It is the central bank that makes that determination. And under the Central Bank Act, the bank is set up with a board, a governor, 2 deputy governors, and so on. And they will make the determination whether or not someone has committed a specific offense under the Financial Institutions Act and whether they want to impose an administrative fine as an alternative. And it does not even give them that much power. The law actually lists in the schedule of the Financial Institutions Act what are the offenses and what are the fines that you can impose in those cases. So you don't leave it just to the fancy of the board of the central bank. They actually say, and it's a very long list, because there are lots of course, offenses that you can commit under that law, not filing things and so on, and making disclosures and all of that. So they make it very specific which are the offenses, and they actually say, as an alternative, this is the amount of the penalty, like a maximum amount of the administrative penalty that you can impose. Yes.
Just under 5 minutes remaining.
Thank you. And so, and all of those things are checks and controls. How do you dispense with those types of checks and controls that we have in other industries and decide that in this industry, you leave it to a permanent secretary? That is, with the greatest of respect, it is just simply madness. And it is an avenue for a lot of discontent. It is something that will open up permanent secretaries to being, taken to court for the exercise of their discretion, which I do not believe is something that anybody wants to have happen. You do not want to create avenues for those things. There are so many things in this law that require some sort of an advisory committee. And that may not be perfect. And I understand the haste with which, and we support the reopening of this industry, so I understand the haste with which the government tries to bring this bill and tries to push it through the parliament and get it operational. But shortcuts and cutting corners in this way, without a proper committee, will lead to a whole host of other problems. And I end, Mr. Vice President, by saying that, you want people to be able to operate in an industry with dignity. You want them to be able to meet the requirements. When the scrap iron industry was shut down because of the actions of a few, not all, I, like many other people, shared the concern about where were these 20,000 people going to earn a living. Anytime you have the the destruction of an industry or the exclusion of people from participating in industry, particularly persons who may have been on the lower income scale. Let us be realistic. These are not people who, if they are forced out of this industry because they cannot comply, they will do one of two things. And I made the same point with the Gambling Control Act, that when you overregulate an industry or you make it inaccessible to people who may have previously participated in industry, you will drive criminality underground. You will encourage people to now operate outside of the law, or you will force them into other forms of perhaps criminal activity and so on. And, you know, when you think about this industry and you be realistic in thinking about the industry, these are not people who, if they cannot participate here, going to put on a jacket and tie and go to work in the Twin Towers. These are people who are desperate for employment. These are people who perhaps have not had the opportunities for formal education as others may have had. And you want to create opportunities for people to be able to participate in industry in this, because this is a way to make a decent and honest living if they are able to comply and if the industry is able to grow and flourish and prosper. And that is what we all want, so that we could all live in peace, not have wires hanging in front of our houses, not have our internet cut off when we have to do online courts and joint select committee meetings, not have gates and so on and church bell towers stolen. Nobody wants that. And we do want to have people in their jobs and being employed, and to see the growth of an industry that could actually contribute to our economy. And with those few words, I thank you.
Senator Deyalsingh. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, when the government had recommended a temporary ban on the export of scrap iron and other metals about 3 months ago, I fully supported them. And this was because persons were having problems with what was going on in this industry, which was unregulated. And as others here, I had concerns of some persons would be without an income, and we heard it's around 25,000 persons, I think, some figure was given. So I had concerns that the industry would have caused persons to be on the breadline, to have hard times, and these were persons who were hustling to get a job, hustling to get a living in trying times. But on my research, I understood this industry is not just little hustlers trying to make a living, but the industry has come about globally in a lucrative international organized crime enterprise, and no nation is spared from the fallout. So this is something that I want to quote Benson Nekwensu, writing in City Press, August 2022. He mentions Africa has major problems with the asset stripping of copper infrastructure on an industrial scale. This shows how brazen and strong this criminal network has become. With these staggering financial figures and targeted sectors of our economy, it is compelling to characterize cable theft as economic sabotage. So he labeled it as economic sabotage, and this is what we have to realize. This has happened not just here, but in other nations. He continues, it is clear, therefore clear, that the scrap metal industry is in cahoots with the cable and copper syndicates, given the rate of theft and destruction of infrastructure. Those involved in these criminal activities are not just lumpen working class people. They are big fishes, and this is the nexus of many forces. So he mentioned this. So therefore, we have to appreciate, while we worry about the little persons who are trying to get a job. It's now gone off to a different level. And it was mentioned there that before that, even South African President Cyril Ramaphosa used his Freedom Day address to condemn cable thefts. And Kenyan President Uhuru Kenyatta closed down the scrap industry. So they did that. They did that as responsible government. And our government had no choice. They had no choice to put something in place. Because the theft of lines and infrastructure and entities like WASA, TSTT, TNTEC has disrupted services across the country. Communities, police, and the legislator have shown that they can contribute to stop our country's infrastructure from being stolen, and this is the effort here. And I want to mention, sir, at Mamaral number 2, some villagers apprehended 4 men who were caught stealing copper cables. So it's really communities are also involved because they had to stop it. They had problems. And you see, it's not just Mamaral, you know. I want to make mention in Bournes Road in St. James. On June the 2nd, 2020, they had no water. This is during the COVID times. No water, and no water because the copper pipes were stolen. The whole community there. So persons were getting distressed. So we had instances where other communities had no electricity. They were in darkness for days. So government had to act to protect the ordinary citizens from these elements. And I also want to quote that an FBI report. Now, since September 15, 2008, the FBI warned the world, tried to warn nations what was happening. So the FBI criminal investigates, it was a September 15 article. An FBI criminal investigate served to warn international community where they said, and I want to quote this article, in the US, the FBI reports that critical infrastructure such as electrical substations, cellular towers, telephone landlines, railroads, water wells, construction sites, and vacant homes are being targeted, presenting a risk to both public safety and national security. Copper thieves are typically individuals or organized groups who operate independently or in loose association with each other and commit thefts. So he went on to say in this article, the FBI report went on to say that they are in conjunction with fencing activities and the sale of contraband. Organized groups of drug addicts, gang members, and metal thieves are conducting large-scale thefts from electrical utilities, warehouses, foreclosed or vacant properties, and oil wells. And this is what he mentioned, and this serves to show us that it could be an organized group of activities. And I see in the bill presented, we were looking at certain individuals who may be drug addicts. We are looking at certain individuals who maybe have a criminal record. And I think, you know, we have to balance this, but I think this was probably an awareness that the individuals involved, and that's not all, may be involved in other nefarious activities where guns, drugs are shipped in certain containers. So therefore, the government has to be aware about this market. So the report also said that demand for copper from developing countries such as China and India is creating a robust international copper trade. As the global supply of copper continues to tighten, the market for illicit copper will likely increase. So this is something that the warnings were there from what happened in Africa. The FBI warning was there to tell us before what was happening. Communities here felt the brunt of some of these activities that caused a destruction in the society where they live, the community where they live. And the president of the Trinidad and Tobago Scrap Iron Dealers, Alan Ferguson, you know, he had made a comment that people may turn to crime. The commissioner of police has failed us. He wanted to get the names of persons doing illegal activities, and I told him that we worked with other commissioners to get rid of the past problems we had. And we sent letters upon letters to help us and work with us, and no help is coming forward. So he has, obviously he would have sort of get a fallout with this. And obviously he would be disgruntled, and obviously happy to know that at least he was consulted, and there are still discussions, and whatever come about here, it's still liable to change. It still has that idea that the law could revolve. He had also actually tried to put the National Security Minister, Mr. Fitzgerald Hines, in a corner when he said, you sit down in cabinet and many persons in your constituency earn a lot of money from the scrap iron industry, and you sat down and agree with them to shut down the industry for 6 months, and you don't want me to say anything. I must keep my mouth shut, but let me tell you something. I am championing for the poor. Now, this is a statement he made. But Minister Hines, along with other committee members, had a duty to put a stop to this problem, and despite any sort of political fallout that occurred. So therefore, I have to commend, however, Alan Ferguson for launching an online platform for members of the public to report any sort of stolen copper. Also, the acting commissioner also given a reward. So there were things put in place, and things can be put in place still, that we still have this online platform running and a reward system from the police commissioner. So theft occurs all over. Cable theft in the UK was estimated at one instance as £700 million. Up to 5 years ago, about 8,000 people were in the industry. And innovative methods are being made where they can now put a DNA sort of a select trace to mark copper cables. So that's in the future. That's to come. However, I want to say the scrappers do have an important function. They remove old metal, which could have a detrimental effect in our environment. So they do have that. But it's when we have instances of church bells missing, manhole covers, this is when it comes a problem. When cables are cut and persons' lives are being put in place, even their own lives, when they try to cut cables and they're electrocuted, government had a duty to protect the community. So the thing is, we have to appreciate the fact that we have with our oil and gas infrastructure, we are sitting in a land where there's a lot of metal available from the old oil industry. So we are sitting on a gold mine, or should I say we're sitting on an iron mine with these scrappers. So in the Caribbean, we had the greatest industrial development. So we have that infrastructure, that old infrastructure waiting to be taken. And I heard Senator Vieira and others mention, we could actually look at this as a market to somehow raise the funds also. But I also need to mention that it was mentioned that the copper is no longer, they do not have permission to take copper until we come with some further legislation. But, Mr. Vice President, the copper that lays in the underground cables or whatever cables, after a while, the rubber could deteriorate, and that copper could leach into the environment, and that copper could cause problems to the fish, the fauna and fauna. So the copper has to be removed. TSTT has now switched from landlines and gone to some sort of mobile service. A lot of us don't have landlines again. All that old copper should be on the TSTT domain to go and remove. They put it there in the first place. Let them take it out from our environment. Or even if they want to hire these persons and train them to take it out, take it out. TSTT is saying they're in financial distress. They can take all their old copper and sell it to China. So we have instances where the copper could cause a nuisance, cause an environmental ill effect if we leave it for a while. So again, we'll have to think in future how we're going to get that copper out of there. Now, what I saw mentioned in a newspaper article recently in the Newsday, 2 days ago, the association president mentioned that some persons, he should think government should try to grant land to some of these individuals. And this is something I'm thinking government should consider, because we are given land for people to plant, we are given land for other, other means when people will want to have cultural centers. This now, we have heard it's a an excellent opportunity for the money, foreign exchange to come in. We have also heard it does provide jobs for people. We have also heard it cleans up the environment. So therefore, we have to look at these persons as a small business enterprise and encourage them. Even if we give them that land, teach them the proper handling methods, how to handle lead from the battery, how to get your tetanus shot if you're out there dealing and digging up. These are things we could do that we can actually make it as a small business industry with the guidance from the government. The government doesn't have to look at, they don't have to look at government as an enemy, but somebody who could facilitate better working conditions, better environmental conditions. But I did feel uncomfortable when Senator Richards and Senator Lutchmedial mentioned that persons were signing away their rights. And in a sense, I have to agree with this, that, you're putting me under a sort of the gun, as you say. Well, if I don't give you that right to enter my property, I cannot exist as a business. So I think this is unfair, and probably we need to discuss this further. Also, Senator Lutchmedial opened my eyes when she mentioned the fact that Section 33 does give the permanent secretary now the kind of quasi-judicial function. So I await the Attorney General's answer on that, because this is something that could be concerned, and I was happy that Senator Lutchmedial gave us that little legal lesson. And I think this afternoon I have to congratulate her. She's getting her red bag from her seniors, so I have to congratulate her. So I have to say the Attorney General gave me comfort when he said he did consult with about that. He got a feedback from 245 persons. It is a legal challenge, as you know. We may not get it right. We may have to come back and do some sort of adjustments. But really speaking, this industry was mushrooming into an epidemic with an army of these individuals going out there and causing some sort of havoc to some persons. So we may not be able to stop the theft, but we could prevent the sales. And this is where I think the legislation has put this sort of a twofold approach: those who could collect and the ones are dealing. So in such a way, it serves that to even give a new job of a new scope where the scrap metal collectors were now put in as a new job spec, while we had the scrap dealers before. So we have to hope that regulations, OSHA guidelines, and these things can be, taught to certain individuals. Training, as I said, had to be mentioned. And a problem we had, Mr. Vice President, people have not talked on. I know we are dealing with the scrap iron, bill, but I had a householder, a doctor, who had a beach house at Mayaro, and twice they went and took all the electrical cables, and he couldn't get insurance to pay for it. So therefore, this is something in the fact that we'll have to know how we are going to help those persons who are grieved. WASA had to pay 20 million in repairs, TSTT 50 to 20 million to reboot their service. So definitely, we need to protect the infrastructure of our country, which was being sabotaged. And we also have to make this as a legitimate business. And also, as I said, we had a new category of workers. So the clause, Mr. Vice President, as I want to go into the bill itself, 41 clauses. And I must say, when I looked at Section 2, where it says, a person who has been convicted of an indictable offense under the Dangerous Drugs Act or the proceeds of crime act shall not be eligible for a license unless the conviction has been expunged under the Dangerous Drugs Act. Some persons actually told me that they think this is unfair, because if you are really a person who, you came out of prison, you're trying to get a job, you're shut doors, you may use this industry to try to get an earning for your family. So in one hand, it may stymie people from being rehabilitated fully in society. But Ohio also has a law where the persons convicted of theft cannot get a license. And their logic was, you may be getting persons now to go into this industry to actually to deal in their, what they're accustomed doing. And as I mentioned, the reports before with the United States report saying that the industry is a well-oiled industry, international syndicate that you may have. I understand why this may be in there, but I also try to figure how could we help these individuals? So I thought about this, and this gave me worries, because you have people who really struggling for a living, and this could be a way out. So if, even though we take out Section 2 and we allow these persons to work, we have to keep an eye on them, one, and they should have a police record, and police could keep an eye on them. But more so, what is the danger we are trying what is the mischief we are trying to try and see we could prevent? We're also trying to prevent these persons from exporting, using the export route to put drugs in, to put guns in, to have any sort of illicit material going out. But then I realized Section 28 may help us with that, because Section 28 did put an added burden on, and Section 28 did actually show us that when you are going to pack these containers, you should have the presence of the inspectors as well as police officers there. I think it's yeah. So basically, what it does, it gives the scrap metal inspectors and the police officers have to be there when you are closing these containers to sign off on what's going on. So this is a way that we could serve to check. And if you're checking with it that way, we may decide that we want to ease up on the restrictions of having any sort of conviction before. Because really speaking, I'm seeing here that, the inspection of the export material is something that Section 25 actually, I may say, an authorized officer, it looks at the police officer and the authorized officer for the inspection would have to be there to look. So I think if we could cover that, if we could ensure who is guarding the guards, 2 persons there, looking at what's going off, signing off, because it was mentioned, I think, by Senator Richards that yes, we have everything in place, but with scanners, things are still going out, coming in. So therefore, it's really to see if we can somehow get this the relevant officers present. So I'm looking at Part 4, export of scrap metal, and notice to the export the scrap metal. And in this one, I look at Section 23(3), where it states, where notice is given under subsection 1, the Minister and the Commissioner of Police shall ensure the relevant officers are present at the scrap metal site to conduct inspections whilst the scrap metal is being loaded. So this is when they are carrying it out. And also, it makes mention where an inspection in Section 5, when in Section 24(5), it makes mention where an inspection of the scrap metal is found to be fit for export, the scrap metal inspector shall issue a fit for shipping certificate as prescribed after payment of the prescribed fees, and the certificate shall also be signed and dated by the police officer present. So this may simply help to guard any sort of input, any sort of embarrassment if things goes out of the country. Again, when I looked at that section 24(6), it makes mention that scrap metal in a scrap metal site may be held for 5 days for viewing by any member of the public, and the licensed exporter, upon a written notice from any member of the public, shall afford that person a reasonable opportunity to view the scrap metal before loading the export. Now, this is good. But in practical, if I am missing a gate, I don't think I want to go in certain parts of the country where certain characters are there and try to look for any sort of things they steal from me. I think we already have the process involved where those persons are obligated to take pictures of what they receive. Why not make a system where anything they receive, we put it on site, on our online site, so it's up there, it's loaded up, and once it's loaded up for 3 weeks, if people miss something, they can go on that site and make a report, online site, please, rather than going into these areas. So that's something we may have to consider. I also may want to make mention of Part 5 inspections, 25(2), where you're saying an authorized officer may enter and inspect the scrap metal site at certain types, reasonable times, otherwise on notice to the site manager. again, we have always had complaints where people may say that our authorized officers may somehow, may be guilty of turning a blind eye, may get their hands greased, may let something go. But I'm saying is, if we should say now, if an authorized officer is going into a property, why can't it be recorded visually? Just as how the police officers, when they are going, they have their cameras. I'm thinking this is a chance where we may be protecting the officers from any sort of accusations after that they are, coming in there just to make mischief, just to get their hands greased and, reduce the evidence, the allegations of corruption. And I also would like to make mention of Section 25(5), where a police officer may, if necessary, use reasonable force in the exercise of the powers on their warrant under subsection 3. And I have to agree with some of the previous speakers who think that this may give a license to police to use force. And I think, all respectively, sir, that AG, that I'm a little uncomfortable with that aspect too. I would like to make mention also of the fact that Section 5(5), which looks that the minister shall have the powers to grant, refuse, renew, suspend, revoke a license. And it did mention a license shall not be granted in respect to a dwelling house. And I heard arguments to and against. I heard Senator Richard say about the toxic effect, you get lead poisoning, it's there, it could leach into the environment, it could affect children living next door if it leaks into the soil, and I agree with that. I also think about the fact that the noise pollution, all these are things we have to look at. We need people to be living in areas that you may not have that nuisance. Now it already exists. So this is the problem we have. What do we do with those individuals who already have their business there? And they already have stuff on their land. Are they given a period I noticed that there was a sort of a sunset period, or sort of period given, an extension given to those people who had license till April the 23rd, so they would be able to continue that business for a while. But I'm wondering, persons who have their stuff on their land, it's there, it's packed up there for the last few months. What are they going to do with it? It's in a dwelling house. How are they going to get a period where you say, you have a period of time where you can get this disposed of? And I think we may have to figure that in, because suddenly the law will come into place and you're caught with material in your yard, which you had from before, and you just will have to say, would we be able to get rid of this in a manner that would not cause any sort of problem there? I also would like to say, make mention that when I looked at section, for the application for a license, section 6 it is, where it spoke on the scrap metal collector's license, and also having a site manager. It serves, so it basically, what it does, it gives a new jobs, it gives a bureaucracy, and I'm wondering how we could help those individuals who may not have a business sense, and probably the relevant ministry could show them how to set up a small business, how to manage it. So that sort of a cooperation will go a long way to help those persons deal with this new job specs that they have and to deal with their responsibilities. Again, it was made mention by Alan Ferguson, the leader of the committee, that he said in a Newsday yesterday, which is in the 15/30/12/2022, that he was not happy with the bill, in a sense that he said that there was a problem with the collectors on site in the landfill. What is to become of them? Because, do they have to get a license? But I don't think that's much of a problem, because if they're collectors in the landfill, once they don't leave, and if their trucks could come after, whoever has the truck or the the license to transport could park outside and they park it there and they get their money. So I don't think, in practicality, these things can be worked out. I'm not saying it's a major issue from persons who could still go into the landfill, but they put it on, load it up on a truck which has the permission right after. And also, you know, you can, those things I think is not something that it's burdensome. I also look at the fact that when I look at seven, we're looking at the refusal to grant a license. 7. When an application for a license is made under Section 5, the minister may refuse to grant that license. And it gives some details. Again, when you look at Section B3, a person who has been convicted during the period of 5 years immediately preceding the date of the application, an offense involving fraud and dishonesty. So even if we have that, and even we are going with this, let us say we are dealing with a timeline that we notice that we give an extension to the 20th of April to help these individuals. But if these individuals now have to apply for a character certificate from the police service, that is a long wait. So somehow I don't know how we are going to satisfy this, because I think we may have to depend on a character certificate from the police officers, which sometimes may take a very long time to get. So this could add to a degree of distress. When I looked at section, looking at the renewal of a license, 8.2, where the application for renewal of a license granted under this act shall be made to the minister not later than 3 months. I just wanted to ask the Attorney General why 3 months, what was the rationale behind that? Is there's paperwork has to be done? Because remember, if you already one of those 138 probably like dealers, you would already have had information on your files with them. And I just needed some clarification, 3 months. Why that period of 3 months? Then I commend the decision in 13, where the minister, if the minister refuses an application under Section 7, or refuses to renew, revokes a license under Section 8 or 9, the minister shall give the applicant all licensee notice setting out the decisions for reasons for it. So that's good legal practice, and I commend the AG for that. I also have to look at the circumstances for dealing, which is Section 18.1. Now, Section 18.1, they said no person shall, and I look at 18.1c, no person shall purchase, receive, or enter into any other transaction in relation to scrap metal with a person under the age of 18 years. And D also said, employ any persons under the age of 18 years to purchase, receive, or enter into any other transaction with another person in relation to scrap metal. So while I may agree that a dealer and the other job specs that we got, the manager, the site manager, the collector, the dealer, should be 18 years and over. I question this, and I heard some members saying, why? It's probably child labor and whatnot. But we were here recently, Mr. Vice President, discussing the apprenticeship system. So if I have my scrap iron yard, under the apprenticeship worker is 16 years of age, somebody who can be afforded a salary that could help them. So if I'm a scrap iron dealer, I would utilize the ministry's promise that they would give me a worker if this could fall into this. And so I see no objections with hiring a 16-year-old for these as an apprentice in these position, seeing that we went that way recently. Again, I have to say that I look at Part E. Again, we are looking at 18.1e. No person shall deal in scrap metal with any person who is under the influence of any intoxicating liquor or drug when the condition is visible or apparent. But how are we going to see those individuals? How are we going to test them? A person could be under the influence of drugs, and are we going to say that, well, you have to supply your blood, you have to give a urine test? I don't know how we are going to come to this. I mean, we saw cases before where even a past minister and a past regime, when we tried to get samples from him outside a nightclub, it was a legal action and problem. So how are you going to deal with these individuals when you are seeing them? You may suspect they are intoxicated. Is it that you have to report to the police, who will have to come now, stop them and say, listen, give us a test? Because you have to prove that. And Mr. Vice President, you might get an alcohol testing on an individual when you do the alcohol levels. But if somebody drinks less than 2 alcoholic drinks, but fill himself up with marijuana, he could be high as a kite, very disoriented, could fall down from the trucks or whatever. And you're not testing that because he may be under the alcohol limit. So all that drug testing capability in terms of marijuana and also other drugs in the system, we have to, I need to get some clarification on that. I also look at section 22, where a scrap metal collector shall keep, as prescribed, the record of every transaction in relation to the scrap metal business for a period of not less than 6 years. That is good. So at least we have a way we could trace what's happening. I also looked at section 24, where we, in section 24, where we noticed to export scrap metal. And I wondered, you know, that okay, so we're looking at those persons exporting scrap metal. But are they allowed to import? Because remember, you have smaller Caribbean islands who may have scrap metal, who may have this same syndicate all over, who may decide, hey, we don't have the laws. They may not have the laws yet that exist that we have that will have them to actually give their metal to, you know, account for whatever metal they have. So it's easy that they may take it and decide, let's ship it to Trinidad. And Trinidad will take it now. And those persons here could ship it to China or to India. So somehow import, we know about export license. Do they have to get an import license? Did we make any link with other Caribbean or other islands that, you know, this is a thriving trade, warned to us, the FBI warned us about it, and therefore, just as how we collaborate with the CARICOM nations in terms of drugs and guns, we need to collaborate with them in terms of this. And this is something we have to seriously consider as we realize what this industry could entail. So, I would like to also look at the fact that scrap metal inspectors, where we mentioned that the...
Senator,
yes, sir.
You have about 5 minutes remaining.
Thank you, sir. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I would also like to make mention to the fact that when we are looking at vehicles and transporting in a vehicle, I actually was wondering in terms of, and I saw 27.1, the minister may designate public officers to be scrap metal inspectors for the purpose of the act to inspect scrap metal sites, ensure compliance with this act conditions, restriction, requirements subject to which a license is granted. And I was happy that at least it was expanded to others in the sense that it was not just the service workers. So let us say, because there's a shortage, you want to get these people on board, you want to hire people. And, you know, we really don't know, as someone, I think Senator Lutchmedial mentioned, you don't know the background of these people. They are coming in to expand a need to expedite the situation. So therefore, what I'm asking is just as how we put a burden on those people applying to be scrap iron dealers and to be, you know, have the dealership. And we put that burden that they have to have, you know, no sort of charges between you. The same thing, those persons applying for these jobs, if it's a new job description, we should also put something in place where they are without conviction and during a period of 5 years, similarly, and no offense of fraud or dishonesty, because they do have an important job. And if they are so inclined, they can be easily corrupted. So we are creating a new post, and I think we have to, this post has to be given some more teeth in it to say who can or cannot apply to this. I also would like to say that when I looked at section 39, where it was made mention that We are given that extension to the 14th of April 2023. I think this is excellent because even though we are trying to move as soon as possible to help these individuals, and it was make mention in December, we want this thing passed. But we have to take in consideration, and probably we have to appeal to the Minister of Social and Family Services, those 25,000 people, would they be getting food cards? Would they be getting some sort of grant? Because Christmas is on us. They have had no salary for years, they had for a few months, and it's difficult for them. So probably we need to reach out to them if the legislation doesn't come, or even if it comes, because this whole month, no gifts for the children, it's difficult. So in conclusion, we needed this. It was promised. It was delivered before time. I congratulate the AG for this. I also say we have to try to make it a legitimate business. We have to protect our land from the ongoing economic sabotage. And if this legislation is proved imperfect, it's a start, but we could improve on it, committee stage amendments, so even later, a date, we can come back here and try to give it some other benefits that could, other benefits to the nation and also to these individuals who are struggling to make a living. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Senator Deoroop, Teemal.
Mr. Vice President, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the bill before us here today. Mr. Vice President, in starting, I would just like to read from the preamble to the bill at the very beginning, where it states that the main purpose of the bill is to provide a modern regulatory framework to manage the scrap metal industry, especially in light of the archaic nature of the Old Metal and Marine Stores Act and the challenges, including criminal issues, currently facing the industry. It says, therefore, the bill seeks to provide the relevant minister with power to issue, refuse, revoke, renew, suspend, or vary two types of licenses, establish registers of license granted, and appoint scrap metal inspectors to perform certain functions under the new legislation. Mr. Vice President, when I see the terms modern regulatory framework and look at the contents of the bill before us, I would want to respectfully challenge the term modern regulatory framework. Because to me, although the need to deal with the criminality that have entered the scrap metal industry, to me, the issue that is before us is really a solid waste management issue and not primarily a criminal issue. And as Senator Vieira pointed out in his contribution, this solid waste management issue that would incorporate recycling inevitably has to be linked with the current trajectories of a circular economy. In this chamber last week, when a motion on adjournment was done by Senator Lutchmedial on the status of the beverage container bill and where we are with that. In response to that motion on the adjournment, our Minister of Public Utilities, in his response, spoke about a waste characterization study that was being undertaken by the government through the Solid Waste Management Company Limited. And that waste characterization study was coming out of a study that was done in, I believe, in the year 2010. And the Honorable Minister also mentioned about an integrated solid waste management policy. And to me, this is where this issue that we are trying to legislate today should really come under an integrated solid waste management policy. And as a result of it, if we are to subscribe to such thinking, what is going to come about is that the relevant minister in this particular bill is, of course, the Minister of Trade and Industry. And we see a tremendous amount of duties and responsibilities and powers placed on this minister in this particular bill. And I lament the absence of the role of the special purpose company, the Solid Waste Management Company Limited, SWIMCOL, that was set up for solid waste management. But in this entire bill, the role of this special purpose company is not prominent, or in fact is totally absent in the entire context of an integrated solid waste management policy. Because to me, it is the overarching policy of which scrap metal export or scrap metal salvaging is but an element. And if we are talking about a modern regulatory framework, to me, it has to be based on an overarching, broad-based policy that incorporates all facets of the solid waste management, which includes the scrap metal industry. Mr. Vice President, I go now to one of the clauses in which it states that a license issued to a scrap metal dealer authorizes the licensee to carry on business at the scrap metal site listed in the license. And then when I look at clause 2, interpretation, a scrap metal site is defined as any premise listed in a scrap metal dealer's license where the business of dealing in scrap metal is undertaken and includes an unlicensed site. And what comes to my mind, in fact, this definition and this reference to scrap metal site, which is an integral part of the granting of a license for a scrap metal dealer, it raises several questions in my mind, because the bill is silent on the criteria that would be used by the minister to determine the suitability of the proposed site for scrap metal operations. The bill is silent on this. And Honorable Attorney General, I do not know if this gap is going to be addressed in detail in the regulations that I understand would be coming sometime in August of next year. For in looking at the suitability of sites for it to be defined as a scrap metal site, I'm sure there are certain factors to be taken into consideration. Senator Paul Richards touched on some of the environmental issues that are associated with this, with scrap metal storage and recovery. But then, would such sites be regulated by the normal land use planning regulations that we have in existence? I refer to the spatial planning. That really is the domain of the Town and Country Planning Division of the Ministry of Planning and Development. And even now, with the Local Government Reform Act, spatial planning for the respective corporations now also fall under the responsibility of local government. And whether or not the minister would be seeking not only the advice, but the regulatory role that these institutions play in the approval of sites for different land uses. Also, the question of environmental clearance by the Environmental Management Authority and the suitability of these sites in terms of mitigating against the impacts of negative environmental impacts. And then one particular aspect as well in terms of suitability of sites would be the question of approvals from either the Ministry of Works and Transport through the Highways Division, for we are talking about containerized cargo that will be leaving these sites. We all know that containerized cargo, there's a tremendous increase in the axle loading due to the weight of these containers. And whether or not the location of these scrap metal sites would be such that they are in proximity to highways that are designed for such containerized loading, or whether or not, special provisions are going to be made for secondary roads and minor roads to be upgraded in order to accommodate the additional axle loading that is brought about by containerized cargo. And of course, as part of the overall process of approval for sites, the public health issues, particularly where we would have issues of pests and mosquitoes and all of these things that relate to the drainage of the site, and also the leachate from the sites, how the leachate is going to be managed. If there are going to be pretreatment requirements and all of these things regarding the leachate. So I raise this in the context, as I said, that the bill is silent on these things, and whether the minister would be specifically requiring what prevails in terms of statutory approvals for specific land uses as part of the condition in the minister granting the approval for scrap metal sites. Mr. Vice President, I'd like to go to clause 15, which deals with restriction on transportation of scrap metal. And the clause says that except for purposes other than dealing in scrap metal, no person shall transport scrap metal unless he holds a scrap metal collector's license issued by the minister. And we see in clause 21, section 4G, which states that if a person other than the seller delivers the scrap metal to the scrap metal dealer, the name, address, and age of the person who delivered the scrap metal, and clause H states a statement of ownership that is signed and dated by the person who delivered the scrap metal. Mr. Vice President, I'm reading those clauses, and I'm a bit confused, because clause 15 speaks specifically about a scrap metal collector's license for those dealing in scrap metal, but in clause 21, section 4G and H, it's talking about a seller delivering scrap metal to the scrap metal dealer. So is the bill making provisions for delivery to scrap metal dealers outside of the licensed scrap metal collectors by those who are selling, one-off sellers, say for instance, someone who is cleaning up their yard, and say that they want to take that scrap metal down to a scrap metal dealer? Or do they have to go through the licensed scrap metal collector in order to get it to there? So just some clarity in terms of in terms of that aspect, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, I'd like to go to clause 19, where it deals with retention of scrap metal for a specific number of days. And 19, section 1 says, subject to subsection 2, scrap metal purchased or received by a licensed scrap metal dealer shall be kept in the scrap metal site and shall not in any way be changed in form or shape or disfigured, used, sold, loaned, or otherwise disposed of from the site for a period of 15 days after the scrap metal has been purchased or received. And then subsection 2 states that the minister, on application by a scrap metal dealer, may grant the dealer a permit for the shipment or alteration in form or shape of any such scrap metal without the same having been kept for such a period of 15 days. Mr. Vice President, my question is, why such, to me, why such a convoluted approach to trying to manage a situation like this? We're saying 15 days, you can't do anything with the scrap metal that comes to your scrap metal site. And then we are saying if you want to do something within 15 days, then you have to apply for a permit, a special permit from the minister. Why don't we just say, look, for a period not exceeding 15 days? Because it brings an additional permitting system into what is being legislated here. So we have 15 days, and then if you want to do anything with the scrap metal before 15 days, then you have to apply for a permit. Mr. Vice President, we know how the system works. And the possibility of applying for a permit to do something within 15 days may take even more than 15 days. I mean, by all processes that you have to go through, it may take even more than 15 days. So really and truly, I see a bit of conflict here in terms of the 15 days and then having to apply for a permit if you want to do something less than 15 days. It just not, to me, it is just not practical at all. If we go to clause 24, section 1, it states that a person who exports scrap metal should be given at least 7 days written notice in the prescribed form to the minister and the commissioner of police of his intention to load the scrap metal for export. So here we have another time restriction of 7 days written notice to be given for a scrap metal dealer to load scrap metal for export. And then I ask a question, is this after the 15 days retention of the arrival of the scrap metal onto the scrap metal site? So are we talking about an additional 7 days here? Or are we talking about 7 days within the 15 days period? Now, if we are talking about an additional 7 days, it means that we're talking about 15 plus 7. We are looking at the scrap metal dealer having to not interfere with anything that comes to his yard for a period of 22 days. And then if we go to clause 24, section 6, it says that the scrap metal in a scrap metal site may be held for 5 days. for viewing by any member of the public, and the licensed exporter, upon written notice from any member of the public, shall afford that person a reasonable opportunity to view the scrap metal before loading or export. So we have 15 days, 7 days, before you can load into the container. And then this clause 24, section 6, is speaking about another 5 days. So I'm just seeking clarification on whether all these time frames are running concurrent or whether they are linear. If they are linear, you're talking about 15 plus 7 plus 5. And that possibility comes up of 22 plus 5, 27 days. Could be a possible scenario for metal reaching the scrap metal dealer, and he can't do anything, but just wait for that period of time in order for the regulatory aspects to kick in. So I would ask the question, what impact is that going to have on a business? For we are talking about a business in terms of its manpower resources and its equipment. And anybody running a business would want to know that the utilization of their manpower and the utilization of their equipment can be on a continuous basis, can be on a daily basis, rather than an intermittent basis waiting on approvals. Because all intermittent standby time for manpower and for equipment would have to be factored into their costs of operation. And it makes it exceedingly difficult to manage business on an intermittent basis like this, and definitely would affect the operations of the scrap metal dealer. So I am suggesting for smooth transition, continuous operation of a business for a scrap metal dealer, that these the time frames that are put forward here, that it can be looked at, and the option that be given, instead of having to wait for a fixed period of 15 days, you can operate, if you can get your inspections done within 15 days, a shorter period of time, then you don't have to apply for a special permit from the minister if you need to do anything with your scrap metal before 15 days. Mr. Vice President, despite the provisions for continuance of existing licenses under the Old Metal and Marine Stores Act, and the Honorable Attorney General did mention this fact when he was presenting that for the continuance of existing license under the Old Metal and Marine Stores Act. I acknowledge that. And the optimistic timelines given by the government in terms of the proclamation of this legislation and the bringing into reality of the necessary regulations. I share the view of other senators that this bill is going to have drastic negative impacts on the current modus operandi of this industry. And I say this because most persons will not be able to get their current sites approved. I mean, we have heard a lot of the current scrap metal dealers, they are operating from their homes, their front yards, we have heard. And really and truly, when we look at the details of this legislation, these persons are not going to be able to get any license for their current operations. And this bill also introduces a level of clerical and administrative measures on scrap metal collectors that is beyond their means and the ability of most of the existing cadre of scrap iron collectors. Because when we look at the kind of records that the scrap metal collectors are required to keep, and we look at the current operations of those who have been engaged in scrap metal collection, you will recognize a marked difference in requirements. You know, the administrative aspects, the administrative measures, the records that one has to keep. To me, Mr. Vice President, is just simply beyond the current capacity of many of the existing scrap metal collectors. Mr. Vice President, in closing, I would have liked to hear from the government whether consideration has been given to any measures to mitigate against the impact of this legislation, or measures to allow current stakeholders to adapt to the requirements of the legislation, or to allow them with support to be able to meet the requirements of this legislation. I would have really liked to hear what the government have in mind in order to address this gap that is going to arise from putting this legislation into effect. I humbly suggest that consideration be given to the establishment of scrap metal parks by the government. The government consider in designated areas setting up scrap metal parks, because in order to procure land that is going in areas that is going to be suitable for scrap metal dealers based on the requirements of this legislation is going to be beyond the means of the small to micro operators in the current industry as it is. And if there is some consideration for scrap metal parks to be established so that these current stakeholders can access space within these parks, I think it would go a long way into regularizing the industry subsequent to this legislation, and to ensure that the current operators in the industry, the small and medium, the small and micro operators, would still have a role in the future in the scrap metal industry. Mr. Vice President, I think that this whole thing could be integrated with the centralization of the engineered landfill operations proposed at Forest Park. Because you know that currently, studies are being done to centralize all landfill operations under the umbrella of an engineered landfill at Forest Park in central Trinidad. And this would lead to the eventual decommissioning of the landfill sites at Beetham, Guanapo, and at Guapo that are managed by the Solid Waste Management Company, and the one in Guapo that is managed by the regional corporation in that area. Now, this plan also calls for transition stations, because what it means is that waste would be taken to certain designated transition stations throughout the country, and then from these transition stations, it would go to the centralized engineered landfill at Forest Park. And to me, this is what provides a golden opportunity for us as a nation, in that the transition stations can be interim collection points at which scrap metals parks can be located throughout the country. And scrap metal operations can be included in the transition stations. And the provision of site facilities for access by current stakeholders would go a long way, Mr. Vice President, in mitigating against the negative social impacts of this legislation. Mr. Vice President, I thank you for the opportunity to make this contribution.
Senator Leiter, that's my job. Senator Nakhid.
In the name of God, the most gracious, most merciful. Madam President, I think it's indicative of this government that on a bill that affects poor and working class people, we've had only one speaker, which is the opener, until now. I see nothing to laugh at. While 25,000 people have their jobs and their livelihoods at peril. Madam President, the most detrimental, most calamitous thing that one could do as an individual is take away another human being's livelihood. When you do that, it's akin to killing him. And in the most egregious manner. Because when you kill somebody, there's closure, unfortunately. It's tragic, but there's closure. But when you take away someone's livelihood, you invite mental health issues, you invite a multiplier effect on the family, you invite a pain. You invite suffering, the like of which apparently no one from this government has ever seen in their lifetime. But I've seen it, Madam President. I've seen it. So this is no bill to be taken lightly. And what if that person, Madam President, is the breadwinner of that family? Magnify that, Madam President. What if he's the sole, or he or she, the sole breadwinner? What is the multiplier effect of that? Now translate that from the individual level to the governmental level, where decisions affect literally thousands of people. In that case, and in this case, 25,000 by all reports. Imagine the multiplier effect of that. Certainly nothing to laugh at. Madam President, when one looks at the first 17 clauses of this bill, it is quite clear that existing scrap metal dealers will find themselves unqualified and unable to continue trading in scrap metals. From clause 18 onwards, as has been said before, I think by Senator Mark, it's the standard lazy cut and paste clauses from other pieces of legislation, pretending to deal with issues already dealt with sufficiently in the Larceny Act. When one looks at the penal clauses of this bill, Madam President, and compare them with similar clauses in the Larceny Act, it was quite clear that what was needed was simply an increase in the existing penalties in the Larceny Act and the Precursor Act. As long as you have, Madam President, an ounce of common sense, which is what law is, you would see through the facade. This bill fools no one. Where is the evidence that there is some connection between the Chinese mafia and scrap metal trading, as was suggested? We were told that there was some correlation between trading in scrap metal and the high rate of criminality and murders. Yet, the industry was closed down for 6 months. And this government is presiding over the highest murder toll this country has ever seen. We are hitting 600 murders in the next few days, unfortunately. So murders had nothing to do with scrap metal. Stop looking for scapegoats and address the rank incompetence that we are seeing from this government. We all know that rampant thievery of copper, in particular, was a main issue. We all know that it affected the quality of our communications, mainly the internet. What we needed, Madam President, and has been said before, was stiffer penalties, better detection. This government, for the last 7 years, brought all types of legislation to deal with crime, as opposed to equipping the police with enough resources to actually detect crime and solve it. This bill is just one more attempt at using legislation to fight crime as opposed to using common sense and channeling resource into crime fighting. When I read the part of the bill dealing with exports, I couldn't help but recall the recent revelations that scanners were down and the customs was short-staffed by hundreds of people. If you want to fight the ills of this trade, get the scanners working. Spend money to hire human resources to deal with that. As has been mentioned by Senator Deyalsingh, and the claim about inspecting, with the staff inspector inspecting the containers. Madam President, it's an easy solve. You cannot ask 1 or 2 inspectors to look at all these containers, get the scanners working. And we ask again as an opposition, why this government has failed, clearly failed, to get those scanners working. Why are they allowing these things to go through?
So, Senator Nakhid, may I just caution you that we are treating with an act to create measures to regulate the business of dealing in scrap metals. We're not dealing, this is not a motion on or debate on crime, okay?
And I was 1 sentence away from dealing specifically with the clauses. And I go into it. Thank you, Madam President. Clause 3.1, which states, no person shall carry on the business of a scrap metal collector unless he has previously obtained a scrap metal collector's license under this act. Madam President, the history of scrap metal dealing in this country shows that it is operated mainly by persons at the very bottom of the economic ladder, and it has been stated here. But it warrants stating again, because this government doesn't seem to listen. They talk about consultation, but they never listen. I don't know if they continue to consult with themselves. This clause, among others, will disenfranchise most such persons from becoming legitimate operators in the industry. So any person who collects, stores, or transports without a license will be committing an offense. What mischief exactly is this Attorney General trying to solve? Or is this government targeting existing operators? How does this prevent the theft of copper wire? If it is stolen, Madam President, doesn't a charge of receiving stolen property already cover this mischief? Is it reasonably justifiable to arbitrarily enact a provision which has the effect of targeting specific persons who before would not be committing any offense? By this enactment, are we not going to complicate existing laws when in fact we should be simplifying them? And Madam President, you know, I'll leave that. We look at clause 4.2. A person who has been convicted of an indictable offense under the Dangerous Drugs Act or the Proceeds of Crime Act shall not be eligible for a license unless the conviction has been expunged under the Dangerous Drugs Act. Madam President, many people who already trade in scrap metals are likely, unfortunately, to have convictions under the Dangerous Drugs Act. I know 2 of them who played football with me as a youth. They have convictions, and they work now in this industry. So I can speak anecdotally. What will be the solution other than that, Madam President? They have no locus standi now because of this bill. Where do we want to place these people, Madam President? Why are we inviting them to a life of crime? What are they going to do, Madam President, faced with a family to feed? What are they going to do? Look to this government for the hampers nobody seems to receive, the grants nobody seems to get? I don't understand. Well, I do understand how a government can be so disconnected from the people when all they do is satisfy their friends, family, and financiers. And that is a fact, Madam President. Instead of being lazy, instead of having no compassion, should we not target specific offenses under this act? And in any event, someone possessing, and let's get specific, Madam President, to this act. In any event, someone possessing a couple grams of marijuana above 30 grams is disqualified from holding a license. Why? Let's say a marijuana plant that grows in excess of the allowed quantity. He is now debarred. Why the need to debar him? Why are we making laws to prevent persons from actually earning a living legitimately? This is an industry that deals with second chances, as they are called in America. People who need a second chance, Madam President. You are telling these people that yearn for that chance to go legit, go back to a life of crime. Because I know this government, as I've stated many times in this chamber, they are quite content with dealing with poor and working class people only in the penal section of the system. No problem. Lock them up, throw away the key, beat them up, throw away the key, get them in jail. You know, justice on wheels, how to get paid. What about, Madam President, a person who lives within 500 meters of a school, who now has a conviction for trafficking that had nothing to do with the weight of the drug? Will he also be debarred? We're just making it harder for persons to become legitimate by getting out of crime. Why are we further alienating them? Why are we limiting their ability to continue to earn a proper living? Is this reasonably justifiable? What's the rationale? Why don't we think about limiting the persons involved in crime of a serious nature when it comes to money laundering on a large scale, or drug trafficking in quantities that warrant not exclusion, only exclusion from a society. It warrants a lifetime in jail. And a few of those, according to the Scott Drug Report, now own media houses and promote everything P&M government. Madam, we move on to clause 4A.
No, before you move on, though, Senator Nakhid, before you move on, I think you're making some reckless statements, and I will ask you, please, as you move along, to confine yourself, please, to the bill, okay?
Thank you, Madam President. Madam, we move along to clause 4A, which states, it states, a declaration in the prescribed form, an application for a license shall be accompanied by a declaration in the prescribed form that if the license is granted, the licensee shall consent to the entry of authorized officers. And we know that some of our senators, especially on the opposition side, spoke about this. And I have to repeat, why subject any citizen? You know, this government, and I'll be very emphatic with this, they speak about the poor and working class like they are not part and parcel of our society, that we are not the ones responsible for their plight. This is how the government speaks about them. It's almost like they speak about them in the 10th person, not even in the 3rd person, in the 10th person. Why subject citizens in this industry to such an unnecessary intrusion, especially if they are operating in a legitimate way? Why would they ever consent to intrusion by the state? This is not a creeping dictatorship. This is a galloping dictatorship. Madam, this might refer to these scrap metal workers, but we are chipping away essentially at the fundamental rights of what are our citizens, even if we treat them, as this bill does, with some measure of contempt. What other bill this government might bring tomorrow to ask us to consent again to undermining the rights of the citizens of this country? The state should only be allowed to enter premises if there are reasonable grounds to suspect that there is criminality taking place. And that should be it. Should not be at their discretion, Madam President, not at the expense of our constitutional right. Clause 4.5. Madam, you know, when I saw this, Madam President, I had to ask, if our Honorable Attorney General had as much input in this bill, because I know he's a very eminent attorney, senior counsel, you know, despite what happened in Miami, he still has a considerable reputation. And when I looked at clause 4.5 of this bill, which says the minister may require any further information to be submitted by an applicant within a specified time, and may require verification by a statutory declaration of any information or fact then or previously submitted. Madam President, I made several interventions in this House against the former Attorney General, who I felt drafted legislation that was too expansive. There was not enough strict here. And I think it was a common complaint. And this is reminiscent of that. I mean, the former Attorney General might be looking at this debate and opining to himself that, you know, if you all thought I was mediocre, well, here we are. Any further information, Madam President, is too wide. Any further information is much too expansive for legislation, Madam President. Why is it necessary to give the minister so much unfettered power with the ability to nonchalantly make these requests? Why is the minister being given such broad powers which can be used to deny a license? And why should any politician, as has been made, that statement has been made before, particularly this government, have such unbridled power? Shouldn't we be moving in the direction of non-partisan decision makers? Isn't that what a progressive democracy is about? There's been no attempt by this government to have that kind of progression. And it reminds me of the bill that was brought before concerning the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority. It was the same exact modus operandi. It was all about the minister and what the minister can do. And that point has been made, but it looks like there's a seriously ominous pattern that has emerged with this PNM government. And it's something that we, all citizens, Madam President, should be concerned about. I would like the AG to address that when he winds up. Madam President, clause 5.2. Which states, a license under subsection 1 may be granted, renewed, varied, or suspended by the minister. Again, giving the minister the power to suspend, restrict in an arbitrary way, Madam President, does not serve the purpose of a progressive democracy. It does not serve the purpose of advancing this industry as this government would like us to believe. And I will answer as to who this bill might serve. It certainly doesn't serve the majority of the people who work within this industry, Madam President. It clearly does not, because they themselves they have stated that only few people become wealthy from this industry. Most of the people are just hard-working, making ends meet, Madam President. And if a government cannot take care of those most vulnerable, then what is their purpose? Why are they in government? And if these are the people that they pretend or they portend elected them, then why don't they do something to better their lives? I mean, it's a riddle that everyone in the country needs to ask themselves. These are the people that they portend, they represent, and these are the people who suffer under this PNM government. And the time has come for all of us who understand that such a situation can breed insecurity to take a stand and speak about it. Madam President, we move on to clause 5.5. And it says, a license shall not be granted in respect of a dwelling house. As stated before by some of the speakers, absolutely unnecessary. It favors a different type of operator and puts the smaller operator out of business. And this government cannot give us any other reason that would be truthful. Because this would drive up operating costs, reduce profit margins, especially if small operators have to look now for commercial rentals. And that is a fact. That's something we must pay attention to. How does this solve the mischief you claim to be targeting? If it's really and truly, after all your consultations with all your stakeholders, if the purpose and objective of bringing this bill within 3 months, you do not address the people that you pretend to serve. Madam President, we go to clause 6, subsection 2. And says, a scrap metal collector's license or a scrap metal dealer's license shall be in the prescribed form and shall expire at the end of 1 year beginning on the day on which it is issued or renewed. And Madam President, someone mentioned it, I forgot who, sorry, but why are renewals yearly? Is this a revenue collection drive? Is it necessary? Why, if this is an industry that deals with the lower end of the economic spectrum, why put them through this onerous economic burden? This will truly drive these people out of the industry, Madam President. This doesn't serve the poor and working class people. This serves exactly who this government are there for. The rich, the well-financed, people with access to financing. This does nothing for the poor and working class people of Trinidad and Tobago. Absolutely nothing. And why the need for a separate site manager? Wouldn't this drive up also the operating cost and reduce profitability? All we do again, Madam President, is squeeze out the smaller operators in favor of new entrants. And I'll get into that later, who those new entrants might be, Madam President. We go on to Clause 8, subsection 1B. The minister may renew a license granted under this act where there has been no change in the circumstances which existed at the time the license was granted. But, Madam President, shouldn't there be objective criticism for what constitutes change in circumstances? Shouldn't there be parameters as opposed to these arbitrary powers with no parameters or limits? Shouldn't the change in circumstances be, first of all, labeled as a material change in circumstances? Again, this is poor wording in legislation. Poor, Madam President. We have to say it. It's very poor. And again, I ask, with all the eminence of our Attorney General, did he have as much input in this bill as we would like to think? We go to Clause 11E. The minister has the power of suspension. And it says here, sorry, yes, 11E. It says here, a licensee is no longer a fit and proper person as prescribed to be a licensee. Isn't this worrisome to this House? Because does the minister now have to have a psychology degree to determine if somebody is fit and proper? Or a physical education degree? What does that mean, fit and proper? Is that mental health? Is that physical health? What does that mean? This is extreme and can be subject, as we have said repeatedly, to the prejudices of the minister. Fit and proper, without the proper criteria given. It's absolutely horrendous legislation, Madam President. Horrendous. And this, Madam President, is where I come. But before I make this last point about the clause, I would like just to touch a little bit about a point raised by Senator Richards, because I haven't heard the government respond to what was said by Senator Jearlean John about why the raising of the age limit to 18. And we believe that why should this be altered? And for good reason. And it was mentioned that why have people at the age of 16 within this industry? But the senator also alluded to the government, whether they really knew or were connected to the people in this industry? And I posit no, they are not. They have no idea about the people in this industry, as they would never, never want to remove the age of 16. Well, I'll tell you why, Madam President. The reality of Trinidad and Tobago is that we have an education system where 50% of the people have failed. They are leaving school around that age. Are we going to limit them from having the chance to work? I was working from the age of 15. I was working on our land. Excuse me, Nation of Islam. You have something to say?
To Nakhid, Senator Nakhid, I would ask that you address, you address me, please. Okay? Yeah.
Madam President, I stand on 46-4. That's very offensive coming from the leader of government business. Yeah, very insultive, Madam President. We heard you. We heard.
Senator Nakhid, continue.
Yes, thank you. I don't mind the comments but I always thought there was a height requirement to enter the Nation of Islam. I don't know how we became Brother Emre X.
Come to man.
And this is the Senate of Trinidad and Tobago. I'm not going to sit here and allow this foolishness to continue.
Senator Nakhid.
You need a fit and proper Senate.
Senator Nakhid. If anybody wishes to speak while I am speaking, raise your hand, because I know what I will tell you to do. Okay? Senator Nakhid. Senator Lider. And I look like I need protection. Really. Senator Nakhid, please continue with your presentation. Continue with your presentation without trying to insult anyone across the floor. If there's anything that is said, then I ask someone to raise a standing order. But you don't try and hurl insults at someone across the floor, okay? It's just not proper. Continue,
President,
Senator Nakhid.
Guided Madam President, I take your advice. It's just that...
I don't want to hear the words, it's just that. Just take my advice and move on, okay?
Thank you, Madam President. I'm so advised. So I go back to the point. When a government doesn't understand the people working in this sector, that you would insist on 18 years old, and the reality of our systems in Trinidad and Tobago, including the crime situation it is. Madam President, the gangs are not going to ask if somebody is 16 or 18 or 15. They're looking for people who are unemployed. They're looking for people on the margins of society. So when you hear this kind of elitist talk to be in line with whatever organization in Western societies, no, we should be 18 years old. But you have boys coming out of school because our education system is clearly failing under this government. We have 50% of people who failed. What does this government have to provide for them, Madam President? And now they're telling them, no, they cannot work in an industry that they could get a living day-to-day to feed their families. You're out of touch. Time to go. Madam President, we know it's not the ideal situation. I would like everybody to be like my children, probably most of our children here attend university, tertiary education, but that is not the case. This government has brought us to this pass. And bringing us to this pass, this is a government who creates a disaster and then doesn't want to address it. They create disasters in education, healthcare, and then what try to do, madam? Just put a plaster or a band-aid over it. Madam President, if this government really wants to address the age, given this stark reality that hits them in the face by 50% people, 50% of our young boys and girls failing, then why don't they fire the education minister instead of raising the age limit, and putting thousands of people in the hands of the gangs, looking for that opportunity, looking for those unemployed. Let them take responsibility, Madam President, for their failure in education. Let them take responsibility. And this brings me, Madam President, to clause 36 of the bill. I have to scroll along quite a bit to get it. Because I want to read this, because I think this escaped a lot of our people. And I have a question to ask. I have a question to ask of the Honorable Attorney General. It says here, in miscellaneous, a person who is aggrieved by a decision of the minister under this act is entitled to file an appeal against that decision within 30 days of being informed of that decision to the High Court. Madam President, and I know you are also legal counsel, my understanding of our legal system is that the High Court is not an appellate court. So it's either a judicial review or the Court of Appeal. This clause alone tells me that this Attorney General had very little input into this bill, Madam President.
Senator Nakhid, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. So I would like him to answer. Is that word incorrect about it being the High Court? I wait for your closing. What this bill shows us, Madam President, that it is the product of a lethargic, fresh out of ideas mind. The bill seems to waver between generating income on one hand, but from Section 18 onwards, it's generic cut and paste provisions, as I stated before. Typical modus operandi of this government for the past 7 years. It displays an appetite for destruction in keeping with the government's proven track record of destruction. A fig leaf used to disguise a knee-jerk reaction to a problem they told us involved transnational criminality, without the government condescending to provide any evidence of that bold claim. In the same way, this government destroyed Petrotrin and turned it into an entity for their incompetent friends to land high-paying jobs for which they are not suited. The government is now bringing a bill to weed out the average players in favor of a chosen few. Madam President, and I'm reminded by this bill, it's very similar to a bill that we saw with the cannabis legislation, Madam President. And we saw, unfortunately, many of my friends who were incarcerated for holding the minimal amount of marijuana, ganja, as we say on the street. Some of them have been freed. But then we saw big players coming into that market, taking over that market, Madam President. Big players. Does this also follow the same pattern? Will those same players that now control that market that was formerly criminal and referred to as criminal, would those same players now control this market when we hear the talk of smelters and recycling plants? Who can afford those? When we centralize something, Madam President, we put a monopoly on it. So we would not like to see that sort of centralization. We know that PNM has stood for many things over the years. Promises never materialize. The pedophile national movement, and that's not my words, that's words that are out there.
46-6, 46-4.
Senator Nakhid, it's unnecessary. It is unnecessary for you to be stooping to that level in your contribution in the Senate. It's absolutely unnecessary. There are some things that if you choose to say it outside of this chamber, go ahead. But when you're in the chamber, please, try and conform to the standards that we are supposed to be upholding in this chamber.
Madam President, I am guided, and I hope those standards are directed at all in this chamber. And
Nakhid, I call on you right now to apologize to me because you're making an inference there that I am not satisfied with. So I ask you to apologize right away. You have exactly 1 minute.
Madam President, I apologize unreservedly to you, and I hope that this bill doesn't reflect another meaning for PNM, which is pay now who's small. And I thank you, Madam President.
Senator Drayton. Senator Nakhid, you've made your contribution, but you continue in a line of a course of behavior that I find very disrespectful. I will ask you please to leave the chamber. You can return at 5 p.m. Senator Nakhid, I ask you, then, Senator Nakhid, in light of your most egregious behavior, I ask that you leave this chamber for the rest of the day. Senator Drayton.
Thank you, Madam President, for this opportunity to share my perspectives, my views on this very important piece of legislation. Madam President, I listened attentively to all of my colleagues, and I would try not to
Senator Leiter,
repeat.
just 1 second. Senator Leiter, I'm going to stop you now. You see this crosstalk, and then the answer is bring you row. So cut it out, okay? If you want to have a conversation, and I say this to the other members as well, anybody wants to have a conversation, leave the chamber and have it. Because when one starts and one responds, then all sorts of things start to happen and all sorts of statements are made, okay?
Thank you, Madam President. I would attempt not to repeat as much as the other presenters have, but in some instances, just for emphasis, I would need to repeat. Madam President, permit me to read an article by the Recycling International, recycling media house that speaks about issues related to international recycling and issues that plague that industry. The title of the article is Multi-Million-Dollar Metal Waste Fraud Gang Busted, 17th of March, 2021. And I quote, 15 people have been arrested in Italy and Slovakia for the illegal trafficking of metal waste, money laundering, and fake invoices and documents in fraud cases that led to the estimate illegal profits of at least 130 million euros. The arrests were conducted by the European Agency for Criminal Justice, quoting 60 places which were searched, and computer equipment, electronic devices, and documents have been seized by that agency. According to Eurojust, the suspects had allegedly been trading in waste since 2015. They produced false certificates and invoices pretending the waste was scrap metal and is allowed to trade if declarations of conformity are provided. These declarations are necessary to trace scrap metal in its origin. The article goes further down to explain that it involved several jurisdictions, including Hungary, Turkey, Egypt, Pakistan, China, and Malaysia. And these false invoices enable the purchase of metal off the books, pretending as though it had come from abroad. I'm referencing this article, Madam President, as a backdrop as to potentially why the need to further regulate the metal industry, and specifically the scrap metal industry. What I must say, Madam President, is that there are other elements when we speak to regulation. Much of my presentation would focus primarily on criminality, trade-based money laundering, and the like, which are the facilitators of transnational organized crime as we know it. But I must say at this juncture that for me, any appropriate legislation that speaks to regulation must include, as cited in the 2013 policy on scrap metals, 3 components. Must include the environment, as discussed earlier by some of my colleagues. It must include employment issues, which would include health and safety. And finally, the issue of crime and criminality. So it is not that I do not recognize those other 2 elements, but because of the orientation of this legislation, I would attempt to go down the route of crime and criminality for the most part. It is well known that the global value of the scrap metal industry is a multi-billion-dollar industry. It's been said before, the value in Trinidad and Tobago is somewhere around 200 million TT dollars. We acknowledge that there are issues with respect to theft of public and private property and the impact on the efficient delivery of public goods and services. We also understand that there has been, as a result of the closure of the industry, loss of jobs. This bill, as explained in the explanatory note, seeks to do several things, but I truly believe that it really seeks to regulate the scrap metal industry for the purposes of reducing crime and criminality. Perhaps it may be prudent to retitle the bill to best suit the intent of the bill, rather than state that is intent on regulating the sector and modernizing the sector and these kinds of things. All lofty, yes, but it's very specific based on the requirements of the legislation. So what are some of the things that we should be aware of in the region and specific to Trinidad and Tobago? Global Financial Integrity produced a report last year titled Financial Crime in Latin America and the Caribbean, Understanding Country Challenges and Designing Effective Technical Responses. In that report, it was cited that corruption is the most prevalent financial crime affecting the region, according to 250 experts who were interviewed. It is followed by money laundering, and a specific type of money laundering, trade-based money laundering, and finally, terrorist financing. And this is for Latin America and the Caribbean. Corruption is also the largest source of illicit proceeds in the region, and according to the experts interviewed, it is followed by drug trafficking, migrant smuggling, human trafficking, and, Madam President, mineral trafficking. The primary channels used to move these illicit proceeds within Latin America and the Caribbean include financial institutions, real estate, and of course, bulk cash smuggling, and finally, trade-based money laundering. Why the emphasis on trade-based money laundering? I hope as you follow me, you would understand why. Global Financial Integrity estimates somewhere around 2019 that illicit financial flows accounted for approximately 20 to 30% of the total trade in developing and emerging countries. Of course, we are classified as developing. The impact of illicit financial flows is significant and has deleterious effects on the financial system, for economies, and even a greater negative impact on the developing world. That being said, an understanding of illicit financial flows, which is primarily what some elements of this particular bill is trying to address, and specifically trade-based money laundering, is instrumental in not only closing the gap of illicit financial flows, but also protecting the financial system. So what are illicit financial flows? Illicit financial flows relate to the movement of money that is illegally gained, transferred, and spent across borders. Trade-based money laundering is the process, and I quote, the process of disguising the proceeds of crime and moving value. Someone mentioned, I think was Senator Richards, beyond cash. So when we speak about trade-based money laundering, it's value, because there are several things that can be converted, and these things have value, through the use of trade transactions in an attempt to legitimize their illicit origins. And this is the FATF in 2006. There was a publication on trade-based money laundering. It is important to note that the aim of trade-based money laundering is not solely as a mechanism to launder illicit gains, but also used for the purposes to evade taxes, and for those involved in terrorist financing, it is used to mask the origin of goods, especially from sanctioned jurisdictions. There are several elements that should be considered in trade-based money laundering, such as domestic and international trade focus, trading in goods as well as services, issues related to tax evasion, some elements here in this bill, terrorist financing. Some of the questions that we should ask, and this is really setting the basis as to why you would see requests for certain kinds of information in this legislation. The type of business, the type of products imported or exported, understanding the description of those products, the jurisdictions, the types of clients, the buyers, sellers, the regularity of that trade, the volume of the trade, understanding supply chain and customer, as well as the end users. Some of these things sound familiar because they're here in this bill. Payment of goods, especially in instances where they are 100% paid for before the arrival with the new customer. And then, of course, we get into the financial system. Multiple accounts, multiple jurisdictions, increasing complexity of trade transactions, bank transfers, receivers different from those who are the payers, holding companies, and finally, something that is extremely important in the export, significant discrepancies between the value of the commodity reported on the invoice and the commodity's fair market value. So you'd find that over-invoicing and under-invoicing are key elements when it comes to trade-based money laundering. So, Madam President, what I attempted to do was to set the basis as to why some of the key questions that some senators asked with respect to why certain pieces of information may be important. I don't agree with all of the elements, and I would go through some of those. So how do we regulate such an industry then? Understanding that we are at risk for trade-based money laundering, the region is known for illicit financial flows, the value of it, protecting the financial system, and of course, the scrap metal industry being a subset of a larger group of bodies that are supposed to be in compliance. When we speak about regulation, Madam President, for any industry, we can view this regulation along a continuum from, on one hand, self-regulation, on the other, full government regulation. From my interpretation of this bill, it proposes quite a heavy role of government and therefore leans more to full government regulation, with no inclusion of the Scrap Iron Dealers Association as it is in Trinidad and Tobago. Madam President, I actually believe that the association has a role to play as it can support the initiative by the government and assist in enhancing compliance, enforcement, and cooperation. You see, Madam President, government regulation is a costly exercise. All the necessary staff must be in place, training of the scrap metal inspectors, etc., must be done. Therefore, for those who are seen to be legitimate collectors and dealers, they should be provided with as much support to be compliant as possible. The reason why I'm saying this, Madam President, is the need for co-creation. It's something that we perhaps have not been aware of or doing as often, but when there are problems as multifaceted as this, which includes the environment, people and their livelihoods, as mentioned by Senator Nakhid and others, as well as the need to regulate, there's a balancing act that must be done. Doing it alone is not the best option, and therefore co-creation of initiatives must be done. Therefore, can we say that the association could have a greater role or mixed role from moving away from full government regulation to co-creating, okay, what kind of compliance mechanism can the association play in building its capacity, its members, but also in assisting in some of the administrative functions pointed out in this legislation. So that the association can play a role in regulation, and it's something that I believe could be perhaps included here in this legislation. And this is, of course, in complying with certain sections, Section 16, Section 20, 21, and Section 17. But there are always challenges to regulations, and I'm going to drill a bit deeper to go into elements of the legislation in a bit. In terms of the Jamaican experience, some members have referred to, there were some recommendations pointed out by the Caribbean Policy Research Institute, CAPRI. And some of these perhaps are important here, such as, and included, limit the number of dealer sites to a number that is in line with the enforcement capacity of both the customs and the police. The reason why I point out this particular recommendation is because Senator Teemal mentioned something that speaks to how best there can be a partnership between government and citizens, or in this case, is those involved in the scrap metal industry, which has to do with identifying sites that perhaps may be supported by ETEC, since ETEC provides industrial sites, so that there could be a partnership in that way where the number of sites can be limited to facilitate real enforcement and, of course, assist those who are supposed to enforce the particular elements of the legislation can do their job effectively and efficiently. There's one element here that was mentioned that may not be the best, and not in the legislation, but in the recommendations, which is to prohibit cash payments for scrap metal. Perhaps we have to think about the mode of payment for some of these things. And we recognize that we live primarily in a cash-based society, but of course there is discussion about decentralized finance and utilizing fintech. Perhaps we can also look at this in this element. Another recommendation that was made was to facilitate the inspection to include a range of stakeholders. And I know the legislation, when it speaks to authorized officer in Section 2, lists authorized officer to be police officer, constable appointed by the Supplemental Police Act, so i.e. An SRP, police health inspector of a corporation, etc. The recommendation in Jamaica was interesting because it also says to include a team, including port security. So it's something that should be considered in this instance. Now, I want us to kind of think about moving away from some of these recommendations from Jamaica. What are some of the things that we have in this legislation that makes sense? There's an article that's titled Solvability and Detection of Metal Theft on Railroad Property. And this is by Rob, Coop, and Ariel in 2015 in the European Journal of Crime Police Research. This particular article is important for us to understand what potentially from the research are factors that influence the solvability of these types of crimes. Not crimes in general, but specifically crimes that involve metal theft. So the researchers used the British Transport Police data of 4,001 metal theft offenses committed between 2009 and 2010. They identified 7 main types of metal theft and 12 what they deem as solvability factors. Solvability, as I guess you can decipher, is defined as the ease with which offenses may be solved and whether or not it's possible to solve them, so the likelihood of solving them, based on a retrospective review. While not going into listing the factors identified or analyzed, I wish to note that the top 3 factors and their combination that accounted for high solvability rates. 1, event being witnessed. So this is the first factor. Patrol interception, 2. And finally, scrap metal dealer visits, which in their study, those 3 factors accounted for 93% of cases being solved. So, 1, the event being witnessed, 2, patrol interception, and 3, scrap metal dealer visits. I know there are questions being asked of licensing. Part of the licensing requirement, of course, whether it's as a collector or dealer, is the identification of where you're located. So that's important. And you realize that in this study, that came out as a key element. In fact, the combination of scrap dealer visit and vehicle registration and covert activities accounted for 100% of solvability, as well as offense witness and covert activities. So I want us to bear this in mind because, Madam President, these offer useful insights into what is required by law enforcement to increase their solvability, if we were to use the UK as an example. Specifically, with respect to cable thefts, and I quote, the most pronounced factor with the strongest solvability effect was police checks at scrap metal dealers. Police checks at scrap metal dealers. The benefits from scrap metal dealer visits derive from intelligence that can be gathered from dealers' transaction records, from conversations with dealers and employees. However, while visits to scrap dealers were made only in 18% of the cases, 79% of theft cases were solved when such dealers were visited, when compared to only 36%, which is more than a 50% decrease when they were not visited. So coming back again, physical location and being able to go on site. And I recognize that in the legislation that is pointed out in terms of a prerequisite to the license giving the permission for the inspector to visit during those working hours. There are other challenges that you would find in enforcement, such as information sharing and coordination between agencies, which always is a challenge for financial crimes, things like joint investigations, as well as need for greater cooperation. So, Madam President, I now turn to some elements of the policy, because moving away from what the global trends are, what are some of the issues that we have to consider from the research, some of which may be applicable to this legislation. The scrap metal policy for Trinidad and Tobago 2013, and I'm not sure whether this was what the government used in crafting the existing legislation, along with, because I know that a comment was made that the policy wasn't shared. So I'm not assuming, but I'm using this policy, this 2013 policy that's publicly available as a platform to have a discussion. So perhaps it was not. That policy, however, in 2013, had three main elements that they were, or legs. One was to provide guidance to regulators and operators in the industry, to develop effective licensing in terms of those metal dealers, and to raise the operational standards of the industry. Some of the expected outcome and perhaps impact was that you would have an increased adherence by those scrap metal dealers to health and environmental standards. There would be a reduction in the incident of scrap metal theft. And there will also be increased accountability and transparency for tax administration in the scrap metal industry. There are some important elements here that I want to point out. So in terms of the bill itself, Section 2, there's a section that speaks to records in particular. Section 2 speaks to definitions, but I'm wondering whether a term that is used in the policy itself, control sheet, would cover the elements of what you require for record keeping. And control sheet being defined as a form of record used to identify the origin of scrap metals, and that can be included in Section 2. Also, we see that the existing legislation goes beyond that policy, which actually referred to, it moved beyond, the current policy says, the current legislation says premises, which is very much more expansive than what the policy had, which was scrap metal yard. And I appreciate that. I think it's a useful definition. I also would like to compliment the government on ensuring that Section 4, subsection 2, included persons that have been convicted under the Poker and Dangerous Drug Act. I know that there's some tension with respect to the Dangerous Drug Act, but particularly I am happy to see that the Poker has been there, because when I started off my contribution, I spoke or referenced transnational organized crime. And the Poker facilitates, look at some elements in terms of serious organized crime and how those have to be addressed, so I'm pleased with that. Section 4.3 provides for an attempt of some local content or participation by ensuring that companies, firms, partnerships must have a 30% local ownership. I think that's useful. Section 5 speaks to the role of the minister in granting, refusing, renewing, varying, suspending, or revoking. I think that, and I know that several other senators spoke about this before, but as I mentioned for emphasis, I would mention some elements of that. I think it should be replaced by a multi-stakeholder committee comprising key agencies and institutions such as the EMA, the Ministry of Trade Representative, law enforcement agencies, 2 examples, police and customs, occupational health and safety officials, and taking some talking points from both centers, Vieira and Lutchmedial, to include a representative of the Dealers Association. I don't know if the Dealers Association would also be expanded to include collectors, because the legislation speaks about dealers and collectors. And of course, the other element being a local government representation, which would obviously be subject to the premises or where the particular site will be located. Like some other senators, I am concerned with the detail of information that has to be provided by citizens to that scrap metal dealer in Section 21. Due consideration should be given to what is reasonable information for the purposes of conducting due diligence, such as receipts, form of ID. I find Section 21(4)(b) to be very invasive, almost as if it was a pocket manual for law enforcement when conducting their due diligence and investigations, saying, okay, what's the color of your hair, etc., etc. I'm very concerned about that level of invasion into my privacy, but additionally, a larger concern has to do with the storage of this data and the capacity of that. I don't know if this is a good time now to say perhaps it's an opportunity for the government to explore how many private sector entities require your personal information, and that perhaps a subscription-based system could be facilitated, a centralized space for government to access that information, being unable to download that information. But, you know, I find it really, really uncomfortable to share that. I have discomfort sharing just a copy of my ID card with an average person. So I think that some kind of innovation should be incorporated here. So moving beyond that, I don't think I have to belabor that point because it was mentioned before, but I just wanted to add my 2 cents to that part of the debate. Given that this is approximately a $200 million industry, I see the usefulness of enforcement of tax laws and therefore support subsection 5. I have serious concerns with people not paying taxes, and therefore I welcome any opportunity for further regulation of entities in order to ensure that they pay their fair share. And one may even add that some of those who are transporting scrap metals may do so with vehicles that may damage the road, etc. So it's a good measure in terms of being able to facilitate tax collection. Section 25 of the legislation speaks to compliance. And this is the inspection. I'm also wondering whether this facilitates the inspection by persons in occupational health and safety. Earlier, some senators referenced the need to protect the vulnerable. Madam President, I must say that the persons participating in this industry are and can be classified as vulnerable persons in our society, whether as a result of, as referenced several times, their prior involvement in crime and trying to turn their lives around, whether it is because they are persons who are a part of low-income bracket of the society. They should be protected. And because of some of the references made by Senator Senators Teemal and Richards, primarily on the environmental issues related to some of these objects that may be collected in by the scrap metal dealers. We have to ensure that they are protected with the necessary PPE, etc. And I think that compliance with occupational health safety standards could facilitate greater protection of that group, and some reference should be made in this legislation for that. Madam President, there's a lot more that I would like to say, but I do recognize that I'm the last speaker before the AG comes in. Or not, because I haven't heard from government other than the AG, so I was assuming wrong. But nonetheless, I know that it's late in the evening coming after so many speakers and repeating the same thing, but I would like to thank you, Madam President, for this opportunity to share my thoughts. I must say that effective regulation must always take into account those three elements that I mentioned earlier on: the environment, employment in terms of health and safety standards, as well as addressing crime and criminality and compliance with respect to financial crimes. However, this piece of legislation, as hinted to earlier, really focuses on one element, which is compliance and trying to address crime and criminality rather than really enhancing the other elements that could be useful. I would encourage the government to engage in more co-creation activities that would allow all of the stakeholders to feel equally a part of the process. And with those few words, I would like to thank you, Madam President.
Minister in the Office of the Attorney General and Legal Affairs.
Madam President, I thank you most sincerely for the opportunity to join and, my 2 pence, and add my 2 pence, to this debate. Coming at this stage in the debate, Madam President, of course, I would have had the benefit to sit and listen to all of my colleagues in the Senate, those who would have contributed. And I want to begin by firstly commending the independent bench for their sober contribution to this debate. And of course, the recommendations that some members of the independent bench would have presented today, that also must be highly commended and recognized. And, I know a lot of the questions and queries in particular, made by members of the independent bench were particularly addressed to my senior, the Honorable Attorney General. And I am most certain that the AG, in his winding up, will address some of those concerns. So after recognizing, of course, the stellar contribution, sober contribution made by the independent bench, Madam President, I now want to turn to the contribution made by the opposition. Now, there were Senator Nakhid, Senator Wademark, Senator John, and Senator Lutchmedial, the opposition members, would have contributed to this debate. And, it really have me wondering whether or not the senators took the time to read the bill, or whether or not they continue. It is the modus operandi of the opposition. I heard Senator Nakhid use that word 100 times in his presentation. But I wonder if it is their constant attempt to mislead the population as it relates to issues of law that this bill would have addressed. Madam President, what was amazing to me personally was that Senator Nakhid comes to this Senate constantly, and he speaks as a champion for the poor and working class. Senator Nakhid comes to this Senate constantly, and he speaks about the government neglect for taking care of the poor and working class. And my respectful response to that, Madam President, is that by regulating this industry and by putting measures in place to ensure that those who engage in the scrap iron industry, those who are either collectors, those who are other dealers, the measures that we are implementing today, Madam President, it is because we want these small industries to develop, we want them to grow, we want them to be be able to truly flourish. So, Madam President, I cannot understand how Senator Nakhid will constantly come here speaking about, and I will draw on a very personal experience. I was a teacher in a school, a high school, for more than 8 years of my life. And I had the benefits and the blessings and the privilege to teach children who belong to the poor and working class. And you know what my modus operandi was then, Madam President? I will throw them to the finish line. I am not, because that is how you try to progress a nation. That is how you try to progress a people. You don't just simply condone irregularities. You don't condone a system or a regime that no doubt is lacking some structure. What you attempt to do is to try to put measures in place in order to uplift that industry, Madam President. And I have to make that point because Senator Nakhid, in making that point, and you see, he's smart because he's speaking to the population and he's using this attempt by the government to genuinely improve the industry so that those who engage in the industry can no doubt eventually benefit from it. He has used this scrap metal bill to somewhat try to incite that belief that this government does not care about our population, does not care about our poor, does not care about our working class. And what is amazing in doing that, Senator Nakhid, how can you want to progress a nation, Madam President, when you want to stand in defense of a 16-year-old working in a scrap iron dealership? And that's why I made the reference to working with my students when I was a teacher. You see, if I want a nation, I want children, I want people to progress, I would create an enabling environment that allows them to progress. And that is exactly what this bill attempts to do. This bill attempts to regularize the industry. In the effort, the policy behind it is to create an enabling environment. So those little poor people who we have made mention of, persons who are not academically qualified, who engage in this industry, we create an enabling environment so that they could put their houses in order. They could really create from these smaller businesses, grow into flourishing entities that could one day compete with any big or large business. And I come back to that 16-year-old. A 16-year-old, and I know Senator Richards, in his stellar contribution, he made mention about not supporting a 16-year-old working in a scrap iron dealership. And I agree with that. A 16-year-old deserves to be in school. We as government, when we are creating law, Madam President, yes, we take the social, we have social considerations, but we also have to mark and measure that with other international obligations that we may have and other pieces of law that are in existence. So on the point of that 16-year-old, Madam President, being able to, and Senator Nakhid using it in this Senate as if it's the government's intention to deprive young people who want to enter into the industry. What I can say to the Honorable Senator is that as a responsible government, we have to be minded of our International Convention on the Rights of a Child. We have to be reminded when we are creating legislation, we have these international obligations. So then how can we legislate and accept that a 16-year-old could enter into a workforce? Added to which, I've heard a lot of arguments relative to that same 16-year-old child being allowed to work in the scrap iron dealership. That is part of the 16-year-olds that work, What about the ones who are coerced into working? What about the ones who are subject to child labor? What about the ones who the gangs rope them in and force them to work into these scrapyards or into any business, as a matter of fact? So, you see, as a responsible government, of course we have to do a balancing act. But our balancing act is balancing, of course, regulating the industry, but the protection of the rights of our vulnerable, the protection of the rights of those people who work within these industries. And, because I knew her, and I don't believe as I see a woman, but for the 2 years or so I've sat in the Senate, I know what they were going to come here, the opposition was going to come here and do again. And the central theme was to prove and say to this country that this regulation, this law that we are presenting is because we don't care about the poor and working class. And because of that, man, and you know, I know Senator Mark, in his contribution, he referred to this bill as the funeral service of the scrap iron industry. But I will say to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, Madam President, respectfully through you, as a matter of fact, this is not the funeral service, this is the baptism of the scrap iron industry. And I will tell you why it's the baptism of the scrap iron industry, because baptism, to my mind, it speaks about the purification, the rejuvenation. And this bill that we are presenting today, Madam President, yes, the bill is not perfect. Yes, there will be more to come as time goes by. But it is critical as a government for us to be able to step in at the time in which we did step in order to improve the industry. And that is why, Madam President, I want in my contribution to specifically speak, Madam President, to all of our scrap iron dealers, all of our scrap iron collectors, persons who engage in this industry. And I want to speak to you particularly to draw to your attention, Madam President, the benefits that the regularization of this bill, that this bill presents, Madam President, that it brings to you, those who your bread and butter is dependent on the scrap iron, on the scrap iron regulation. So I started off by saying that this bill, of course, Madam President, in my respectful view, it is more, to my mind, it's more of a baptism of this industry, a rejuvenation of this industry, and it is evident in clauses that exist. Clauses 15.5, clauses 16.2, clauses 17.2, clauses 17.3, clauses 25.7. These are some of the clauses, Madam President, in this bill that, to my mind, respectfully, will assist more than they can probably even foresee. It will assist considerably in the operation, and more so, Madam President, the protection of those people who engage in this particular industry. So, for example, Madam President, if I respectfully, Madam President, begin by looking at Clause 15, for example, of this bill. Clause 15 of this bill, Madam President, it requires that the scrap metal collector obtain a signed statement of ownership from the person whom he is buying the scrap iron. It requires that the seller state to the effect that he is the legal owner of the scrap metal, or that he is legally entitled to sell the scrap metal. You know why this is critical? And I'm hoping and praying that my brothers and sisters who engage in this industry are paying attention, or at least I just want to have that conversation with you. You know why this is critical to your use and why this is critical to your operations, Madam President? In my practice as an attorney, I had several cases. I was a defense counsel, so there's no secret about that. So, of course, the persons who will come to me would be the persons who are charged, right, with particular offenses. In this, I distinctly recall that there was a matter in which I did, Madam President, when I was in private practice, in which my client engaging in the scrap iron industry, he was charged, but he was charged under the Larceny Act for the possession of stolen goods. And this was a bona fide person, to my mind, because I had known this client for very many years. And I know that this is somebody who legitimately operated his business. He operated his business, of course, within the confines of what the old law required him to do. He would take once someone comes to purchase scrap metal from him, he would take a copy of the ID, because those were the provisions that the old law required. He would take a copy of their ID. He would take their name, their addresses, and of course, you just make a document, you make a note of where, how much, of course, you were purchasing, right? And this was a case, of course, it's not sub judice because it has already been ventilated before the courts. In this particular matter, Madam President, it was a case where the person who came to sell him the scrap metal said to him, well, it's a company that's closing down. and we're trying to get a quick sale of this metal, right? And he proceeded to go, because remember, there's no regulation as to, or requirement, there's no statement as to the fixed requirement that you're supposed to check, the check boxes you're supposed to take by purchasing this metal. And what he would have done, Madam President, is, of course, he would have purchased it. To his mind, the person would have simply said, I am the owner, is our brother and sister company, they're closing down, this is, you know, we're selling out the scrap metal fast. And he would have, to his mind, did what he was supposed to do and would have purchased the items. Lo and behold, less than a week after, the police shows up in his scrap iron dealer, in his dealership, and of course charges him for the possession of stolen goods. Of course, the matter went through the courts. Eventually, we won, I must say so. So the charges were dismissed against him. But the point that I'm making, and let me tell you why he had to go through this particular trauma, because you see that basic information he took, the persons who sold him it, they absconded. When the police started the investigation, they're looking at the IDs, they can't find them. They have no clue. The addresses the police showed up to during the investigation, they can't find them. You understand? And all of this particular provision, Madam President, especially coming from a defense background and coming from a litigation background and going through the courts, you understand that what this does is provide an additional layer of evidence. An additional layer of evidence when it comes to police investigation, when it comes to successfully convicting in the courts. So I want to say to the scrap iron dealers, especially the legitimate ones, do not be afraid of the provisions within this law. What it actually seeks to do is to protect you. And more so, we have come here and we have spoken about the kinds of persons who engages in this industry. Yes, there are persons who probably came from very poor backgrounds. You more than ever deserve that protection. You more than ever deserves a government like this government to protect your interests. And that, Madam President, and this is just one of the clauses in this bill, Madam President. Madam President, if we look, for example, at clause 16.2, it speaks about the protection that the bill provides. This bill provides to the scrap metal collectors. The scrap metal collectors, for example, in this particular clause, Madam President, it speaks to having to portray while they're driving about, they will put their license will be seen. You know what that does? That prevents this poor man from the police just pulling you across. I think it was Senator Jearlean John in her contribution. She spoke about, well, of course, it's a black man, so the police will pull them over. You know what this does? This protects our boys. This protects the vulnerable. So I have my license. I have my license displayed. The police have no reason to question if I'm engaged in a legitimate business. You understand? So whether coming out of Beaton, whether coming out from wherever on the East West, wherever I'm coming from, I have displayed my license, and therefore, once the police looks at it, the police verifies this is a legitimate license, the police will know, well, of course, this can't be a bandit. This have to be somebody who have legitimately satisfied the qualifications to be engaged in this business. So again, Madam President, respectfully through you, you see the propaganda that the UNC, the opposition, Madam President, has attempted to put on the record today. That is why I had to jump in at this stage and to clear that record. Because it is absolutely pertinent, it is absolutely critical, Madam President, for us to be able to protect those our vulnerable. So, Madam President, as I said, it was just a very, now there are several other clauses, but I just want to reiterate in my closing, in my very, very short contribution, Madam President, this is an attempt of the government, the bill that appears before us, it continues to be an attempt of our government to protect the rights of the vulnerable, to protect the rights of every single person who engages in the scrap metal industry. With those few words, Madam President, I thank you for the opportunity.
Minister of Trade and Industry.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And just to say to the members that the only reason I'm coming in, I did not intend to. I'd gotten a chance to make a full contribution in the lower house on the positioning of the ministry or views or outlook for the industry. And so excuse me, I didn't think that it was absolutely necessary that I would speak on the bill. I'll tell you, however, and I'll go straight to it. I heard a ring of concern right through most of the speakers this afternoon about the role of the ministry in this particular industry, especially as now undertaking the licensing regime and the administering of licenses and so on. And I want to give the honourable members the assurance that whilst it is the Magistrates Court that handled the licenses of scrap dealers before, it is the Ministry of Trade and Industry from 2013 that has taken responsibility for the industry, so that they have been intimately involved in policy making in 2013 under the previous government. And of course, even in this piece of legislation, from as far back as 2019, the Ministry of Trade and Industry had started its review, research, consultation, and are very, very intimately involved with all members who are affiliated with the Scrap Iron Dealers Association. So, as I said before, what we are involved with is at this stage is the formulation of policy. About what we will be involved with further is the actual implementation and ensuring that we have a strong regulatory regime that is reinforced by international standards. And of course, we're looking at an industry that can grow, so that I think that once we have put the foundation in place and we have this well-regulated scrap metal regime, then we will be looking forward as to how this industry can grow. And then, of course, we would. Many speakers on the independent bench spoke about the circular economy, getting involved in recycling and so on. That is the intention, but the first step is that we have this well-regulated industry. Many of you spoke about the benefits, and I don't think I need to go through that again. It's a strong industry in terms of foreign exchange earnings, in the terms of the provision of jobs, in terms of obviously exports as well. But it needs to be regulated, and we understand why. And so there's no need for that. But for me to go into that, but I start with the fact that the bill is very, very clear and much better than the old bill, where there was not even a proper definition of what are ferrous metals, what are non-ferrous metals. It was simply a definition of what are all metals. And we start there. And therefore, that's a kind of foundation that it provides for us who are now to grant license for the various types of ferrous and non-ferrous metals. And of course, it gives all the details of what it means to deal in relation to scrap metal. I don't know that it's necessary for me to go into all of that as well. But I'll tell you what. So we will be involved at the Ministry of Trade and Industry in setting up under the Trade Licensing Unit, which is already engaged in granting a myriad type of license. For instance, one of the licenses we will continue to do, which is related to this bill, will be the export license. So we are engaged, we have been engaged in doing that already. Yes, and of course we see all kinds of other licenses. If you want to bring in a refrigerator, if you want to bring in a car with an air condition in it, anything, there are many types of licensing regimes that the Trade Licensing Unit of the Ministry of Trade and Industry deals with. So this is not unfamiliar territory. There is some new territory that we have to design, and I'm going to just tell you just a little bit of what we're going to do. So I'm very pleased about the introduction of the collector's license and the separation of the collector from the dealer, because there are, yes, hundreds of people involved in that particular collector's license. There are less dealers. There are about 161 dealers, and that's just an estimate we have based on our information from the Scrap Iron Dealers Association and the other persons that are affiliated with it. But the larger volume of people would be the collectors. We feel there are about 500 of those, but there are also a lot of handlers involved. So many people involved in various things. and therefore, and of course, the actual exporters, who are few, just about 10. So that this is why the separation, the collector's license, the dealer's license, is so very important, and therefore, again, we feel that the ministry would have would certainly be used to the granting of license, but of course, we also have the responsibility of coming up with the regulations for the particular license. The law cannot give all of the details, but necessarily the regulations will be very detailed. We have started to work on this already, but before even laying or so, the policy formulation for this will be brought to the cabinet, and before it's actually finalized by the CPC and so on. So all of the detailed criteria for the collector's license, the dealer's license, and so on will be formulated by the Ministry of Trade and Industry. And there's no need for me to go into what kinds of details about your age, the age limits, etc. I mean, we've discussed those kinds of things already. But in addition to the criteria to obtain a license, there would be all sorts of other conditional requirements which the licensee must comply with, and those too would be stated in the regulations. And I know that there's a concern about, somebody raised a point about 1 year, somebody raised a point about 9 months. It's not a question of 9 months. Yes, it's 1 year in terms of the requirement for the renewal of the license. And I can tell you that we have taken on board the fact that they have to make the application for both the dealer's license and the collector's license electronic, as on the TT BizLink platform, as we have done with other licensing regimes. So someone who's applying for a license as it is from the trade licenses unit will get that license sometimes in a matter of an hour or two, and that's how quickly it works. So there's to be no concern about the workings of it. Administratively in the beginning, yes, it's going to be a little more cumbersome, but at the same time, we have started to work in terms of ensuring that this will be dealt with electronically on the TT BizLink platform, and there would be, as with all of the other services offered under TT BizLink, there are help desk and help desk officers to assist any persons who are having any issues with their applications or so. So the guiding and the assisting of the applicants through the process, the help desks would be there for that. And I could give you, I give you the assurance that the time that it takes to give a license, grant a license, has been reduced considerably, and the business people in Trinidad and Tobago would be aware of that. So I know you're concerned about the powers, the responsibility of the Ministry of Trade and Industry to grant, refuse, renew, vary, suspend, revoke the licenses and so on, and the collectors and the dealers' licenses. I want to tell you that this is not going to be taken arbitrarily, and there is listed already with the circumstances under which a license would be suspended, a license would be revoked, a license would be refused. All of those are very clear, and again, the regulations will deal with the finite details about that. The question of fit and proper came up, and I just want to say that fit and proper is in fact consistent with the definition under the FIU regulations. So just to give that a little bit of clarity. And so again, I just want to assure the Honourable House that the regulations would be set out in great detail, all of the actions to be taken. So I would tell you that we are building out a scrap metal unit within the trade and license unit of the Ministry of Trade and Industry. Of course, there's to be an organization, however small it is, or there must be an organizational chart. We must understand the functions. We must have outlined a number of inspectors. I can tell you that you talk about inspectors and and somebody said one inspector. You can't have one inspector in this system. You must have, we're thinking that there must be a chief inspector, and we start off with perhaps 5 inspectors and build it out as we see the need to. And so that's where we are now. I'm well aware that this is what obtains in Jamaica and Guyana, so it is not that we are not, that we are following, I want to give the assurance again that we are following best practice in building out this unit, and I give you the assurance that it will be built out and be ready for implementation by April 14th, 2022. So there'll be clear determinations of proper organizational sides and structure and so on to deal with the number of licensees that we expect to have. Let me tell you, I'm not going to be negative about this industry at all. We expect an upward trend in terms of exports, and not, again, once we do this right, not through nefarious activities, through the proper collection of scrap. But I can tell you as well, what we should be looking forward to is the consolidation of scrap coming from the rest of the region, where the population size is not that big, coming from the region and coming to Trinidad, and where we can then start looking then at recycling and so on, all of the other initiatives to expand the industry. That's what we're talking about. That's what we should be looking at. I'm so trying to be brief, but I wanted to tell you, yes, the outlook. Again, why do you think that? Yeah. Why you think this thing is in so much demand is because it's an input into manufacturing, yeah? And therefore, if it is that it could be exported for the input of manufacturing of goods in other countries, external to the region, then why not in Trinidad and Tobago? Why are we not looking at the value added in Trinidad and Tobago? So we don't want to be limited. We want to be able to promote higher value added downstream activities, not limited, but including things like compacting and dismantling and shredding, milling and blending, purification. And there's every possibility that this industry would be further developed. So I mean, the other thing that we would be concerned with, again, is the compliance with environmental standards and international environmental agreements. I spoke about the Basel Convention. Those things will not be overlooked in the formulation of the regulations. So I want to just, with those few words, I want to commend this bill and thank the Honourable AG, who's worked very hard with his staff, and also the Ministry of Trade and Industry staff, who have been involved in the policy formulation and working and consulting with all parties to the industry. And at the end of the day, what we want to ensure is that we have stamped out the corruption, we stamped out the crime and so on, and what we have before us is a well-regulated industry. Look into the future where we can get involved in the value-added activities, which will bring much benefit to the country. That's what we're looking forward to. Thank you very much, and I hope that my short intervention has helped. Thank you.
Attorney General. Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and thank you to, in particular, the Minister of Trade and Industry, who has just preceded me, who is the line minister for this very important industry. And thank you to my colleagues on the independent bench of this very proud House, the Senate of Trinidad and Tobago. I listened with interest and I was encouraged, and I wish to go on record to say as much, by the very forthright, well thought out, researched contributions which came from every member of the independent bench who contributed to this debate today. And I would do a disservice to my contribution if I did not spend a little time in my wind-up addressing the concerns and the contributions which they have shared with us in order to give them the absolute assurance that this government has welcomed all of their contributions. I have welcomed all of their contributions. And for what I have described already as a work in progress, we are looking forward to continuing to build out the suggestions that have been made in what will be a continuing work in progress. I have given the undertaking to the independent senators and to this House that in due course I would be returning to this House, to the Parliament, to improve the legislation which we are asking the Parliament, the House today, this chamber to pass, and of course looking forward to the contributions which have already been made by the bench, the independent bench, to building out the very important regulation system that the Minister of Trade and Industry is already hard at work on. I'd like to give the independent senators the assurance that the environment is a very important part of the lens through which this legislation is going to be enacted if it is passed into law today and to be implemented. You will see when you read the Act, and now that I can proudly say that I'm slightly more adept at computer use than I may have been a couple months ago, while we were speaking today, I wrote in one word on the PDF copy of the amended bill which came to us today from the Senate. The one word I wrote in on that PDF copy was prescribed. The word prescribed appeared 33 times throughout the course of the bill that we are debating today, and it is there 33 times to emphasize how important will be the regulations, because every time you see prescribed, it means there are going to be regulations to address what the bill does not speak to in explicit language, but which is within the contemplation of the holistic approach to the law that is going to be passed and built out to regulate this industry. Environment is already referred to in sections 2 and 4. We have authorized officers include members of the environmental team of the Environmental Management Authority. Public health considerations. Senator Richards expressed his concerns about public health considerations. Public health officers are already among the persons who will be the authorized officers to ensure that when they go to inspect the scrap metal sites, the public health is being secured, the public health is being protected. And in the regulations which we will build out, we will be consulting actively with the public health ministries and departments to ensure that we put together a holistic scheme for regulating this industry. The green and sustainable recycling policy, which Senator Vieira spoke to. It is true that the bill is to that extent because we are urgently about managing the current problem that we are seeking to manage. And it is true to that extent that the bill is, in its present incarnation, one-dimensional as a licensing regime, but that does not mean that it is not part of the whole of government approach which we as a government are seeking to apply. On Wednesday of this week, and I believe Senator Teemal mentioned it, on Wednesday of this week, the question had been put, the motion had been put about beverage container legislation. And the Minister of Public Utilities responded to that question. And in responding to that question, relevant to what we are talking about today and relevant to the question that was raised validly by Senator Vieira, the Minister of Public Utilities referred to the fact that there is in hand right now a draft national waste recycling policy for Trinidad and Tobago 2022. It is dated June 2022. And with your permission, Madam Speaker, I would just read from two parts of the introductory part of that draft brief, I beg your pardon. Policy objective. The policy objectives expanded on these stated in the 2015 earlier incarnation are to A, strengthen national policy and strategy to develop a sustainable national recycling system that supports the circular economy to which Senator Vieira spoke. Paragraph 4.0, overarching principles. The overarching principles of the policy are consistent with those of, speaking to Senator Richards, those of the National Integrated Solid Waste Resource Management and with the National Environmental Policy. These principles will guide the implementation of the wider plans for recycling in Trinidad and Tobago. These are concerns that were raised by Senator Richards, raised by Senator Vieira, raised by Senator Teemal. They are going to be part of the whole of government approach, which will be married to the implementation of this legislation when it is passed into law and it is built out with the regulatory system. Madam President, the Honorable Senator Drayton spoke about the trade-based money laundering and terrorist financing regulations that have to be built out. We already have, and he has recognized, references in the legislation to the AML, CFT, and that entire regime that will fall under the FIUTT and the poker legislative scheme. There is going to be risk-based questionnaire systems that will be built out. There is consultation that is going to take place with the FIUTT of Trinidad and Tobago to marry with the passage of this legislation a sustainable environment to protect the country and its economic integrity from terrorist financing and anti-money laundering activities, which are very much part of the scheme of this legislation. And we have that in one of the amendments that we passed in the House on Wednesday. We have the addition of the schedule that lists the Scrap Dealing Association, Scrap Dealing Business, as a listed business under the poker legislation. So that too is being looked at, and that too is going to be part of the systemic and holistic approach that this legislation contemplates. Madam President, Senator Richards had also raised the question, he asked me to address it and I will address it, the question of a waiver of property rights, because there is in the legislation, the bill that we are seeking to pass into legislation, the fact that to get a license under the Act, under the bill, you have to consent to your premises being susceptible to entry and inspection. And in the short term, where we are building out select provisions of the deeming provisions that have been brought into play by the new Section 39, there is a scheduled form that by which someone who will want to continue to carry on the business of scrap dealing in the current licensing regime that exists under the current law, which is going to be repealed by this bill, you see that there is a schedule by which those persons will have to opt voluntarily, and this is very important for the constitutionality of the point, they will have to opt voluntarily to agree that their premises will be liable to be searched and examined by consent. And that brings me, Madam President, to address a concern which I know some of the independent senators have been on to, and I know will be a false alarm, if I may say that respectfully, a false alarm which the opposition United National Congress senators will wish to sound for the population. No part of this bill, no part of this intended legislation is going to infringe anyone's rights. And I'm happy to be able to read into the record, with your permission, Madam President, the language of the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council in the Suraj case, that case that came out of our public health pandemic over the last 2 years, when there was a challenge to the regulations that had been brought into being in Trinidad and Tobago in order to put the society under manners for public health safety. And there was a challenge, as we all know, to the constitutionality of those regulations. And then the Privy Council, in the High Court, our High Court, Justice Budu Singh, said there was no violation of constitutionality. In the Court of Appeal, our Court of Appeal said there was no violation of constitutionality. And it went to the Privy Council, and the Privy Council agreed with our High Court and our Court of Appeal in a judgment which is now the guiding and binding law that addresses the question of the constitutionality of the legislation we are asking to pass today on the simple basis of a simple majority. This is what was quoted from the earlier Trinidad and Tobago case of Surat at paragraph 54 of the Suraj judgment. The Privy Council quoted from Baroness Hale. It cannot be the case that every act of Parliament which infringes in any way upon the rights protected in sections 4 and 5 of the Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago is for that reason alone unconstitutional. Legislation frequently affects rights such as freedom of thought and expression and the enjoyment of property. This is to Senator Richards' concern. These are both qualified rights which may be limited either by general legislation or in the particular case provided, and I stress this, that the limitation pursues a legitimate aim and is proportionate to it. I end my quote there. Pause. Let us think back to what was taking place in this country in the early part of this year, which forced the government to shut down the entire industry for the limited time it has had to be shut down. In my opening, I read the record of the significant millions of dollars that were being literally ripped out of the ground. I spoke to, and other speakers, other contributors have spoken to the fear of persons living in their house, looking through their windows and seeing their gates being pulled out of the ground, even while they try to shout and say, no, don't do it, and are being threatened, stay in your house, don't come out, I'm going with your gate. That is the proportionate balance that this legislation has to be measured in the context of when we ask ourselves the question, is there anything unconstitutional about asking someone to agree if you are going to engage in this business, you will agree for reasonable powers of inspection to be exercised over your property while you are allowed to engage in the legitimate business of scrap dealing. And the Privy Council continued at paragraph 68. A very large part of ordinary legislation passed by Parliament for good reason of the public interest must inevitably interfere with or operate as restrictions on those rights. In the board's view, it was not plausible to suppose that the framers of the 1962 Constitution and the current Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago intended to disable Parliament from taking ordinary legislative action in the public interest. The natural solution to accommodate the inevitable friction which always exists between individual fundamental rights and democratic decision-making in a constitutional liberal democracy like Trinidad and Tobago, said the Privy Council, is that conventionally adopted so often in such states, namely to require that interference with rights should be permitted in the public interest, but only if the interference is proportionate to a legitimate aim. And I make the point, Madam President, that the purpose of this legislation, as set out in its preamble and throughout its 42 clauses, is the legitimate aim of bringing under control the rampant criminality of a few in order to permit the larger sector of the community who wish to engage in the business of scrap dealing to earn a livelihood, to permit that larger percentage of the population to be able to go about earning an honest day's living and earning an honest day to put bread on the table and to send their children to school. So there is no question of an interference with rights, fundamental or otherwise. The Honorable Senator Lutchmedial raised a bit of well, let me withdraw what I was about to say. Senator Lutchmedial addressed Section 33 of the legislation, the draft bill, and she has sought to suggest that by Section 33, somehow or the other, there is some abuse that is going to take place by reason of the fact that a permanent secretary is being given the power to administer the administrative fines. She went as far as to refer to Section 86 of the Gambling and Betting Act, referring to that body incorporated under that act, which is a body corporate, which may, with the consent of the DPP, offer a person a chance to pay an administrative fine. Well, our Clause 33 is actually modeled, may it please you, Madam President, off of Section 33, or off of the Gambling and Betting Commission Act. And all that has been changed is that instead of the Gambling Commission, there is the permanent secretary. There is an exact correlation and similarity between the commission and the permanent secretary in the same way that under Section 244 of the Customs Act, which I read, where a person admits that he has committed an offense against the custom laws and requests in writing that the offense be dealt with by the Comptroller of Customs, the Comptroller may, subject to the approval of the Minister, impose a fine, penalty, and forfeiture, but not including imprisonment and not exceeding that prescribed for the offense, or mitigate or remit any fine or penalty or restore anything seized under the customs laws. Well, the Comptroller, like the permanent secretary, is a senior public officer, and there is nothing unconstitutional or unlawful about the exercise of powers by the Comptroller of Customs under Section 244 in exactly the same way that there is nothing unlawful about the exercise by the permanent secretary of powers conferred on him or her pursuant to the provisions of Clause 33 when this bill is passed into law. The permanent secretary is appointed by the Public Service Commission and would be advised by the legal unit of that ministry as to whether or not there is good reason to believe that a prescribed summary offense has been committed. Summary offenses which attract an administrative fine are generally straightforward. Strict liability offenses, such as a failure to meet a deadline to file a document. The licensee does not have to pay the administrative fine to discharge liability for the offense. If the licensee does not want to pay the administrative fine, then the permanent secretary will refer the matter to the police. So it's not a judicial exercise of any activity that the permanent secretary is doing. Permanent secretaries throughout our ministries take responsibility for many matters on a daily basis on the advice of the legal advisors in their ministry. There's nothing unusual, nothing unlawful with requiring a public officer, the most senior public officer in the ministry, the permanent secretary, to be responsible for that which he or she is appointed to discharge, the administration of the system within the scrap dealer industry. The local legislation, Madam President, from which we took succor and support for prescribing the consent which is required in the case of allowing entry onto the premises, comes from local legislation in our jurisdiction. The very Gambling and Betting and Control Act to which Senator Lutchmedial referred, the Trinidad and Tobago Special Economic Zones Act, and the Cannabis Control Act. It is reasonable in circumstances such as is prescribed there and proportionate for a licensee to consent to the entry for purposes of verifying compliance with enforcement procedures. It is reasonable and proportionate for licensees to be inspected during working hours. The requirement for consent is in keeping with and consistent with the legitimate aim of ensuring compliance and is proportionate to that aim. It meets the requirements of the local cases out of this jurisdiction from the Privy Council of Surat and Suraj and should not be regarded as an infringement of fundamental rights. The legal concept of waiving your rights voluntarily in order to participate in an activity is well established in law. Madam President, the government of the country has the constitutional authority to govern this country, and permanent secretaries like controllers of accounts, controller of customs, are the ones to discharge the functions on behalf of the government for purposes of ensuring that the country is well run. The rules of natural justice and the laws against the abuse of discretion of ministers will apply equally to the exercise of the function of the permanent secretary. And there is provision in the Act for a decision by a licensee if that licensee thinks they have been treated either unfairly or capriciously, or that the reasons have not been properly given which satisfy them, to go to the court of law. And there is a concept that we happily overlook when it suits our purposes in this country, particularly when it comes into the political arena. A presumption of regularity. The presumption is not that public officers will be capricious. The presumption is that they will not be capricious. They will discharge their duties and their responsibilities like the responsible persons that they are. The consent of the DPP is not necessary for the administration of an administrative fine system. That's a red herring, if I may say so with respect. So let's put that to bed as well. There is the other point, Madam President, and I once again return gratefully to the concerns that have legitimately been placed by the independent senators. That is to say, the use of reasonable force. Is that something that is excessive? Well, the Criminal Law Act of this country, from which we have borrowed, tells us in no uncertain terms, Madam President, Section 4 of the Criminal Law Act provides a person, and we're not now even speaking about a police officer, a person may use such force as is reasonable in the circumstances, in the prevention of crime, or in effecting or assisting in the lawful arrest of offenders or suspected offenders or of persons unlawfully at large. So the precedent is not only already there, but it is already the law of this country that persons may use reasonable force as is appropriate. So when the authorized officers, whether it be the police officer, whether it be the supplemental police officer, or the public health inspector, or the environmental agent out of the Environmental Management Agency, goes in to inspect and is being prevented from entering, and or I would dare say that on good advice, the public health inspector and the environmental management officer would be probably advised to say, well, just report it to the police. But they can, as ordinary people, under the Criminal Law Act, not under the bill that we are debating today, use reasonable force in appropriate circumstances for the prevention of a crime. And under the act that we are asking this House to pass today, the bill, it will be an offense to prevent the lawful discharge of officers endowed with power under the bill from discharging their functions. Madam President, one of the, and I must refer to it because it is not a point that I should leave as uncontradicted, but I would have thought that it didn't need to be raised because I spoke of it in the other House. One of the points that was raised by Senator Mark was to suggest that the national consultation exercises, which I spoke of in my opening today, was a mere figment of my imagination. Well, let me say it for the second time. I said it on Wednesday, And I will say it again, Madam President. We met 3 times with the national stakeholders in this industry. And we got a multiplicity, I gave the numbers, I'm not going to repeat them, of responses from the stakeholders. But what I will do now is I will read some of the responses that we got. So they responded, they corresponded with the Ministry of the Attorney General, and they proposed the removing of the licensing system from the Magistrates Court to the Ministry of Trade and Industry. That's what we've done in this bill. They propose that licenses should be annual. That's what we've done in this bill. They propose that there should be inspection of the loading of scrap metal for export at the scrap metal site. That's what we've done in this bill. They propose that the Minister of Trade and Industry should have the power to vary or revoke a license. That's what we've done in this bill. They propose that there should be imposed in the bill a duty to keep records by the collectors and the dealers. We have done that in this bill. They propose that there should be a power of entry and inspection to certified officers. We've done that through the authorized officers and the inspector of scrap metal. They propose the establishment of a database for the industry. We have done that, public and private databases. They propose the identification of motor vehicles being used to collect scrap metal. We've done that, and we've said that the motor vehicles must have a license prominently displayed. They propose that there should be an increase in penalties. We've done that in this bill. They propose that there should be a practice for the majority of scrap metal collectors and dealers to present identification at the point of collection or sale of scrap metal. That's what we've done in this bill. They gave and articulated strong support for the law to require collectors and dealers to present identification and contact details of the nature laid out in this bill when buying and selling scrap metal. They propose that the clear majority of collectors and dealers be requested to record customer contact information. And it goes on. I can continue, Madam, but I will pause there to address one other question which was raised by Senator Mark in his suggestion that I am here engaging this august chamber by the measure of the figment of my imagination. We received responses. I have the list here, Madam Speaker, Madam President. We received responses and we corresponded and engaged 229 collectors on this bit of paper. And their names are all here. I am not going to read their names into the record. I respect their privacy, but I have them all here. We received correspondence from an input of the nature that I've just read out from 17 scrap metal collectors. And I have the names here. Their corporate names. I'll give just a couple examples. West India Company Limited, Rudy Scrap, Nasaja Contractors Limited, Haku Scrap Dealer, ABC Scrap Solution Limited. We received contributions from all of these persons, 229 collectors and 17 dealers. And it is on the basis of that that we worked with the Law Reform Commission and put together the bill and the policy document that has come to this House. So, Madam President, without belaboring the point, we are here today, this government, as a responsible government that wishes to promote the industry and wishes to protect the legitimate persons engaged in industry. We are here today to ask this bill, this House, this august House, to pass this bill so that we can get about the business of proclaiming those bits of it which will allow us to reopen the industry by the end of the year so that legitimate, bona fide, small families can have some bread on their plate and send their children to school in January 2023. And I beg to move.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Create Measures to Regulate the Business of Dealing in Scrap Metals and for Other Related Matters be now read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Create Measures to Regulate the Business of Dealing in Scrap Metals and for Other Related Matters.
Attorney General.
Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order 66-1, I beg to move that the Scrap Metal Bill 2022 be committed to a committee of the whole forthwith to be considered clause by clause.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the Scrap Metal Bill 2022 be committed to a committee of the whole Senate forthwith to be considered clause by clause. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Senate shall now go into committee of the whole to consider the bill clause by clause. Attorney General, are you ready?
Thank you very much, Madam President.
Honourable Senators, I remind you that there are 42 clauses in the bill and 2 schedules.
Clauses 1 and 2.
The question is that clauses 1 and 2 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 1 and 2 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 1 and 2 now stand part of the bill.
Clauses 3 to 14.
The question is that clauses 3 to 14 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 3 to 14 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 3 to 14 now stand part of the bill.
Clauses 15 to 22.
The question is that clauses 15 to 22 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 15 to 22 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 15 to 22 now stand part of the bill.
Clauses 23 and 24.
The question is that clauses 23 and 24 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 23 and 24 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 23 and 24 now stand part of the bill.
Clauses 25 and 26.
The question is that clauses 25 and 26 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 25 and 26 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 25 and 26 now stand part of the bill.
Clauses 27 and 28.
The question is that clauses 27 and 28 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 27 and 28 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 27 and 28 now stand part of the bill.
Clauses 29 to 32.
The question is that clauses 29 to 32 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 29 to 32 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 29 to 32 now stand part of the bill.
Clause 33.
The question is that clause 33 stand part of the bill. The question is that clause 33 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 33 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 34.
The question is that clause 34 stand part of the bill. The question is that clause 34 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 34 now stands part of the bill.
Clauses 35 to 42.
The question is that clauses 35 to 42 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 35 to 42 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 35 to 42 now stand part of the bill.
Schedule 1.
The question is that Schedule 1 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Schedule 1 now stands part of the bill.
Schedule 2.
The question is that Schedule 2 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Schedule 2 now stands part of the bill. Honourable Senators, the question is that the bill be now reported to the Senate. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill will now be reported to the Senate. Attorney General.
Madam President, I wish to report that the Scrap Metal Bill 2022 was considered in the Committee of the Whole and approved without amendments. I now beg to move that the Senate agree with the committee's report. Thank you very much.
Honourable Senators, the question is that this Senate agree with the committee's report on the Scrap Metal Bill 2022. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Attorney General.
Madam President, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Create Measures to Regulate the Business of Dealing in Scrap Metals and for Other Related Matters be now read a third time and passed.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Create Measures to Regulate the Business of Dealing in Scrap Metals and for Other Related Matters be now read a third time and passed. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Create Measures to Regulate the Business of Dealing in Scrap Metals and for Other Related Matters.
Honourable Senators, Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move that this Senate do now adjourn to a date
to be fixed.
Honourable Senators, before I put the question, I now invite Senators to bring greetings on the occasion of Christmas 2022. Senator Lizam Singh.
Thank you, Madam President. The angel said unto her, Fear not, Mary, for thou hast found favor with God. And behold, thou shalt conceive in thy womb and bring forth a son, and shalt call his name Jesus. He shall be great, and shall be called the Son of the Highest. Thus starts the introduction of the greatest story ever told, the story that over 2,000 years ago changed the course of the future and the existence of mankind. For us, the believers and followers of Christianity, there is hardly a biblical announcement that was more significant than the angel's appearance to Mary. Mary, despite her concerns and fears, bowed to the will and instruction from God, and through her submission, the mortal birth and life of the Son of God could happen. The miracle of the birth of the Prince of Peace is the greatest lesson in hope. It reflects within it the notion and the ideals of faith, love, humility, and humanity. But these all tie into that great doctrine of hope, that belief in God's great promise. This child within Mary's womb represents hope. The Christ child is hope. And as such, one of the blessings and many gifts from the birth of Christ is that gift of hope. And as the people of Trinidad and Tobago, we are buoyed by hope. The simplicity and humility of Jesus' birth circumstances, the fact that the Savior of the world was born in a manger, surrounded by the lowliest of animals, must never be lost on us. The angels, choosing to announce the birth of the Son of God to mere shepherds tending to their flock, must always remind us that we are all equal in the eyes of God. Let us also never forget that amidst the love and light of the first Christmas night, the wickedness and evil agenda of King Herod still permeated. Today, it is clear that unfortunately, that twisted, wicked, hateful, disgraceful agenda still exists amongst those who pretend to be pious, but are in fact incapable of practicing humility and self-control. This story shows the reality of the very core of humanity, vacillating between the pure and the sinister. It shows the power of faith. It is this faith, for instance, that has brought us as a nation through the pandemic to this point of relative normalcy. But, Madam President, we are the people of Trinidad and Tobago. One of our unique attributes as a people is our incredible capacity to be a brightly shining beacon of hope to our fellow men. As we get closer to Christmas Day, it is my fervent hope that the essence of our great Trinbagonian identity shines fiercely through, illuminating our land with love, goodness, kindness, humility, discipline, tolerance, and respect. And it is on these that I, like the government, am confident that this Christmas will help pivot us to be the best nationals that we can be. May we remember those for whom this may be a difficult time, a time of loneliness and sadness, and may we be generous in thoughts, words, and deeds. And may we share with those who may not have, and let us be our brothers and sisters' keepers. On behalf of the PNM bench and the government senators, I extend warmest greetings to you, Madam President, and to the diligent and wonderful staff at the Parliament, to the members of the opposition, to the independent senators, and to all of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. We are the great people of Trinidad and Tobago. May our TNT light and spirit guide us safely into 2023. Merry Christmas to each and every one of you, and best wishes for the new year.
Senator Mark.
Thank you very much, Madam President. On behalf of the opposition Senate bench, as well as the members of the United National Congress, I would like to extend blessed, holy, and Merry Christmas greetings to our nation, to all colleagues and all parliamentary staff who have supported this honorable chamber in the last year. Today, Madam President, as I begin my greetings, I ask all of us, as citizens, all of us as colleagues, and a nation, to remember that Christmas is not simply about the merriment of the festive season, but it is about the birth of Lord Jesus Christ. Christmas for the Christian faith is about the birth of hope, the birth of salvation, the birth of being redeemed, the birth of being worthy to be a child of God. Hence, God sent his own child to be amongst us. The Christmas story, a story which is replicated in movies, in decorations, throughout, and plays, Madam President, is more than just a festive reenactment, but it is the holy representation of the enrichment, enlightenment, as well as prayerful inspiration. Madam President, on this very auspicious occasion, this is a time when we all wish to celebrate, but we also have to reflect. We have to reflect, Madam President, on the poor, on the vulnerable. And just as how, Madam President, we made a call through the leader of the opposition only recently for the government to step up to the plate and seek to provide some support and assistance to those who are in need at this moment. We take this opportunity to reiterate, to repeat that call on behalf of the opposition Senate bench to the government to intervene. Madam President, we cannot offer kind greetings when beyond these walls the reality is grim for so many citizens. I therefore call on the government and members of the cabinet who sit in this chamber, in this Senate, to stand up and seek to assist and help our vulnerable. Christ is not only about, Madam President, loving actions. It is about more than that. it is not merely about words. It's about taking action. So, Madam President, on behalf of the opposition Senate bench, on behalf of all of us, we would like to wish our chamber and our nation, and to wish you, distinguished Madam President, and your family, warmest season's greetings. And we also would like to place on record our grateful thanks to the parliamentary staff for their valiant support and sterling service during the last period under your leadership as president. Merry Christmas, even though we are living under stressful and distressing times. We want to wish Trinidad and Tobago and all the citizens a very holy, a very happy, and a very positive, progressive, productive, rewarding, fighting, struggling 2023. I thank you very much, Madam President.
Senator Richards.
The precise origin of assigning December 25th as the birth date of Jesus Christ is widely debated. The New Testament, according to historians, provides no specific clues in this regard. December 25th was first identified as the date of Jesus Christ's birth in 221, and later became universally accepted as that date. Indeed, after December 25th had become widely accepted as the date of Jesus Christ's birth, Christian writers frequently made the connection between the rebirth of the Son and the birth of the Son of God. Other views suggest that December 25th became the date of Jesus Christ's birth by a priori reasoning that identified the spring equinox as the date of the creation of the world and the fourth day of creation, when light was created, and the day of Jesus' conception, March 25th, December 25th, 9 months later, then became the date of Jesus' birth. But the celebration of Christmas is much more than academic and historic. It's much more spiritual, inspirational, transformative. It signifies the promise of God Almighty in terms of his love for us all. It speaks to love and love in action, in word and deed. Isaiah 9:6 tells us, "For unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given, and the government will be upon his shoulders, and he will be called Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace." Wonderful Counselor as a teacher, a shepherd, a healer, and our brother. It speaks to the understanding and lessons that he, Jesus Christ, lived a life of humility and service. So much so, he was basically born of the simplest and poorest human parents, Mary and Joseph. This simplicity and humility was so profound that the Romans laughed and scoffed at the fact that he was King of Kings. It's really a lesson for us all at this time, when material possessions, social media stardom and fame, and adulation seem much more important than honesty, truth, integrity, respect, compassion, and caring. We often exclaim that Christmas is a time of love, sharing, and giving. But how many of us give and share with those in need? While many have the resources and blessings to celebrate, there are many, so many, who have so little. Meager living conditions, no food to eat, in some cases, not even school books or uniforms. There are so many also who have lost loved ones and are going through psychological and emotional challenges. This Christmas and beyond, in a land where we sing so loudly and proudly, where every creed and race finds an equal place, let us all do our part to reach out and make a difference in someone's life, someone who may be in need. We are so blessed in Trinidad and Tobago that our multicultural makeup gives us a continuous season of love and sharing, from Eid to Diwali and now Christmas. We are united by universal principles of sacrifice, love, sharing, and giving. This beautiful country of ours has more than enough for all of us. Let us embrace these principles of temperance, love, caring, and giving, not only at Christmas time, but all year through. Let us be our brothers and sisters' keepers. Let us share joy and love, not only in what we say, but what we do and how we treat each other. Let's celebrate the true spirit of Christmas and the teachings of Jesus Christ. On behalf of my colleagues on the independent bench, I wish you, Madam President, and your family, the members of the government and opposition benches and their families, the staff of the Parliament and their families who've served us so well in the last year, and the people of Trinidad and Tobago and the world, a holy, happy, peaceful, and joyous Christmas, and a bright, safe, productive, and prosperous 2023 and beyond. And may God continue to bless our nation. Feliz Navidad, and Merry Christmas to you all.
Honourable Senators, permit me to add my own words of support to the Christian community on the occasion of the celebration of Christmas. One of the most poignant stories of Christmas is that of Mary and Joseph seeking shelter on the night that she was to give birth, but finding no room at the inn. Today, more than 2,000 years later, it is still something to think about what kind of a society that must have been to have seen a vulnerable woman in obvious physical and psychological distress, and instead of choosing to make room for her, to choose to turn her away and condemn her to the harsh and cold elements. It is tempting to think that that was such a long time ago, and that society today is different, and that that kind of selfish indifference and inhumanity, particularly towards women, are a thing of the past. Honourable Senators, if only it was so. As Christians prepare to celebrate the birth of Jesus Christ, it would do us well to ponder on the times and the occasions that we, in our daily lives, have also refused to make room at the inn for those in distress, and to ask ourselves the question whether we are really any different from the innkeeper in that famous Christmas story. How many times have we refused to make room for others, for differences of opinions and of perspectives, for differences in lifestyle choices? One of our national watchwords is tolerance, yet how many times have we been intolerant of others? How many women's aspirations and reputations have we ruined and sacrificed on the altar of our indifference, refusing to find room in the inn for capable, honest women who wish no more and no less than to be allowed to do their duty, just as Mary wished to do for all of humanity 2,000 years ago. On the other hand, what kind of world would we create if we made it our invariable practice always to make room at the inn for differences in political persuasions, always to make room at the inn for differences in life's philosophies, and always to make room at the inn for differences in cultural and religious perspectives? More directly, what kind of a Senate would we build if we were always to do so? How might our discussions in this chamber be uplifted and enlightened and improved if we always make room at the inn for and respected one another's differences? I suggest to you, Honourable Senators, that we would do well to ponder these questions, and this Christmas and in the new year to come, make it our mission to make room at the inn for the needs of others, putting aside our self-interest and putting the interest of humanity and of our nation first. Since another important theme of Christmas is the theme of hope, I hold steadfastly to the hope that we will all do so, and that when we celebrate the occasion of Christmas with our Christian brothers and sisters in times to come, we will find ourselves in a better position in these respects than we do today. And so, Honourable Senators, permit me to add my well wishes to all of yours, and to extend to the Christian and to the national community the very best wishes for a holy and happy Christmas and for a bright and a successful new year. May I also, on your behalf, thank our indefatigable Clerk of the Senate and the staff of the Parliament for the support the support that they give us without any sort of tiredness, any sort of fatigue. They lend us that support whenever we call on them for it. So we thank them, and we wish the staff and their families a very Merry Christmas and a bright and prosperous 2023. I thank you, Senator. Honourable Senators, the question is that this Senate do now adjourn to a date to be fixed. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. This Senate now stands adjourned, but remember, it's football weekend. This Senate now stands adjourned to a date to be fixed.